Welcome back to BALA Manhua Recaps, everyone, for the newcomers who just dropped in. We've already released Part 1, a massive 12-hour epic packing all the most hilarious and brutal face-slapping moments of our MC. The playlist link is down in the description and pinned right at the top of the comments. If you haven't watched it yet, go binge it right now. But right now, the journey of absolute domination continues. In the previous part, Su Xiao, armed with his SSS-Rank born rebel talent, turned a chain of lethal death dungeons into his own personal vacation. Vengeful spirits blocking the way, face slapped, ferocious final bosses tamed into pets, and the biggest shocker of all, he just underwent an unprecedented evolution. From a mere rule breaker, he now holds the god-tier power to rewrite the rules. At this very moment, the gates to the next secret realm have opened. A twisted treatment center eager to brainwash anyone who steps inside. Armed with his newly awakened powers and a squad of bloodthirsty SSS-Rank pets, what kind of insane tricks will Su Xiao unleash to absolutely crush this dungeon? Can the monsters here even survive a single slap from our MC? Are you guys ready? No more delays, let's jump straight into Part 2. The breeze blew gently. He looked very lonely. 3 days later, Su Xiao and the other contestants continued to be teleported to the Strange Tale world. The large system panel lit up. Randomly selected participating nations include the Dragon Kingdom, the Grizzly Bear Nation, the United States, India, the Philippines, Selene, the Eastern Island Nation, and Bazunan. Current Strange Tale World Gratitude Treatment Hospital. Welcome to the Gratitude Education Center. Professor Yang's Gratitude Treatment Hospital, Room 13. Do you think the internet is a disease? Do you think you need treatment? Do you think you can learn gratitude? Don't be in a hurry. In Treatment Room 13, Professor Yang will tell you the answer using his special psychiatric therapy. This Strange Tale world is an individual competition. Hint: all punishments received by contestants in the Strange Tale world will be permanently retained. Reminder opportunity for this Strange Tale world only once within 3 days. Please expose Professor Yang's evil deeds and find the hidden clearance ending. Su Xiao was currently standing before the Gratitude Education Center. A heartfelt voice of thanks drifted from inside. Thank you for having you. He looked at the hospital and said, Professor Yang's Gratitude Treatment Hospital, holy crap. Then he added cheerfully, isn't this just the eerie version of the Thunder Lord? Interesting, I'm starting to get excited. A man walked out from inside and said to him, Hey newbie, Principal Yang sent us to pick you up. We must perform a body search before you enter to ensure you aren't carrying any threatening items or abnormalities. Su Xiao responded humorously, no problem. He spread his arms to let the man search him. After a careful inspection, the man said, all right, no problems, follow us. He was led past a group of people. Upon seeing him, the crowd harbored various thoughts. Some sighed, thinking, another poor soul. Others thought, the newcomer definitely doesn't know the rules here. If there's any risk, he'll be the perfect scapegoat. Some thought with sympathy, once he enters this place, he'll soon become as miserable as us. Poor guy. The man led him to a room labeled Treatment Room 13 and said, Newbie, Principal Yang is inside. Be respectful when you see the principal and don't pull any tricks, otherwise I can't guarantee you'll be able to walk back out. He replied with great composure. Understood, I will certainly comply. Thanks for the warning. Entering the room, the guide said, Principal Yang, we've brought the newcomer. Yang Yongxin, with his back to them, said, hard work, everyone. You may leave first. I want to speak with him alone, the man replied. Yes, Principal. We'll be standing guard right outside the door. Please call us anytime if you need anything. With that, the man left. Only then did Yang Yongxin turn his head to look at Su Xiao, smiling warmly as he said, Newbie, come and sit. Don't be afraid. Many people have misunderstandings about our treatment methods. In fact, our Gratitude Treatment Hospital is very humane. We only punish disobedient students. Su Xiao also smiled and replied, Okay. Then Yang Yongxin asked again, So, do you know why I had them bring you here to see me? Su Xiao wanted to speak, but the words were stuck in his throat and wouldn't come out. He could only curse internally. Damn it, why can't I talk? Just then, the system selection panel appeared. Option 1, insult Principal Yang because he is a pervert. Option 2, flatter him hypocritically, saying Principal Yang is brilliant and divine and that there must be a special purpose for seeking me out. Option 3, maintain silence. Option 4, disregard the principal's question and jump up to give him a punch. Su Xiao was startled, thinking, crap, what's going on? Is this a rule? I can only choose one of these options. He continued to think, if that's the case, I must pick the most irrational one to count as violating the rules, right? Subsequently, he reached a conclusion. HMPH, in the current situation, other contestants would definitely pick option 2 or 3. Since I want to be rebellious, option 1 or 4 would work. But if I can only pick one, option 4 is clearly more reliable. Acting on the thought, he directly punched Yang Yongxin. Yang Yongxin fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth. This scene made Su Xiao cry out in surprise. Holy crap, it actually didn't forbid hitting people, and one punch knocked him out to the point of foaming at the mouth. Hearing the strange noise in the room, the guide pushed open the door and rushed in, asking, "What was that sound? What happened?" Su Xiao looked at Yang Yangxin lying on the ground right next to the principal's chair and scratched his head innocently, saying, "I don't know." The principal suddenly fell to the floor and went to sleep. The man didn't believe it and roared loudly, "You must have done something." He then angrily raised his fist and said, "How dare you disrespect the principal? You must be tired of living." The system selection panel popped up again. Option 1. Immediately kneel and apologize to the instructor. Option 2. Give each instructor a punch they'll never forget. Hint: this option will decrease the instructor's favorability toward you. When favorability drops to 0, the instructor will leave. The instructor's current favorability toward you is 60. Option 3. Fabricate an excuse to make the instructor temporarily believe the principal fell on his own and it has nothing to do with you. After reading, Su Xiao cried out again, "Gosh, another choice. Which one should I pick this time?" Ultimately, Su Xiao chose to give each instructor a punch. After finishing the beating, he muttered to himself, "Why do I feel like my strength has increased? Could it be that my talent ability has upgraded? Awesome. Hitting people feels much more satisfying now." But because his hands were a bit numb from the impact, he added, "However, my hands hurt a bit. It's better to summon the Black General and White Bear to teach them a lesson." Beneath his feet were 2 instructors foaming at the mouth. He then pointed to the open space and shouted, "Black General, White Bear." But nothing appeared around him. He said in confusion, where did the Black General and White Bear go? The cloth doll too." Viewers commented one after another, "What's going on? This level didn't say eerie objects weren't allowed." Another viewer also said, "Damn it, without eerie objects as bodyguards I feel a bit uneasy." Suddenly, the White Bear emerged from a vortex. He asked it, "White Bear, how did you come out from there? Where are the cloth doll and the Black General?" It gestured for a long time until Su Xiao finally understood and said to it, "I get it. You mean this level doesn't allow eerie objects like you to appear. The Black General and the cloth doll went to great lengths to send you in." After learning the truth, he gritted his teeth and cursed, "Dog system, now instead of targeting my talent, you're targeting the eerie objects around me, aren't you? How insidious, can't you play fair?" Subsequently, he said to the White Bear, "Forget it. Go invisible first so the eerie entities here don't discover you. I'll call you when I need you." It nodded after hearing this. Another instructor pushed open the door and shouted, "Principal Yang, we just heard. What's the situation here?" But he was immediately startled by the people lying on the ground. The White Bear was now invisible, leaving only Su Xiao standing there to tell them, "What are you two dazing there for? Don't you see Principal Yang is too tired and sleeping on the floor? Hurry up and carry him to the bed to lie down." The two were dumbfounded, pointing at the person on the ground and saying, "Principal Yang is asleep? Then how do you explain these 2 instructors lying on the floor?" Su Xiao retorted calmly, "Can't they sleep on the floor to keep the principal company?" At this point, the audience couldn't help but laugh and comment, "Su Xiao's answer makes my stomach hurt from laughing." Other comments also left the 2 instructors at a loss. Su Xiao stood there with his hands on his hips talking nonsense. "It's impossible, right? Do you think I could knock out all 3 of them by myself?" Hearing him say this, the instructor stroked his chin and thought, "True, with this newcomer's build it's impossible for him to beat the 3 of them. And besides Principal Yang, we instructors are all trained." Subsequently, he hoisted Principal Yang onto his back and said, "You go out first. If we find out this is related to you, we won't let you off easily." Su Xiao responded very obediently, Okay. But in his heart, he thought, "I can't be bothered to argue with you. I don't need to violate rules yet anyway, better save some energy." Leaving the treatment room, Su Xiao was led by the instructor to the front of the teaching building. The instructor told him that it was now after-school time and students could move freely. He gave a casual response. Then the instructor brought him before the crowd and introduced him. "Students, this new classmate is named Su Xiao. From now on he will be with everyone, learning how to be grateful to parents, be grateful to society. Everyone give him a round of applause." Then he squeezed Su Xiao's shoulder hard and said, "All right, new student. I hope you can learn gratitude early and leave this place." As he turned to leave, he left a sentence, "If you need anything in the future, you can come find me." Su Xiao stared at the man's back and thought, "Why did this guy squeeze my shoulder so hard? Is he hinting at something?" Just then, Zhao Li walked over and asked, "Classmate, are you thinking about the meaning of what the instructor just said? It's actually very simple. As long as you have money, you can make him work for you." Su Xiao asked back, "Does Principal Yang know about this bribe taking?" The man laughed after hearing this. "I'm not sure if the principal knows, but for them to be so blatant, it might be Principal Yang's instruction." He turned a blind eye and then said, "Classmate, let's get to know each other." At this moment, Su Xiao had only one thought. This guy clearly isn't up to any good and wants to pull me in. He first introduced himself. "My name is Zhao Li, what about you?" but Su Xiao turned away coldly and waved his hand saying, "I don't want to know you. Goodbye." Seeing this, Zhao Li thought unpleasantly, "Damn it, what are you acting all high and mighty for? Do you really think you're still some young master at home, HMPH? Just you wait, see how I deal with you." While Su Xiao encountered Zhao Li, other contestants also met him. Facing Zhao Li's friendly reminder, most contestants responded politely. Andy was currently shaking hands with him. Only a very few contestants chose to ignore him like Su Xiao. Lucas was one of them. Lucas turned and walked away without even giving him a glance. 10 minutes later, it was time for class. In the other contestants' strange tale worlds, Principal Yang went on stage to lecture, but only on Su Xiao's side was it an instructor. The instructor stood on the podium and said, "Today's welcome ceremony should have been hosted by Principal Yang, but due to his physical discomfort, this class is changed to self-study." He took out a code of conduct and said, "Everyone read the contents of the gratitude code aloud. I won't be supervising you," he added sternly. "Remember, private chatting is strictly prohibited, passing notes is strictly prohibited. If I catch you, there will be consequences." Everyone took the code and read in unison. "We must be grateful to our benefactor, Principal Yang Yangxin. The teacher not only helps us quit our internet addiction, but also helps us correct the mistakes in our lives." Listening to their reading, Su Xiao thought, "Crap, that's loud. But these students are unnervingly obedient." Suddenly, someone in the back row whispered to him, "Hey Zhou Chao, pass the note down." At this time, Su Nanan was handing a small crumpled piece of paper to Zhou Chao. Their behavior made Su Xiao think curiously, what do those people want to do? Then the paper ball was tossed onto his desk. Looking at the suddenly appearing paper ball, he asked himself, "Passed to me." After reading the note, he understood the situation, thinking, "No wonder they passed a note to me. It turns out these classmates want to find out the truth about why Principal Yang isn't in class. Do they actually like the principal's classes that much? Missing one day makes them feel uneasy all over." The note said, "New classmate, you were the last one to leave the treatment room. Do you know what happened to Principal Yang?" Then, feeling that he must reply, as it was his honor to clear up doubts for students, he lowered his head and began writing. Viewers sighed. "Does everyone guess if Big Boss Su Xiao will tell them the truth?" Another viewer commented, "It's fine to tell them, maybe it can increase favorability. Favorability seems very important." After finishing, he tossed the note back to Zhou Chao. She looked back at him slightly and thought, "Passed back so fast, it seems this new classmate is very reliable. Maybe we can pull him into our plan." Su Xiao wrote on the note, "Actually, I don't know what happened to the principal either. It seems the teacher was too tired. In the middle of talking to me in the treatment room, he was so exhausted that he just lay on the floor and fell asleep. Think about it, the floor is so cold. The teacher probably didn't come to class today because he caught a cold from sleeping on the floor." Zhou Chao was stunned after reading it. Viewers commented happily, "I overthought it. Big Boss Su Xiao is still very cautious." Another said, "Compared to Big Boss Su Xiao, I feel like a single-celled organism. How embarrassing." While it was quiet, the instructor suddenly walked in, hands behind his back, and said sternly, "Which student was secretly passing notes just now? Everyone stand up." The whole class went silent instantly. Then he walked up to Su Xiao and asked, "New student, did you pass a note? If you take the initiative to admit your mistake, I'll let you off this time." This time the system selection appeared again. System selection, option 1. Take responsibility, voluntarily hand over the note and bear all consequences. Hint, this option will increase some students' favorability toward you. When favorability reaches 100, the hidden plot will be unlocked. The student's current favorability toward you is 30. Option 2, shift responsibility, report the person who passed the note to you. Hint, this option will increase the instructor's favorability toward you. When favorability reaches 100, the hidden plot will be unlocked. The instructor's current favorability toward you is 50. Option 3, no evidence, no case. Refuse to admit to passing the note even if it kills you. With lightning speed, stuff the note into your mouth and swallow it. After reading the 3 options, Su Xiao stroked his chin and thought, "Gosh, these 3 options all look very ordinary, nothing special. It's hard to judge at a glance which one is the irrational reverse choice, but option 3 involves eating paper, which feels a bit uncomfortable. Option 2, which I just read, seems more logical." After thinking, he stood up and said, "Instructor, I want to report the person who just passed a note to me." The instructor put his hands on his hips and said, "Oh, quite sensible. Tell me who it is. Who exactly is defying Principal Yang's rules and disrupting classroom order?" Hearing him say this, Zhou Chao's face darkened as she thought, "It's over. I shouldn't have tested the newcomer. If he spills everything, we'll have to go for treatment." Zhang Yuan also thought in terror, "That place is too terrifying. I don't want to go for treatment. I don't want to go." To everyone's surprise, Su Xiao actually pointed at Zhao Li and said, "Instructor, The one who passed the note to me was him. Zhao Li, enraged by the false accusation, stood up and shouted, "You're spouting nonsense. It was clearly someone else who passed it to you. What does it have to do with me?" Su Xiao put on a look of helplessness and said, "Stop acting. You can't escape." Zhao Li was about to lose his temper. But the instructor had already quickly walked over, grabbed his hand and said, "Zhao Li, is it? Come with me." At this moment the instructor thought, with so many eyes watching, I can only take him away first. I can't let this matter become a topic of conversation for everyone. Zhao Li wanted to say again, "Instructor, it wasn't me. Just now I was clearly with you." But before he could finish, the instructor rudely interrupted and roared, "Shut up, come with me quickly, or I won't be polite." After he was taken away by the instructor, Su Xiao stood with his hands on his hips and sneered secretly. When the instructor walked out of the classroom just now, I saw the two of them exchange a glance. As expected, he was the one who reported me. "Want to be a snitch? I'll let you know who the real snitch is." At the same time, Su Xiao reported Zhao Li. Other contestants experienced similar things. Yang Yangxin walked over and asked Bo Chuan Ku Cha, "New student, did you pass a note in class just now? If you admit it voluntarily, I'll let you off." He looked up. The system selection also popped up. System selection. Option 1, take responsibility. Voluntarily hand over the note and take all responsibility. Hint, this option will increase some students' favorability toward you. When favorability reaches 100, the hidden plot will be unlocked. The student's current favorability toward you is 30. Option 2, shift responsibility, report the person who passed the note. Hint, this option will increase the instructor's favorability toward you. When favorability reaches 100, the hidden plot will be unlocked. The instructor's current favorability toward you is 50. Option 3, no evidence, no case. Refuse to admit to passing the note even if it kills you. With lightning speed, stuff the note into your mouth and swallow it. He thought to himself that this school was eerie everywhere, and students should unite and not betray their companions. After thinking, he clutched the note and, amidst everyone's astonishment, stuffed it into his mouth and swallowed it. Other students looked on thinking, "Holy crap, is this guy a fool?" Publicly disregarding Principal Yang, his behavior enraged Yang Yangxin. He grabbed his clothes and said, "You dare to swallow a note in front of me? I must definitely treat you well." He could only shout in pain, "No, please don't." Bo Chuan Ku Cha was tied to an electric chair in the center of a room, thinking anxiously, "What should I do? What should I do now?" There was a reminder before the instance started that all punishments received in the instance will be permanently retained. He thought again that if he were electrocuted, even if he passed the level, he would be ruined. After thinking, he shouted to Yang Yangxin, "Principal Yang, I respect you. Don't punish me. I'll listen to whatever you say. Please, I'll do anything you want." Hearing this, Principal Yang put on his gloves and turned his head to ask, "You should have said that to me just now. Don't you think it's a bit too late to say it now?" Subsequently, a therapy cap was fastened onto his head. He turned pale with terror and pleaded, "Don't, not like this." But Principal Yang said, "Come, accept the treatment. This is the mandatory path for everyone who enters this place. It helps me see whether you're telling the truth or lying." After speaking, he walked over and turned the adjustment knob to 10. Park Wadong was electrocuted, letting out a piteous scream. Then Yang spoke again. "Once the treatment begins, if you say what I want to hear, the pain will end sooner. If you remain obstinate and refuse to confess, the pain will increase manifold." He then asked, "I'm asking you, why did you choose to cover for those students just now? Do you want to join them in opposing me and eventually leave this school?" He shouted in terror. "No, it wasn't like that. I was possessed for a moment. Principal Yang, please forgive me." Principal Yang turned the knob again and said, "Forgive you, so you can join those students in rebelling against me? How naive. Don't think I don't know what tricks you're all playing." When the adjustment knob was turned to 50, Park Wadong could no longer bear the electricity and shouted loudly, "Principal Yang, I really know I was wrong. Please, I beg you, forgive me." Principal Yang said again, "I can forgive you, but you must give me the answer I want to hear. Otherwise, your pain will continue." At this moment, the system selection panel appeared again. He thought to himself, "What should I choose?" Continuing to beg for mercy was clearly useless. The third option was obviously a death wish. The options included Option 1, beg for mercy, continue to plead with Principal Yang. Option 2, thank Principal Yang, confess to Principal Yang, stating that everything he did was to express gratitude toward him. Option 3, desperation. I didn't do anything wrong. If you've got the guts, just kill me. Hint. All three options allow for free responses. Principal Yang's impression score will increase or decrease based on your answer. Electrocuted to the point of tears with blood seeping from the corners of his mouth, he said, Principal Yang, everything I did was to show my gratitude to you. I swallowed that paper to win the students' trust. Only then can I get intelligence from them to report to you at any time. Yang Yongxin was quite satisfied with this answer and said, "That answer is barely acceptable." He turned off the knob and said, "It seems the gratitude treatment is indeed effective. Your answer surprised me. I look forward to your performance in the future. If you're all talk and no action, I think you'll find yourself back here again." He also said with great effort, "Yes, I will definitely help you gather intelligence." Meanwhile, Andy, through his deductions, successfully pinned the blame on Zhao Li. This way he didn't offend Principal Yang and successfully won the favor of the students. He pointed at Zhao Li and said, "He was the one who passed the note to me." Lucas, however, chose to bear the consequences and took sole responsibility for the note. He pointed at his own chest and said, "I passed the note. If you're going to punish someone, punish me alone." He chose this because he noticed that student favorability had appeared in the previous options. This favorability was definitely very important. Want a 5-star clearance, you have to max it out. Consequently, Principal Yang took Lucas directly to treatment room 13. Lucas was tied to the electric chair but appeared exceptionally calm. Yang Yongxin stood before him. Seeing him remain silent, Yang pretended to ponder and said, "Good, good, good. I have plenty of methods. It's too late for you to regret it now." He then placed the therapy cap on Lucas's head and said, "I'd like to see which is harder, your mouth or my treatment." The current surged into Lucas's body, but he remained completely unresponsive. Principal Yang's face darkened as he thought, "No reaction, what is wrong with this guy?" Subsequently, he turned the adjustment knob to 50 and said, "I underestimated you. It seems you are quite ill and require even stronger treatment. I like students like you because the more you resist, the more I want to see your spirit break." On the other side, Lucas seemed to be enjoying the sensation, shouting in his heart, This feels great." Yang Yongxin turned to look at him and said, "You can still smile at a time like this, Lucas, you really are a freak. But as I said, the more you're like this, the more excited I get." He continued to increase the current as he spoke. By now, Lucas could no longer enjoy it. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth and groans of pain began to escape him. Yang Yongxin spoke again, "It seems my treatment is still the more effective one. Now you can tell me, why did you take the blame alone? What benefit do you get from covering for those students?" The selection panel appeared before him. Option 1, beg for mercy. Continue to plead with Principal Yang. Option 2, thank Principal Yang. Confess to Principal Yang, stating that everything you did was to express gratitude toward him. Option 3, desperation. I didn't do anything wrong. If you've got the guts, just electrocute me to death. Hint. All 3 options allow for free responses. Principal Yang's impression score will increase or decrease based on your answer. After reading the 3 options, Lucas thought, "I don't want to choose any of them. The stimulation from this treatment makes my brain run even more steadily. I'm enjoying this way too much." Subsequently, he shouted, "I didn't do anything wrong. If you've got the guts, just electrocute me to death." After making the choice, he frowned and cursed inwardly. "Am I crazy? What's going on? Why did my body make the choice automatically?" Being shocked further, Lucas had a sudden realization, "I get it. If I don't make a choice within the time limit, my body will automatically choose for me." He then muttered to himself, "I don't know what the consequences of this choice will be, but I don't think they're optimistic." Yang Yongxin, meanwhile, thought to himself, "Damn, I've never seen anyone so unafraid of death." Ultimately, he chose to turn off the power and said, "Lucas, you really surprised me, but since you're so intent on dying, I won't let you have your way." He continued, "I need people like you who don't follow orders. There's no rush. I have plenty of time and methods to teach you gratitude." He was convinced Lucas would become a regular in treatment room 13. Meanwhile, in Su Xiao's space, Yang Yongxin woke up, pointed at Su Xiao and cursed, "You brat, you actually dared to play tricks on my turf and dared to put me in the infirmary? Now that I'm awake, I'm going to show you the meaning of cruelty." Su Xiao was already sitting on the electric chair playing around and said, "Come on, start your performance." Hearing this, Yang turned to the person next to him and said, "Instructor Zhang put the special cap on him. Let's see if he still dares to be so arrogant in a moment." Instructor Zhang also agreed that Principal Yang must punish him and said they would see how the kid begged for mercy later. As Instructor Zhang placed the cap on him, Su Xiao was still in the mood to joke, saying, "Not bad, this cap is actually pretty nice." Yang turned the adjustment knob to 30 and said, "I'll let you enjoy 30 first. Think carefully about where you went wrong." He also said, "If you don't give me a satisfactory answer today, I won't let you off. You'll never learn gratitude and you'll never leave this place." The current surged through his entire body, but Su Xiao still felt nothing. He thought to himself, other than feeling a bit numb all over, my talent doesn't seem to be reacting. Could my talent be immune to this kind of electrical damage? Does this count as an eerie attack?" Subsequently, he said to Yang Yongxin, "Is that it? Principal Yang, I have to ask, did you skip lunch? You think this level of treatment is going to make me grateful? Hurry up and crank up the current. We're doing a gratitude treatment here. Can't you be a bit more professional?" Instructor Zhang, standing nearby, said unpleasantly. Crap kid, you're way too arrogant. You're actually trying to tell the principal how to do his job? Does the principal need you to teach him? He then said to Principal Yang. Principal Yang, I think this kid is incredibly stubborn. How about we give him something a bit more intense? Yang Yangxin, hearing this, snapped back unpleasantly. Are you trying to tell me how to do my job now? Instructor Zhang was silenced, scratching his head and saying no repeatedly. Subsequently, Principal Yang turned the adjustment knob to 70 and said, You wanted more current, now I'll satisfy you. 70 was a treatment level that an ordinary person absolutely could not endure. Let's see how you act cool now, kid. At this moment, the system selection panel also appeared. Option 1, open your mouth and beg for mercy. Option 2, thank Principal Yang. Option 3, be brazen and unyielding like a dead pig not fearing boiling water. Option 4, Principal Yang's nightmare. Be the most rebellious student, give the principal a sincere and enthusiastic slap and tie the principal to the chair to let him receive conversion therapy. Hint, all options are free to choose. Principal Yang will increase or decrease your impression score based on your response. When the impression score reaches 100 or falls below 0, a special plot will be triggered or new permissions will be unlocked. The principal's current impression score of you is -15. Looking at these options, Su Xiao thought to himself, free options. This option has never appeared before. Could this be the result of my rebellion? After thinking, he spoke up provocatively again. Principal Yang, oh Principal Yang, calamities sent by heaven may be avoided, but calamities brought upon oneself are inescapable. You have no one but yourself to blame. Yang was so angry he cursed loudly. Damn it, you still dare to curse me, I'll slaughter you. He then adjusted the knob again, with a 100 success rate. Su Xiao still asked calmly, Oh dear, why must you go this far? The more composed he was, the more Yang Yangxin shouted in incomprehension. My God, what kind of monster is this kid to be able to hold out at this level? Is he made of insulation? Subsequently, he turned to Instructor Zhang and said, Instructor Zhang, I suspect something is wrong with the machine. Please put on the special cap and give it a try. Hearing this, Instructor Zhang thought to himself, try it? What kind of nonsense are you talking? How can a mouth with such warm breath speak such cold-blooded words? Can this thing even be tried? One try and I might lose my life. He then politely refused. Principal Yang, I don't think a personal test is necessary. If the machine is broken, calling a repairman might be more useful than me testing it. But Yang Yangxin said, Don't forget who's feeding you. Without me, you'd all be begging for scraps in the streets. Hearing this, Instructor Zhang thought to himself, Yes. We're in a remote area. Before you built this gratitude treatment hospital, the villagers couldn't even manage to stay fed. But I'm just working for you, not throwing my life away for you. Seeing him remain silent, Principal Yang finally said unpleasantly, Why aren't you speaking? Are you unwilling? Then tomorrow you can go back to your village. I need people who obey me. Hearing this, Instructor Zhang reached out about to say, Principal Yang, Just then, Su Xiao interjected, Principal Yang, I don't think you need people who obey you. What you need are people like you who view human life as cheap. The kind of societal scum who treat the abuse of others as fun. The three people in the room shouted in unison. What did you say? Yang said to Su Xiao conceitedly. Kid, you aren't very old, but you've got quite the guts. That's right, I just love torturing those students who don't listen and don't understand gratitude. What's wrong with that? Those students were sent here personally by their parents. Not only do the parents not think there's a problem with me, but they even have to thank me. He then spread his arms and said, Tell me, which of these students isn't a parasite on society? If I weren't willing to give them a chance to turn over a new leaf, do you think society would have a place for them? Addicted to the internet, shouting at their parents, some even hitting them, that is what you call scum. And I am merely guiding these degenerates back onto the right path. Su Xiao struck back dismissively. The things you say are indeed what parents want to hear. But in reality, children in real life lack care and naturally look for a sense of belonging on the internet. He also said that parents only feel their children are rebellious and disobedient, but never reflect on their own educational issues. Subsequently, he pointed the finger at Yang Yangxin and said, Principal Yang, you still have the nerve to say you're letting everyone turn over a new leaf. I think the person who needs to turn over a new leaf most is you. To describe abuse and torture in such high-sounding terms, you really are something else. You're quite ill yourself. Hearing these words, Yang remained obstinate and said, My young classmate, your problem is very serious. I must treat you. Subsequently, he ordered Instructor Zhang, Go and turn the voltage in the treatment room to the highest level. I want to perform deep therapy on him. Instructor Zhang answered worriedly, Principal Yang, isn't this a bit much? I'm afraid it might actually kill someone. Yang Yangxin sat in his chair with his arms crossed and said, What are you afraid of? If he's electrocuted to death, I'll take responsibility. Hurry up and turn the power to the maximum. The two instructors obeyed and left the room, closing the door behind them. After they left, he adjusted his gloves again and said sinisterly, "Newcomer, your problem is very deep-rooted and requires treatment. Next I will teach you how to be grateful, and how to be a useful person to society." To his utter surprise, Su Xiao suddenly broke free from his restraints, stood up and said, "Be a useful person to society. Principal Yang, let me teach you instead." Seeing Su Xiao able to stand up, he asked stutteringly, How did you?" Su Xiao directly backhanded him with a slap and said, "Mind your own business." Yang Yangxin was slapped until he was foaming at the mouth again, falling onto the floor face down. Su Xiao stepped on his rear and said, "Hey, trash, can't even take a single slap, but since you love giving others treatment so much, today I'll let you taste what it feels like to be treated yourself." After a period of busy work, he successfully placed the cap on Principal Yang's face, which was now swollen like a pig's head. Yang asked dizzily, Where am I?" Su Xiao sat in the chair opposite and consoled him. "Don't worry, I'm just giving you treatment. Don't you often give students treatment? It will definitely bring you benefits." Hearing Su Xiao's words, he tried to dissuade him in a panic. My dear student, I advise you not to do anything foolish. Is this how you repay the parents who sent you here? They spent so much effort, all for your own good. As long as you graduate smoothly, you can go home. I guarantee you can definitely go home safely. For now, you'd best not do anything reckless." However, Su Xiao never played by the rules and quickly responded, "What? Bringing up parents to try and morally kidnap me? Sorry, I have no morals to begin with, so I can't be kidnapped." He also imitated Principal Yang's manner and turned the adjustment knob to 100. A voice came from the machine, "Thunderlord, accept the judgment of justice." He was electrocuted until his eyes rolled back, and he groaned. Su Xiao picked up the phone he had confiscated from the principal. Watching him being electrocuted and flailing about, Su Xiao said, "Principal Yang can even do the phoenix dance in the 9 heavens. You're dancing quite energetically. I'll provide some accompaniment for you." The phone in his hand intelligently produced a mechanical voice, "Now playing Phoenix Dancing in the 9 Heavens for you." The song began, I want to fly, taking my dreams to soar. Charging outside, not afraid of fire. Flying to the blue sky, not afraid of thunder and lightning." Yang Yangxin's rhythm of electrocution was surprisingly in sync with the song. A viewer commented, "Don't even say it, this hypnotic music paired with Principal Yang's rhythmic dance steps really has a certain style." Another viewer also commented, "Principal Yang was hiding it deep. To be able to hit such a difficult beat, I'm impressed, truly impressed." At this moment, Su Xiao also swayed along with the rhythm. While Su Xiao was punishing the principal, most of the other contestants had also been taken to Treatment Room 13 by Principal Yang, including Andre. Currently, he was being pinned down by 2 instructors, while Principal Yang said angrily before him, "You dare to cause trouble in front of me. Today I must teach you a good lesson." Logically, since Andre had chosen to report Zhao Li in the classroom, he shouldn't have entered the treatment room. When Yang Yangxin had asked, "Who passed the note to you?" Andre had pointed at Zhao Li and said it was him. But for some reason, after Zhao Li whispered something in Principal Yang's ear, Andre was unfortunately seized anyway. At that time, Zhao Li had whispered to Yang Yangxin. He also responded, "Is that so?" Fortunately, Andy took the initiative to curry favor with Principal Yang as soon as he entered the treatment room. Andy said, "Principal Yang, I deliberately framed Zhao Li to help you gather intelligence. The goal was to win the trust of the other students. You're so brilliant. You can surely understand his current line of thinking. The effects of the treatment in this round will be permanent. If one doesn't cooperate and ends up being turned into an idiot, the consequences would be fatal." Ultimately, Principal Yang believed Andy's explanation. He waved his hand and said, "Let him go. Andy, I'll trust you this once. Let's see how you perform from now on. If you disappoint me again, I will show you no mercy." Andy nodded firmly and said, "Rest assured, I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer." Night fell. In Su Xiao's space, Yang Yangxin was still on the chair, letting out bursts of wails as he was electrocuted. While adjusting the knob, Su Xiao muttered, "It seems those 2 instructors really did increase the power." He was scorched to a crisp in just a few minutes. Suddenly, the 2 instructors pushed the door open and reported, "Principal Yang, the matter you ordered has been handled. We've let him feel the effect of the treatment." Before they could finish, they saw Su Xiao sitting nearby completely unharmed while Principal Yang was slumped in the electric chair, charred black. The 2 lost their voices in shock, shouting, "Holy crap, what's going on? Weren't we supposed to help the newcomer with his treatment? Why is Principal Yang the one scorched to a crisp?" Instructor Zhang raised his baton, pointed it at Su Xiao and questioned, "What did you do to Principal Yang? Why is Principal Yang in the chair? Shouldn't the person receiving treatment be you?" Su Xiao spread his hands and replied, "This has nothing to do with me. Principal Yang untied me personally and then sat in it himself. He said he wanted to experience that ecstatic feeling during treatment. Hearing this, the instructor burst into a furious curse. Nonsense, how could Principal Yang obediently sit in the chair to receive treatment? You obviously forced him. Instructor Zhang followed up with a threat. Sit down and don't move or don't blame us for being rude. As soon as the words left his mouth, Su Xiao quickly stepped forward and gave each of them a slap, saying, I gave you an inch and you took a mile, didn't you? Looking at the two of them slumped on the ground foaming at the mouth, he lamented, being young is great. You fall fast asleep the moment your head hits the floor. Finally, he walked out of the room and said to himself, the room is full of the smell of burning. I need to come out and breathe some fresh air. At that moment, a notification popped up on the system panel. System. Please note Principal Yang's current impression score of you is 0. You have triggered and unlocked a new plotline. After reading it, Su Xiao muttered, a plot unlocked by the impression score dropping to 0 probably isn't anything good, but whatever. What is there to fear? What's done is done. Venting my anger is what matters most. The notification panel still hadn't disappeared. Principal Yang's current impression score of you is 0. You have triggered and unlocked a new plotline. The viewers also left a flurry of comments. Exactly. Punishing the Thunderlord is the dream of countless people. Big Boss Su Xiao actually did it. So badass, another viewer commented, an old fan of Big Boss Su Xiao passing through. I will always support the boss. Along with the triggering of the new plot, new rules were also promulgated. Rule 1. From this moment on, please obey Principal Yang's orders unconditionally. This is your only chance to leave the Gratitude Education Center. Rule 2. Do not yield to Principal Yang. His gratitude treatment is extremely perverted and twisted. Please maintain your human clarity and do not assist a tyrant in his evils. Rule 3. Principal Yang is kind and philanthropic. In this place, if you don't believe in him, who else can you believe in? Go, throw yourself into his embrace. Rule 4. Principal Yang's authority is not to be challenged. If you discover a classmate playing tricks behind his back, please be sure to report it to Principal Yang in a timely manner. Rule 5. Believe in Principal Yang. Principal Yang will take you away from here. Seeing these rules, Su Xiao let out a small new rules. He then carefully pondered them. All 5 rules mention Principal Yang. It seems these rules are specifically made for Principal Yang, likely related to the impression score that just dropped to 0. At this moment, the notification panel appeared again. Please note, the instructor's current impression score of you is 0. You have triggered a new plotline. One after another, the new plotlines surprised Su Xiao. Another new plot? The content of the new rules was as follows. Rule 1. The instructors and Principal Yang stand on a united front. Do not fantasize about making them resist Principal Yang. They possess absolute loyalty to the principal. Rule 2. Please note instructors do not have the habit of accepting bribes. Please do not attempt to buy them off with money. Rule 3. Instructors only work for Principal Yang. Sometimes you can also choose to believe them. Rule 4. Do not attempt to pour out your heart to an instructor. That is an extremely foolish act. If an instructor takes you into a small dark room and locks you up, please be sure to obey. Rule 5. Believe the instructors will lead you away. Below, another line of notes was added. The rules have undergone a transformation. After reading, Su Xiao thought to himself, as expected, if the instructor's impression score drops to 0, related new rules will also appear. He then thought of a question, but I only hit these 2 instructors. Does this impression score refer to all instructors or only these 2 in the room? If the impression score for all instructors has dropped to 0, then this mechanism is interesting. While Su Xiao was unlocking the new plot and rules, Andy from the Grizzly Bear Nation also successfully triggered a new plot. Looking at the system panel, Andy thought, impression scores really can trigger new plots. The system content displayed. Please note Principal Yang's current impression score of you is 100. You have triggered and unlocked a new plotline. The viewers also flooded into the live stream to comment so strong. Andy actually managed to max out Principal Yang's impression score to 100, another viewer commented. In this level, Andy's sulfur monosulfide grade talent infinite deduction has a huge advantage, allowing him to make the optimal choice at any time. Another viewer speculated that it seemed an impression score of either 0 or 100 would trigger a new plot. At this time, Yang Yangshin was waving toward Andy saying, Andy, come over here. I have a task to arrange for you. Andy immediately responded respectfully, yes, Principal Yang. After entering the room, Yang Yangshin whispered, listen, I need you to infiltrate the student body and find out for me who is secretly resisting me. Furthermore, figure out their specific goals and plans. Instructor Zhang and Instructor Li will cooperate with your work. You have absolute command authority. After hearing this, Andy thought, investigating classmates, this is a perfect opportunity for a counterattack. Subsequently, he firmly promised Yang Yangshin, rest assured, Principal Yang, I will definitely do my utmost to serve you and help you uncover those restless students. Hearing these promises, Yang Yangshin patted him on the shoulder and said, I truly didn't misjudge you. Go on, let me see what you're capable of. In the school infirmary, Dr. Mi held a file and said to Bo Chuan Kucha, Principal Yang ordered me to conduct a psychological evaluation on you. Please answer seriously. I will hand the test results over to Principal Yang. Bo Chuan Kucha stared at her with a lecherous expression and said, You're so beautiful, I'll answer whatever you ask truthfully. Hearing this, she began the questioning. Very well, the test begins. If you were walking on the street and see an old lady fall down, would you quickly leave or risk helping her up? Bo Chuan Kucha's answer was, I would walk away directly. I cannot bear the risk of being extorted. Subsequently, she asked again, Very well, the second question. Do you feel that Principal Yang possesses absolute authority in the school? Do you think the gratitude treatment is effective? He immediately responded, Of course it's effective, but what he was thinking was, I just got electrocuted once and I'm traumatized. If I dare say it's not effective. What if I'm caught and taken back for treatment again? Dr. Mi continued to ask, Very well, the third question. If one day a classmate takes the lead in resisting Principal Yang, would you join the resistance or choose to watch from the sidelines? Bo Chuan Kucha quickly replied again, I think I would choose to watch from the sidelines. Principal Yang's power is so great, wouldn't resisting just be seeking death? After finishing the questions, Dr. Mi turned around and said, Fine, you can return to the classroom. Bo Chuan Kucha lingered, continuing to pester her. Is that all? Doctor, can I come and chat with you often even if nothing's wrong? Dr. Mi coldly refused. Suit yourself, come back when you're sick. Subsequently, Bo Chuan Kucha left after saying, I'll be back. Looking at his back, Dr. Mi thought, I thought he was a like-minded person, but I didn't expect him to be this kind of scum. Luckily, I tested him. Such a person absolutely cannot be trusted. In the Eastern Island nation's meeting room, the high-level officials watched the screen and cursed angrily. Bo Chuan, that idiot, the doctor's psychological test obviously had a deeper meaning, yet he only knows how to curry favor. Another person also stood up and said, Now that the plot has progressed to this point, it seems he's already irrelevant. He missed a great opportunity. The previous person sighed. We can only hope that Bo Chuan's talent can play a role. There's no saving his brain. At 10 p.m., Su Xiao followed two students, eavesdropping on their conversation. One brown-haired youth lamented, School is finally over. I've almost memorized the gratitude manual to death. The other quickly reminded him, Shush, keep it down, be careful not to be heard by the patrolling instructors. Get back to the dorm quickly. At this moment, Su Xiao's attention was drawn by something. He said to himself, a lame kitten jumped out and let out a meow. Su Xiao crouched down and imitated a few meows, reaching out his hand to it. But the kitten hissed at him. Suddenly a voice rang out, startling him. He turned to look. Don't touch it. Shu Erwa shielded the kitten and said, Thunderlord is timid. Don't touch it. Hearing the cat's name, Su Xiao asked with a face full of confusion, Thunderlord, I remember Principal Yang's rules state that pets are not allowed in the school. You're not only secretly keeping one but even named it Thunderlord. Aren't you afraid of being discovered by Principal Yang? Hearing the questioning, Shu Erwa fiercely rolled up his sleeves and said, You dare threaten me? See if I don't beat you to death. Just then, Zhang Yuan and several others walked over from a distance and shouted a halt. Shu Erwa, stop! Shu Erwa's hand, which was ready to get rough, hung in midair as he turned to look at them. Su Xiao also looked over. Zhang Yuan put his arm around Su Xiao's shoulder and said to Shu Erwa, this isn't someone you can bully. He's my brother. Shu Erwa asked back in confusion. Your brother? Subsequently, he curled his lip and said, Fine, since you've put it that way, I won't make things hard for him today. But I'm warning you beforehand, he absolutely must not snitch about me secretly keeping a cat. Zhang Yuan led Su Xiao away, looking back to say, Don't worry, we won't snitch on you. We're going. At this time, Su Xiao thought to himself, These three people suddenly helping me must mean they have something to say to me. Let's see what they want to say. The group arrived at a secluded corner and Zhang Yuan spoke first. Student Su Xiao, thanks for not exposing us this morning, otherwise we would have been in big trouble. Su Xiao replied dismissively, Don't mention it, it was just a small thing. Zhang Yuan added, By the way, let me remind you, Zhao Li is a schemer. You'd better not get too close to him and pay special attention to those words of his. Hardly a sentence of it is true. As he was speaking, an instructor walked over, the light of his flashlight shining on the group, and ordered Su Xiao, come with me for a moment. Zhang Yuan stepped in front of Su Xiao and said, Brother, run, we'll cover you. Zhou Chao also followed up urgently. Exactly. The instructor calling for you definitely isn't anything good. Hurry and leave. However, Su Xiao not only showed no fear but instead walked cheerfully toward the instructor. I'm coming, instructor. This move left the two behind him completely baffled. Zhou Chao wondered, what is Su Xiao up to? At a time like this, shouldn't he be avoiding the instructor? Why did he take the initiative to go to him? The instructor said to Su Xiao, Kid, you're not running, are you? Fine, come with me. Principal Yang ordered you to be locked in the small dark room. Hearing this, Su Xiao thought to himself, inviting me to the small dark room, Instructor Rule 4 mentioned, do not attempt to pour out your heart to an instructor. That is an extremely foolish act. If an instructor takes you into a small dark room and locks you up, please be sure to obey. He pondered for a moment. I haven't offended this instructor, yet he hates me very much. It seems the previous instructor impression score really was a collective rating. This meant that within the instructor group, as long as one person's impression score drops to 0, the overall impression score will drop to 0 along with it. This way I don't have to worry. Having thought it through, he turned to ask the instructor, Instructor, you haven't had dinner yet, have you? The instructor replied coldly. Not yet. Why? Subsequently, Su Xiao directly gave him a resounding slap and said, Then have a slap to tide you over. This slap caused blood to seep from the corner of the instructor's mouth. The three onlookers were dumbfounded. The slapped instructor clutched his face and wailed, Wah, I haven't wanted to do this for a long time. He forced me. I don't want to go against my conscience and help a tyrant. It was all his idea. Scold me, hit me. I'm not human. I've actually been working for that bastard. Seeing him like this, Su Xiao thought to himself, as expected, Sincere Strike is working. Subsequently, he began to analyze. Sincere Strike only works on eerie entities. It didn't have any effect before, but suddenly worked now, which indicates one thing. These instructors are likely no longer human. Is it because the impression score is 0? Once the impression score reaches 0, they will mutate into eerie entities and then constantly look for trouble with me. Su Xiao flexed his wrists and thought secretly, then I'd like to see how they plan to look for trouble with me. Sure enough, many instructors appeared along the way. The instructors looked for various excuses to make things difficult for Su Xiao, only to be slapped by him one by one until they slumped to the ground wailing. I'm really not human, another cried out. I'm quitting. I want to go home. That beast Yang Yaxin. Zhang Yuan and the others were completely dazed by the sight. Zhang Yuan muttered foolishly, Heavens, what is going on tonight? The instructors were not only crying but also complaining about all kinds of dissatisfaction with Principal Yang. Zhou Chao supported her chin and said, This is actually a good opportunity. It'll be convenient for us to overthrow Principal Yang's tyranny in the future. Finally, Su Xiao returned to the dormitory and met Zhao Li. Zhao Li greeted him warmly. Brother Su Xiao, you live in this dorm too. What a coincidence, I live here as well. Meeting Zhao Li, Su Xiao replied with a face full of disdain, Then should I leave? Zhao Li quickly stopped him. What kind of talk is that, Brother Su Xiao? Being able to live in one dorm is destiny. Come, I'll help you make the bed. Watching Zhao Li being so attentive, Su Xiao thought, This kid is a snake in the grass, he's definitely up to no good. But I can cooperate with his acting and see what he's really after. Finally, Su Xiao sat on the bed and said, Thanks, I shouldn't have reported you this morning. Zhao Li acted very magnanimously. It's fine, I didn't receive any serious punishment anyway. At this moment he thought to himself, he's hooked. Subsequently, he lowered his voice and said to Su Xiao, By the way, I have a secret escape plan I want to discuss with you. Do you want to hear it? Su Xiao followed along. Sure, let's hear it. Zhao Li took out a piece of paper and said, Brother, this is a map I spent a lot of effort drawing. As long as we follow the route on here, we can escape from this hellhole. Hearing this, Su Xiao thought, This guy wants to run and wants to take me as a scapegoat. He definitely has ill intentions. The system options popped up again, and he began to weigh them carefully. This 50 points of favorability was likely from Zhang Yuan's gang. Zhao Li's favorability toward me certainly isn't that high, judging from the instructor's situation just now. As long as one person's impression score drops to 0, a new plot will be triggered. At this time, the options he faced were as follows. Option 1. Accept Zhao Li's invitation and discuss the escape plan together. Option 2. Refuse Zhao Li's escape request and explain that the risk is too high and you don't want to take the chance. Option 3. Ignore him. As for escape plans, I'm not interested in the slightest. Option 4. Pretend to cooperate with Zhao Li and report him to the school authorities during the operation. Hint: your choice will directly affect the student's impression score of you. Current favorability is 50. Considering Zhao Li was still beside him, Su Xiao, since the student's favorability toward me isn't full yet, I might as well choose option 4. After making his decision, Su Xiao said to Zhao Li, If you're certain this plan is solid, I'll escape with you. Zhao Li responded excitedly, That's great, brother, I was just waiting for you to say that. Come, let's discuss the specific escape route. He then pointed to the map and said, Look, food delivery trucks go in and out of the student cafeteria every day. We'll sneak near the cafeteria and hide in a truck when no one's looking to get out smoothly. However, the trucks usually park at the back door of the cafeteria, which happens to be a restricted zone of the school. We must find a way to determine the exact time the trucks arrive and leave. Hearing this, Su Xiao asked suspiciously, "How are we supposed to know the exact time?" Zhao Li analyzed. "Small dark room number 3 happens to have a view of the back of the cafeteria. If we can get into that room, we can definitely determine the truck schedule." He then said to Su Xiao, "Brother, I've prepared the map and the plan. Observing from the small dark room is up to you. If you get locked in there for just one day, we can leave tomorrow." After hearing him out, Su Xiao feigned resistance and said, "You want me to go to the small dark room? You're giving me such an important task, I'm afraid I'll blow it. I think I'll just stay in school. I suddenly feel like the school is actually quite nice." Seeing that he wanted to give up, Zhao Li quickly grabbed his hand and said, "Su Xiao, don't be like that. If we're escaping together, we both have to pull our weight. You can't just leave all the work to me, can you?" At that moment, Zhao Li thought to himself, "Damn it, I have to drag you into this. When we try to escape, I'll report you to Principal Yang. Maybe I can win the principal's trust and get a pardon." Su Xiao shook off his hand and said coldly, "Anyway, I'm not going to the small dark room. Whoever wants to go can go." Zhao Li persisted. "I think you're the most suitable candidate. You're practically guaranteed to become a regular in the small dark room. You're definitely more familiar with it than I am." Before Zhao Li could even withdraw his hand, he quickly added, "What's the use of me being familiar with it? You have to be randomly assigned to small dark room number 3. Then Zhao Li came up with another idea. "How about this? Let's stop arguing. Let's both cause some trouble and get locked up together. Whoever gets assigned to room 3 will be responsible for recording the truck times. How does that sound?" Su Xiao still objected. "Not great, your idea is terrible." Then Su Xiao revealed a brilliant smile, held up a finger and proposed, "How about this instead? You be the one to cause trouble and I'll guarantee you get locked into small dark room number 3. What do you think?" Faced with Su Xiao's sincerity, Zhao Li looked on in disbelief. He clenched his fists and said, "Brother, I think you're being a bit unethical. You refuse to suffer even the slightest loss. As the saying goes, suffering is a blessing." Hearing this, Su Xiao immediately retorted, "Suffering is a blessing, right? Then you should have plenty of it." Zhao Li grit his teeth in rage, his anger smoldering, but he didn't dare lash out. He could only curse secretly in his heart. "Damn it, he's so shameless. I really regret using this trick on him, but it's too late to back out now. He thinks I want to escape. If I turn on him now, he'll definitely report me. To get that pardon, I have to drag Su Xiao down with me no matter what." After thinking it through, Zhao Li patted his chest and said to Su Xiao, "Fine, since you're so opposed to going to the small dark room, I'll take one for the team. I'll be the one to do the time, but I'm only telling this plan to you. You must keep it a secret." Su Xiao readily agreed. "Don't worry, I'll definitely keep it a secret." Meanwhile, Lucas also encountered Zhao Li. The system selection panel popped up again. Option 1. Accept Zhao Li's escape invitation and discuss the escape plan with him. Option 2. Refuse Zhao Li's escape request and explain that the risk is too high and you don't want to take the chance. Option 3. Ignore him. "I'm not interested in escape plans at all." Option 4. Pretend to discuss it with Zhao Li, then report him during the execution. Hint: your choice will directly affect the student's favorability toward you. Current favorability is 50. Zhao Li held the map in front of Lucas and said, "Brother, I spent a lot of effort drawing this map. As long as we follow this route, we can escape." Lucas crossed his arms and said coldly, "Not doing it. Find someone else." After refusing, he walked straight back to his bed, leaving Zhao Li alone to grumble and curse. "What are you acting so high and mighty for? I'm giving you face by taking you with me and you dare to refuse? Just you wait. I'll see how I finish you off." Before he could even finish his sentence, Lucas flicked a playing card. The card sliced the corner of Zhao Li's mouth and blood began to flow. Then Lucas turned his back and said, "If you don't shut that stinking mouth of yours next time, I don't mind shutting it for you permanently." Zhao Li clutched his mouth in terror, thinking, "Damn it, he could hear me even though I was whispering." At that moment, a system notification popped up. "Please note the student's favorability toward you is now 0. A new plotline has been triggered and unlocked." Just as Zhao Li turned to flee, muttering, "The infirmary, I need the infirmary. I'm never living with this demon again," Lucas saw the system notification and cried out in surprise. "What?" he said angrily. "Favorability dropped to 0. Damn it, I was trying to stay rational and max out everyone's favorability. After all, it's likely a condition for a high evaluation. But because of Zhao Li, all that previous effort has gone down the drain." The new rules manifested as well. Rule 1. From this moment on, please obey Principal Yang's orders unconditionally. This is your only chance to leave the Gratitude Education Center. Rule 2. Do not yield to Principal Yang. His gratitude treatment is extremely perverted and twisted. Please maintain your human clarity and do not assist a tyrant in his evils. Rule 3. Principal Yang is kind and philanthropic. In this place, if you don't believe in him, who else can you believe in? Go, throw yourself into his embrace. Rule 4. Principal Yang's authority is not to be challenged. If you discover a classmate playing tricks behind his back, please be sure to report it to Principal Yang in a timely manner. Rule 5. Believe in Principal Yang. Principal Yang will lead you away from here. After reading the new rules, Lucas secretly pondered the current abnormalities. Did this mean he was already unable to obtain the highest evaluation for the instance? He then rubbed his face and muttered to himself, "Is the thing I seek truly always so out of reach?" While Lucas refused Zhao Li, most of the other contestants also turned down his escape request, but the Philippine contestant Moputi was deceived. In the room, Moputi said, "Zhao Li, don't worry. I'll go to the small dark room and definitely find out the truck schedule." At that moment, Zhao Li was secretly delighted. He hadn't expected this guy to be so gullible. What an idiot. That night, Moputi found an instructor and under the instructor's dazed gaze directly started a fight. The instructor who was hit clutched his head and screamed, "Ah, are you crazy? You dare to hit an instructor?" Moputi not only received a free electrotherapy session, but also got his wish and was locked in small dark room number 3. The instructor locked him in and barked, "Repent properly in there." Moputi stood in the dim room looking at the boarded-up window and cried out in shock, "Oh my god, didn't Zhao Li say you could see the cafeteria back door from room 3? The window is completely boarded up. What am I supposed to see?" He then stroked his chin and muttered, wondering if he could find some tools to pry the boards off the window. But the surroundings were empty. Finally, he found only a single wire. Holding it in his hand, he cursed, "Damn it, I searched for ages and found only a wire, but I guess it's better than nothing." He tried to use the wire to unscrew the bolts holding the boards in place, twisting until his fingers turned red, muttering to himself, "By the time I pull all these nails out, my hands will probably be ruined." Moputi angrily pulled at the screws as he spoke. "If I can't see the truck then, Zhao Li is dead. I'll kick his ass the moment I get out of here." At 11 p.m., he finally managed to pry off all the boards. He sighed, "Heavens, I've been at it for hours, but it's finally done." Then he looked out the window and saw figures moving near the cafeteria back door. He thought, "Looks like Zhao Li didn't lie to me. You really can see the cafeteria back door from here. I just don't know when the truck will arrive." Looking through the window, he finally saw something and cried out in his heart, "It's here, the truck has arrived." Hope was rekindled within him. Great, now I just have to wait for the truck to leave and record the time. The next morning, the students gathered on the playground and shouted the school slogans, "Be grateful to our parents, remember their kindness, quit internet addiction, strive and progress. Be grateful to the school, obey orders, start over, become a new person." Instructor Zhang took photos in front while Principal Yang stood to the side and said, "After taking the photos, send them to the parents to show them our educational results." Instructor Zhang replied, "Yes, Principal." Then Principal Yang made a stop gesture and announced, "Students, I have an announcement to make. Tomorrow the school will hold a parents' gratitude meeting. At that time, both students and parents will be on campus to observe the results of your treatment during this period. Everyone must perform well. Those with talents can showcase them. Although time is short, I believe the students will definitely not disappoint their parents, right?" The entire class answered in unison, "Yes." Then he waved his hand toward Andre and said, "Andre, come with me for a moment." Andre quickly replied, "Okay, Principal Yang." Inside the principal's office, Principal Yang sat at his desk and asked Andre, "Come on, tell me. Yesterday I asked you to infiltrate the student body and investigate the plans and goals of those dissenters. What have you found?" Andre answered seriously, "Principal Yang, the task you assigned has some leads, but I still need more evidence." Hearing this, Principal Yang revealed a look of displeasure. "More evidence? Are you saying you gained nothing yesterday?" Andre answered calmly, "It's not that there were no gains, I just need to search the student dormitories to give you an accurate answer. You wouldn't want a wrong and innocent person, would you?" Principal Yang asked suspiciously, "Are you sure? If this isn't handled well, it will definitely alert them. If we don't catch them this time, it will be even harder to catch them later." After hearing this, Andre patted his chest and promised, "Don't worry, Principal Yang, I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer." He then added, "Furthermore, tomorrow is the parents' meeting. Someone will surely be restless and want to take the opportunity to cause trouble. A surprise inspection now will instead serve as a deterrent." Principal Yang was very satisfied with this suggestion. "I truly didn't misjudge you. Andre will do as you say." He then turned to Instructor Zhang and said, "Instructor Zhang, you fully cooperate with Andre. If any students try to stop you, you know how to handle it, right?" Instructor Zhang immediately replied, "Yes, Principal Yang." Upon entering the dormitory, Andre began to conduct a performative search. Instructor Zhang stood to the side, staring at the students and roaring, "Everyone stand up straight. You can't go back to sleep until Andre finishes the search and finds no problems." While Andre searched, the students stared at him nervously. When he was about to open a cabinet to check, Zhou Chao hurriedly shouted, "Wait, that's all personal items, there's nothing to see there. Go check somewhere else, Su Nanan followed up. Zhou Chao is right, those are all private belongings, even the principal doesn't have the right to check them, Instructor Zhang said to them with a cold face. It's not up to you to decide where we check, behave yourself if you feel wronged. You can report me to Principal Yang for abuse of power. See if the principal believes you or me. At that moment, Zhou Chao thought frantically. It's over. Why would Principal Yang have Andre do a surprise inspection? I should have destroyed those things long ago. Andre pulled open the drawer and found it stuffed with notes. He read the content of the notes. When the reporters come to the academy for interviews tomorrow, we will launch a riot and expose Principal Yang's true face. Signatures: Zhang Yuan, Zhou Chao, Su Nanan, Shu Erwa. Andre thought to himself that they indeed planned to take the opportunity to expose the school tomorrow. These notes were ironclad evidence. Thinking of this, Andre gripped the notes tightly. Suddenly, Instructor Zhang walked over, grabbed his hand and asked, "Well, did you find anything?" Instructor Zhang gripped Andre's wrist tightly and asked in a serious tone, "Did you find anything?" To the side, Zhou Chao was so terrified that cold sweat was pouring down her face. She thought, it's over, it's completely over. Andre will definitely expose us, and Zhang Yuan will be killed because of us too. Andre replied as he pulled away, "Nothing, I need to check other places, don't waste time." Instructor Zhang was stunned for a moment. Thinking Andre wouldn't dare play any tricks, he let him be. Zhou Chao was incredibly surprised, secretly wondering, Andre didn't expose us, what's going on? When Andre bent down to look under the bed, he was shocked. Heavens, they actually hid tear gas under the bed. These are tools for creating chaos and organizing a riot. These students have some real guts. Instructor Zhang asked suspiciously, "Andre, why did you stop moving? Did you find something?" Hearing this, Andre stood up, brushed off the dust and answered seriously, "Instructor Zhang, Principal Yang sent us here to search, right? What do you mean by constantly asking questions? Do you doubt me? Doubting me is doubting Principal Yang's decision." Instructor Zhang replied, "I wouldn't dare, I just saw you lying there for a long time and was afraid something happened to you." Andre frowned, glared at him and said, "Then take them outside. Don't be a nuisance here." Instructor Zhang answered with a smile, "Fine, fine, fine, I'll take them out. You search slowly, you must give Principal Yang a satisfactory answer." Andre stood quietly until Instructor Zhang went out. He lifted the mattress and saw so many things stuffed underneath. He sighed, "Good thing I sent Instructor Zhang away." He was secretly amazed. Tisk tisk, I didn't expect the record text would be this. The students collecting this stuff really did me a huge favor. With this I can easily fabricate and manipulate things. Instructor Zhang stood at the door, arms crossed, and asked suspiciously, "Finished searching?" "Well, any discoveries?" Andre made a gesture and replied, "No discoveries." "Let's go and search the girls' dormitory next door." Instructor Zhang grabbed Andre's hand and said, "That one is the dormitory for the school doctor, Dr. M.I. There's no need to check it, right?" Andre asked in surprise, "Dr. M.I., you mean that female doctor in the infirmary?" Instructor Zhang replied, "Yes, that's her." Andre looked at Instructor Zhang with some curiosity, thinking to himself, judging by Instructor Zhang's reaction, his relationship with Dr. M.I. probably isn't simple. Anyway, I've already gotten what I wanted. There's no need to clash with him over searching Dr. M.I. Thinking of this, Andre turned and said to Instructor Zhang with a smile, "Fine, since Instructor Zhang says there's no need to check, we won't check." "I trust you," Instructor Zhang replied with a beaming smile. "Andre, you're a real pal. Let's hurry up and finish searching the rest of the girls' dorms, then go check the boys' dorms." Andre replied that it was no problem. At that moment in the boys' dormitory, a boy walked out and said with a panicked expression, "Our room has always been very clean. I don't think there's any need to check it, right?" Instructor Zhang quickly chimed in, "That's right, I know this student. He's always been very obedient." Andre looked at them with suspicion, thinking, these two seem a bit off. I need to perform a deduction to see what's actually going on. Then, Andre closed his eyes and began his deduction. He said to himself, "So there's a secret deal between these two. This works perfectly for my plan." Andre let out a sigh of relief. He suddenly pointed at the boy's shoes and said seriously, "I can skip searching your room, but I now suspect you have contraband hidden in your shoes. Take them off and let me check." Shu Erwa was stunned, thinking, "How did he know I had something hidden in my shoes? I hid it so well." Andre repeated his demand sternly, "Hurry up and take off your shoes. Do I need to help you?" Shu Erwa thought to himself, "Instructor Zhang said he's assisting Andre with the inspection today, so he definitely won't be able to protect me. I'd better just hand it over." Subsequently, the boy crouched down to take off his shoes while replying, "All right, I'll take them off." Andre asked in surprise, "Sleeping pills? Why do you have so many sleeping pills?" Shu Erwa answered, "I have insomnia. What else am I supposed to do if I don't take these?" Andre frowned and said, "As far as I know, the school infirmary's medicine management is extremely strict. Even if you have insomnia, it's impossible for Dr. M.I. to give you an entire bottle of sleeping pills. Speak, where did you get these?" Shu Erwa was sweating profusely, lowering his head and gritting his teeth as he thought, Damn it, I bought these from Instructor Zhang for a huge sum of money. But I can't say that. Instructor Zhang patted Andre's shoulder from behind and said, Andre, this bottle of sleeping pills must have been stolen from the infirmary by Shu Erwa. Hand the medicine over to me to handle. There's no need to alarm Principal Yang about this. Andre cast a sidelong glance and asked Instructor Zhang, You're in such a hurry to handle this, could it be that this matter is related to you? Hearing this, Instructor Zhang scratched his head awkwardly and asked offhandedly, if I say it has nothing to do with me, would you believe it? Andre crossed his arms over his chest and replied, I believe you. Both Instructor Zhang and Shu Erwa were stunned, thinking, what kind of tricks is this Andre playing? Instructor Zhang frowned in confusion, wondering, Brother Andy Andre, what exactly do you mean by that? Andre leaned in and whispered in his ear, I don't mean anything else. Instructor Zhang, don't worry, I won't tell Principal Yang about this. Not only that, but I also have a favor to ask of you. Once the deal was struck, Andy Andre gave a devious smile and handed something to Instructor Zhang, saying, After I graduate, I'll still have to rely on Instructor Zhang's care. Seeing this, Instructor Zhang's eyes lit up, thinking, wow, this red packet is so thick, there must be a lot of money in here. It turns out Andy and I are the same kind of person. Instructor Zhang put his arm around his shoulder affectionately and said, Brother Andy, you really know how the world works. Let's consider the matter of the sleeping pills settled between us. Andre also replied with satisfaction, Of course, if anyone else did this, I'd definitely have to report it to Principal Yang, but because it's you, I won't mention it. Instructor Zhang happily promised that he would take good care of him in the future. Inside the principal's office, Yang Yangxin spoke up, Andy, I believe you won't disappoint me. Begin your report. What did you and Instructor Zhang find this morning? Andre stated slowly. Principal Yang, I discovered that someone is secretly helping those students resist you, and that person is none other than, then he suddenly pointed at the person behind him and said decisively, Instructor Zhang right by your side. Instructor Zhang was startled and shrieked in questioning. Andy, what nonsense are you talking about here? How could I possibly help those students resist the principal? Andre carefully took out a booklet hidden inside his clothes and said, I'm not talking nonsense. I believe that after the principal reads these materials he will be able to judge for himself. Instructor Zhang was completely dumbfounded, wondering, Materials? What materials? The contents were as follows. On July 18th, Instructor Zhang accepted a 3,000 yuan bribe from Shu Erwa. On July 30th, Instructor Zhang accepted a 3,000 yuan bribe from Chu Yi. On July 18th, Instructor Zhang accepted a 3,000 yuan bribe. Yang Yangxin's eyes widened and he asked in surprise, Andy, besides these records of Instructor Zhang accepting bribes, do you have any other evidence? Instructor Zhang laughed triumphantly and defended himself. Accepting bribes? I've never done that. Principal Yang, you have to believe me. I can explain this. Principal Yang roared in anger. Instructor Zhang, what's the rush? I'll listen to your explanation later. For now, let Andy finish. Instructor Zhang could only obey submissively. Seeing the time was ripe, Andre explained, Principal Yang, I know that based on these materials alone, you definitely wouldn't believe that Instructor Zhang betrayed you, but according to my understanding, Instructor Zhang still has a sum of bribe money hidden on his person. Principal Yang asked in surprise. What? At this point, Instructor Zhang cursed feebly. Damn it, so your acting all friendly just now was just to lure me into a trap. Andre ignored him completely. Pulling open his outer garment and taking the money, he ordered, Hand it over quickly. Andre gave a cold laugh. Instructor Zhang said, What are you talking about? I don't understand. Bullet comments kept popping up. Yikes, Andy has been corrupted. He's turned into a total fox. More than a fox, this is an Academy Award-winning performance. Andre took out a bottle of medicine and continued to reveal everything he knew. Principal Yang, the evidence of Instructor Zhang accepting bribes is conclusive, but more importantly, I have something even more critical to report. This was found in the dormitory and it was passed into the hands of certain students through Instructor Zhang. Yang Yangxin was confused. Sleeping pills? Dr. Mi keeps this kind of medicine locked in the infirmary. How did Instructor Zhang get them? Andre replied. As far as I know, Instructor Zhang has a connection with Dr. Mi. Furthermore, his ultimate goal in getting close to Dr. Mi is to replace you. Only by getting close to her does he have the chance to get sleeping pills. And when the time is right, he'll use poison to kill you. At this point, Instructor Zhang could no longer hold back and cursed loudly. Andy, your F-seeking framing me accepting bribes gets me a disciplinary action at most, but what you just said could kill me. You'd better explain yourself right now. Andre gave a cold laugh, thinking to himself, Hey, this is exactly the effect I wanted. Mixing a few lies into the truth is the best way to make people believe it's real. Yang Yangxin slammed the table and roared in anger. You still dare to make excuses. Someone take Instructor Zhang away and lock him up. Instructor Zhang trembled all over, pleading for mercy. No, Principal Yang, you have to listen to me. I have always been loyal to you. Principal Yang looked at him sidelong and said coldly, "Loyal? I'd very much like to believe that. Then go sit in the electric chair in the treatment room and help me test how effective its treatment really is." As he was dragged away by two people, he resisted in terror. "Oh no, Yang Yangshin, you're not human. You'll die a horrible death." On this side, Principal Yang patted Andre's shoulder and praised him. "Andy, you truly didn't disappoint me. I didn't expect that Instructor Zhang was the biggest hidden danger by my side." "You can graduate smoothly now," Andre replied happily. "Thank you for your cultivation, Principal Yang." Just then, a system prompt appeared. "Please note the student's favorability toward you is currently 100. You have unlocked a new plotline." Andre was very surprised. Andy thought smugly, it's probably because the students heard about Instructor Zhang being punished, so they guessed that I helped them, causing the favorability to rise to 100. This fits my plan perfectly. Taking the initiative to search the dormitory in the first place was to achieve this goal. Finding evidence of the students resisting Yang Yangshin but not exposing them was bound to increase favorability. Subsequently, as he walked down the hallway, he thought, now I need to find those who want to organize a riot and cooperate with them. He came to where three people were sitting and spoke up. "Zhang Yuan, I have something to say to everyone," he said. "I already know about your plan. Can I join?" Zhang Yuan replied. "Of course you can," Zhou Chao said excitedly. "We were just discussing how to pull you in. You're currently the person closest to Principal Yang. With you joining us, we will surely succeed." Andre joined forces with them and said firmly, "Good, the anti-Principal Yang squad is officially established." Meanwhile, in order to frame Su Xiao, Zhao Li went to the small dark room himself. It wasn't until the afternoon of the next day that Zhao Li came out of the small dark room. He looked at his hands, which were covered in scars, and talked to himself. "Damn it, I really didn't expect the windows of the small dark room to be boarded up so tightly. I didn't sleep a wink last night. I had to use a steel pry bar to pry open the nails just to make the act look real. I've literally shed blood for this. This plan must absolutely ruin Su Xiao." At this time, Su Xiao was lying leisurely on his bed and mocked, "Wow, Zhao Li, how did you end up looking like this? Honestly, did you play games all night in the small dark room?" Zhao Li forced a smile. "Haha, do I look like someone who could do that?" Su Xiao shook his head. "Not really," looking at the bullet chat. "Ha, this Zhao Li always feels like a bad person. He's been roasted so miserably by Su Xiao. I love it." Zhao Li sat on the edge of the bed and spoke up. "Hey, seriously, I've already found out the exact time the truck arrives." Su Xiao said curiously, "Oh, let's hear it." He then stated in detail, "The truck will park at the back door of the cafeteria around 11:20. After the cafeteria staff finish unloading, we'll find a way to hide in the cargo hold. The truck leaves at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning, then we can successfully escape the school." After hearing this, Su Xiao sat up and said, I think this plan is fine. But in your current state of exhaustion, can you guarantee the execution of the escape plan tonight?" Zhao Li said decisively. "Don't worry about me, just worry about yourself. Just don't hold me back when the time comes." Su Xiao's lips curled up as he thought to himself, "Is this guy still acting? Just you wait. Now is not the time to expose him. There are more surprises waiting for you later." That night at 11:40, the two were crouching at the school gate looking at a piece of paper together. Zhao Li spoke up, "This is the fastest route from the dormitory to the cafeteria back door. And by taking this path, the number of patrolling instructors along the way is the lowest, making it hard to be discovered." Su Xiao replied, "Good, we'll go to the cafeteria from here." The path Zhao Li led them on avoided many patrolling instructors, but the closer they got to the cafeteria, the more people were on patrol. At the cafeteria back door, the usually cautious Zhao Li suddenly accidentally made a noise. He kicked a stone, his face turning pale with fear. The people outside heard it and shouted a demand. Who's there?" They walked over and shouted loudly, "I advise you best to come out on your own, otherwise these batons have no eyes. It's possible you could be beaten to death." Zhao Li immediately stuffed the paper into Su Xiao's hand and whispered, "Su Xiao, I've implicated you. I can't escape. You run quickly. I'll lead them away for you." Su Xiao frowned and said, "Zhao Li, you should leave such a difficult task to me. I'll lead them away. You run quickly." Zhao Li was stunned, thinking to himself, "No way, brother. Since when did you become so concerned about me?" Zhao Li whispered again, "No, I should be the one to lead them away. I run slowly. You have a better chance of escaping than I do." Su Xiao stroked his chin and smiled. "Ha, Zhao Li, who says you run slowly? I'll give you a speed boost." Zhao Li asked back in confusion, "Speed boost? What speed boost?" Subsequently, Su Xiao suddenly rushed out, drawing that group of people to shout and chase. "Hurry after him. Stand still, don't run, I saw your face." "Stop!" Zhao Li was left frozen on the spot. Holy crap, I really didn't expect Su Xiao to suddenly pull this move. If he doesn't get on the truck on time, I can't frame him, so I'd better just go back. Suddenly a white sharp claw touched his back. The white bear appeared out of nowhere and amidst Zhao Li's extreme terror, picked him up and threw him over its shoulder. The white bear ran incredibly fast, shaking Zhao Li until he was vomiting incessantly. The bullet chat section exploded. Can someone explain to me why Great God Su Xiao insisted on helping Zhao Li escape? Don't try to guess Great God Su Xiao's thoughts, just keep watching and you'll understand. Anyway, Zhao Li isn't a good person. Great God Su Xiao definitely isn't trying to help him. He wants to ruin him. After the white bear reached its destination, it pulled open the back door of the truck and threw him straight inside. The sight made viewers' spines tingle. Ouch, that impact sounds painful. What if Zhao Li wakes up halfway and runs away? Great God Su Xiao specifically left the white bear to catch him and put him on the truck. He probably won't let him run back to the dormitory, right? The white bear gave him a hard, resounding slap, making the audience cheer. Great, now I'm not worried about Zhao Li running away. That slap just now was enough to make him sleep like a dead pig. Everyone, look at Moputi's side. He had already gotten on a truck with Zhao Li's help. It seemed they would soon know what Zhao Li was actually up to. Let's go watch as a group. Inside the truck at the back door of the cafeteria, Moputi was extremely excited. The escape plan was about to succeed. Once I escape from here, I can successfully clear the stage and become a hero of the Philippines. On the morning of the third day, the truck parked at the back door of the cafeteria began to move and left the school. 2 hours later, the truck stopped. Moputi took the opportunity to sneak off the truck and found himself in a small town. He looked around and wondered, why did I end up in this small town? Doesn't leaving the school count as clearing the stage? Do I have to leave this town to count as having escaped? If that's the case, I need to hurry up and find someone to ask for directions and find a way to leave here. Moputi walked into a small shop to ask, "Boss, may I ask how to get to the station here? I want to leave here as soon as possible." The boss replied, "The station is quite far from here. Young man, you rest here for a bit and once I'm done with my work I'll drive you there." He cheered happily. "That's great, thank you boss." 20 minutes later, 2 strangers suddenly rushed in and restrained him. Moputi was terrified. "Damn it, how can this be?" Yang Yangshin walked out from inside and said with a smile, "Kid, this whole town is full of my people. Everyone has to rely on me for their livelihood. You want to fight me?" "With what?" he stammered a defense. "Even if the boss betrayed me, it takes 2 hours to get from the school to this town. How could you possibly get here so fast?" Moputi realized something, his face turning pale as he shouted, "I understand now, it's Zhao Li. It must be that he went to report me as soon as I got on the truck. Besides me, only Zhao Li knew about this escape plan." Yang Yangshin laughed out loud. "Not too stupid after all. Unfortunately, realizing it now is too late. Take him away, I'll treat you well when we get back." He shrieked in anger, "Zhao Li, you despicable traitor. Yang Yangshin, you are a demon. God will never forgive you, just you wait." Treatment room 13, Yang Yangshin laughed as he turned the knob. "Moputi, your problem is very serious. It seems the previous treatments haven't completely cured your bad habits. Come here, begin your new course of treatment." He spoke in a trembling, terrified voice. "No, don't." Instantly, a powerful current surged through Moputi's entire body. He let out a shrill scream. Principal Yang continued to increase the power, laughing like a madman. Meanwhile, Moputi was electrocuted until his eyes rolled back. The bullet chat section fell into panic. "My God, this guy is a total pervert. He's just enjoying the pleasure of torturing others. It feels like Moputi is doomed." Yang Yangshin slowly adjusted the power to 90 and said softly, "Moputi, beg me, thank me. Maybe if I'm in a merciful mood I'll let you go." Meanwhile, Moputi's body had already been tortured to the point of stiffness, his mouth hanging wide open. Seeing this, he laughed and exclaimed, Dead already? Truly can't handle the electricity. I haven't even had my fill yet." System announcement: Philippine contestant Moputi was killed by an eerie entity. New Strange Tale World Challenge. Countdown begins. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. The bullet chat was in an uproar. Holy crap, is Moputi really dead? Principal Yang's gratitude treatment is basically a one-way ticket to heaven. Suddenly I really want to know how Zhao Li is doing on Great God Su Xiao's side. On Su Xiao's side, not only did he successfully evade the pursuit of the patrolling instructors at the cafeteria back door, but he also reported Zhao Li's escape to the principal. This led to Zhao Li being quickly captured by Principal Yang. Su Xiao waved happily to strike up a conversation. "Yo, isn't this Zhao Li? I remember you escaped. How did you get caught again?" As he was dragged away, he cursed loudly in anger. "You bastard, you still dare to show your face. You clearly knocked me unconscious and threw me on the truck, then reported me to the principal. Are you even F-seeking human?" Su Xiao laughed and said, "Zhao Li, how can you wrong me like that? I don't know anything. I've been sleeping in the dormitory the whole time." He struggled desperately, but to no avail, only able to roar in despair, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you right now." System announcement: Please note the student's favorability toward you is currently 0. You will unlock a new plotline. Su Xiao thought in surprise. Holy crap, is Zhao Li that fierce? He actually made all the students' favorability toward me drop to 0. Zhao Li continued his incessant shouting. I'm telling you, I'll come back to haunt you even as a ghost. Su Xiao thought helplessly to himself, this little snitch. He's at death's door and still looking for trouble. It seems I've gained a much deeper understanding of just how much damage a rat like him can do. He stroked his chin and thought, even if he managed to max out his favorability with the students now, it wouldn't matter. The principal and the instructors had already rotted to the core. Even with the students' help, they wouldn't be able to stand against the administration. Since the conventional path was blocked, he might as well play the villain. If maxing out favorability was the correct choice, then perhaps letting it drop to 0 was another way out entirely. On the other side, Bo Chuan Kucha had gone to the infirmary with nothing better to do. Not only did he fail to increase Dr. Mi's favorability, but he also managed to earn her disgust. A system notification appeared. Please note, Dr. Mi's impression score of you has reached 0. You will unlock a new storyline. Rule 1, Dr. Mi remains strictly neutral. Principal Yang cannot convince her of anything, so do not dream of winning her to your side. Rule 2, Dr. Mi possesses the fundamental professional ethics of a doctor. Her primary job is to provide treatment to the students. Beyond that, she cares for nothing. Rule 3, treat Dr. Mi's psychological tests with extreme caution, because they are not simple tests. Rule 4, you cannot obtain contraband drugs from Dr. Mi. She is responsible for everyone and will not participate in any disputes within the school. Rule 5, increasing the doctor's impression score of you may lead to a surprise from Dr. Mi at a critical moment. Rule 6, trust Dr. Mi. She will help you leave this place. Bo Chuan was currently thinking with immense frustration. What? Dr. Mi's impression score of me is 0? I spent all that time sucking up to her and got absolutely nothing. I won't accept this. Soon after, he received notice of a dormitory inspection, which was his chance to earn Principal Yang's trust. Inspecting the dormitories was the key to earning Principal Yang's trust, which meant there were prohibited items hidden inside. If he found them and handed them over to the principal, he would gain his confidence. His competitive spirit instantly flared up. Fine, that's the move. The high-level reminders are never wrong. I'll definitely succeed. In Principal Yang's office, Bo Chuan Kucha did his best to curry favor. He bowed respectfully and said, Principal Yang, I am willing to be your eyes and ears, monitoring every move the students make. Before long, Principal Yang assigned him a task, to inspect the dormitories alongside Instructor Zhang. He marched down the hall shouting with arrogance, Everyone fall in. If anyone tries any tricks to block the inspection, Instructor Zhang will throw you into the small dark room immediately. Afterward, he handed over all the evidence he found against the students to Principal Yang. The notes read, Tomorrow when the reporters come for interviews, we launch a riot to expose Principal Yang's true face. Signatures: Zhang Yuan, Zhou Chao, Su Nanan, Shu Erwa. Very quickly, Zhang Yuan, Zhou Chao, Su Nanan, and Shu Erwa were all rounded up and locked in the small dark room. Although his favorability with the student body plummeted to 0, he had successfully bought Principal Yang's trust. The principal's impression score of him rose to 100. Principal Yang patted him on the shoulder and praised him. You've done well. At noon, inside the principal's office, he said with a smile, Bo Chuan Kucha, you may graduate smoothly now. The gates of the treatment center are open to you. Hearing this, Bo Chuan was moved to tears. Thank you, Principal Yang, for letting me graduate. Thank you for your guidance during this time. In the live stream, the viewers from the Eastern Island nation were equally ecstatic. Fantastic. As long as Bo Chuan walks through those gates, he's guaranteed to clear the stage. We've waited so long for this moment. Luckily, we learned from the experiences of Andy and Su Xiao. That's what helped Bo Chuan find the exit strategy so quickly. In the end, it still comes down to us, a man sneered sinisterly. Bo Chuan crossed that threshold carrying the hopes of our entire nation. At the exit of the treatment center, Dr. Mi blocked the path, rebuking him. You cannot leave like this. You sold out your classmates to buy your way out. Don't you feel any guilt in your conscience? Bo Chuan roughly shoved her aside, causing her to cry out in pain. He shouted overbearingly, Move, I don't even have a conscience, so why would I feel guilty? Suddenly, 2 instructors ran over and intercepted him. Stop, Bo Chuan Kucha, you cannot go out, he froze, asking in confusion. Instructors, why are you stopping me? Principal Yang allowed me to leave, you should know that. The instructors told him that the students had just rebelled. To rescue those locked in the small dark room, they had thrown smoke bombs inside. Fearing that someone might escape in the chaos, Principal Yang had ordered the gates to be locked down. Not even a fly was to be let out. Bo Chuan clutched his head in despair. No, I won't accept this. I was so close to escaping this place. He then turned his rage toward Dr. Mi. This is all your fault. You caused this, you bitch. Dr. M.I. trembled in terror. What are you doing? He lunged at her, raising his fist and roaring. I'll kill you, you bitch, an instructor barked. Have you lost your mind? The two of them immediately pinned him to the ground and began beating him mercilessly. Laying a hand on Dr. M.I., you must be tired of living. As he was being pummeled, Bo Chuan wailed, stop hitting me, I'm a star graduate. I'm about to clear the stage. Suddenly, he began to twitch violently, letting out only faint groans. The two instructors froze in surprise. He lay on the ground, his mouth covered in blood. They whispered in confusion, is he dead? Panicked, the instructors threw away their batons. Everyone saw that, right? He threw himself into my club. I wasn't the one who killed him, Dr. M.I. spoke up. It looked as though Bo Chuan Kucha had suffered a heart attack. System notification, Eastern Island Nation contestant Bo Chuan Kucha has died. Strange Tale World countdown begins. 10-9-8-7-6. The comment section exploded. You idiot, he was literally one step away from clearing it. How could Bo Chuan fail because of a woman? Damn it, of all times for a heart attack to strike, it had to be now. Is this fate? Leave it, I'm exhausted. Meanwhile, on Andy's side, Zhang Yuan was suddenly reported by Zhao Li and captured by the principal. Principal Yang sat in his chair, his face dark as he spoke. Student Zhang Yuan, I truly didn't expect that someone who usually cooperates so well with Instructor Zhang would actually be the leader of the opposition. You hit it well, he continued. Now that you've fallen into my hands, I'll show you exactly what my methods are. With that, he adjusted the voltage straight to 50. Zhang Yuan was shocked until his eyes rolled back, screaming in agony. Yang Yangxin continued to ask with morbid interest and a flat tone, I know you still have accomplices in this school. Confess, give me their names and you can end your suffering. Zhang Yuan remained defiant, his eyes filled with contempt. He even spat boldly on the ground. Yang Yangxin, you are a psychopathic freak. Gratitude treatment is nothing but a front. Your true goal is to satisfy your twisted, sick mind through abuse and torture. You want me to confess? You're the one who needs psychological treatment, not us. Insulted and shamed, Yang Yangxin replied through gritted teeth. I admit it, I like abusing you. But so what? Since you want to play tough, I'll just electrocute you to death right now. The two instructors nearby rushed forward to stop him. Principal Yang, please, calm down. The families and reporters are coming tomorrow. If Zhang Yuan dies, it'll be hard to explain. Though furious, Yang Yangxin had no choice but to stop. Fine, I'll let you off for today. You two, lock this guy in the small dark room. The two obeyed. Yes, sir. Andy thought to himself, perfect. The plan succeeded. The comments were filled with confusion. Whoa, what is Andy holding? It was a recording pen. This meant the entire conversation between Zhang Yuan and the principal had been recorded, including the principal's own admission of his crimes. It seemed Zhang Yuan's capture was also part of the plan, designed specifically to provoke the principal into providing evidence of his abuse. Andy spoke up, Principal Yang, if there's nothing else, I'll head back to keep monitoring the other students, Yang replied with satisfaction. Go on, I'm counting on you. The system then announced, reminder, please obtain Dr. Mi's absolute impression score. He muttered to himself, I don't know what her score is good for, but since the high levels gave the hint, I'll give it a shot. On the side of the American contestant, Lucas, after the incident with Zhao Li, he had become extremely cautious in his dealings with the principal, the instructors, and Dr. M.I. In the end, he obtained a 100 impression score from everyone. Yang Yangxin was currently praising him. Lucas, you've graduated. You may leave this place, he replied with a beaming smile. Thank you for your guidance, principal. But the moment he left the office, his expression changed. Finally, I don't have to keep acting with these animals. I'd love to personally send these beasts to their graves. Just then, a group of students rushed past, shouting, Quick, Zhang Yuan's been locked in the small dark room. We have to save him. Lucas thought to himself, if it weren't for Zhao Li, my favorability with the students wouldn't have dropped. Now that Zhang Yuan and the others are caught, it's a pity, but it no longer has anything to do with me. Perhaps John was right. I shouldn't obsess over getting a perfect score. I have things I need to protect too. As long as I clear the stage, even a 1-star rating will save America from a strange tale invasion. Lucas pulled back his thoughts and stepped out of the Gratitude Treatment Center. System notification. Dear contestant, congratulations on successfully leaving the Gratitude Treatment Center. Clearance path. The corrupt principal's model student. Evaluation, 5 stars. Clearance reward, Principal Yang's white lab coat. Principal Yang's white lab coat description. Do you think you're sick? Ha ha ha. I bet you'll say you aren't, but that doesn't matter. What matters is that I know you are. The comments exploded. It's the same student Riot. So why didn't Dr. M.I. and the instructors stop Lucas? Because Bo Chuan Kucha didn't get Dr. Mi's impression score. So he was delayed by the doctor when he tried to leave. Otherwise he would have cleared it too. In that light, Bo Chuan was really just a tiny bit short. The Eastern Island Nation must be heartbroken right now. Ha ha ha. At 2 p.m., the parents' meeting began. Yang Yangxin was giving a passionate speech on stage. Welcome parents and friends from the media. I'll keep my remarks brief and then our student representatives will give a cultural performance. Andy leaned over to Zhou Chao and whispered, to completely bring down Yang Yangxin, a recording isn't enough. We need Zhang Yuan there to testify. I've searched the small dark rooms and haven't found him. Where do you think he's being kept? Zhou Chao frowned. Hard to say. Suddenly, Dr. M.I. walked past and casually dropped a small note to him. It read, Andy, I know what you're trying to do. Just a reminder. Maybe you should search the principal's office more carefully. He was taken aback, murmuring internally. The principal's office? He immediately turned and whispered instructions. You two go search the principal's office. There has to be a secret room there, the two responded. Understood. Having learned that there might be a secret room in the office, Zhou Chao and Xu Erhua slipped away from their seats to rescue Zhang Yuan. Yang Yangxin was busy dealing with the parents and reporters, so he didn't notice a few students were missing. People in the audience shouted excitedly, Please share your experience on how to teach children to be grateful. Principal Yang, thank you so much. You've saved our entire family. After the student performance ended, Yang Yangxin began randomly selecting students to speak on stage. Though he called it random, it was pre-arranged. The selected students were the most obedient, and Andy was one of them. The chosen students went up one by one. Looking at their parents and the reporters standing so close, someone said, Thank you, Mom and Dad, for sending me here. Thank you, Principal Yang, for your care and attention. Yang Yangxin enthusiastically took over the conversation. Next, let's have our final student representative speak. This student has performed exceptionally well during his time at the school. When it comes to the effects of gratitude treatment, he is the best person to speak. Andy thought, it's my turn. I wonder if Zhou Chao and the others rescued Zhang Yuan yet. Just then, he saw the two of them return and his heart settled. Since they were back, it meant Zhang Yuan was safe, and everything could proceed according to his deductions. He stepped slowly onto the stage while the principal continued to pump up the atmosphere. Let's welcome him to the stage with a warm round of applause. Let him describe the school's guidance and how it taught him to be grateful. Andy stood on the stage, smiled slightly, and said clearly, Parents, reporters, and friends, I believe Principal Yang's description just now was very comprehensive, so I won't repeat the praise for the school or the principal's achievements. Instead, what I want to say is, he suddenly pointed at Yang Yangxin and announced with righteous indignation, this is not a treatment hospital at all. This is a hell of abuse, and Yang Yangxin is the demon of this hell. The audience immediately fell into chaos. Hell demon, what do you mean? Aren't our children here for treatment? What is going on? Yang Yangxin commanded in a low voice. Quickly pull him down. The two instructors rushed to obey. Yes, sir. At that moment, Zhou Chao shouted a halt. Stop. If anyone dares to lay a hand on Andy today, we'll fight you to the death. The two instructors froze, not knowing what to do. The students in the audience began to shout in unison, Fight! Fight! Yang Yangxin cursed in a rage. Fine, so you've had this planned all along. Zhou Chao struck back calmly. Principal Yang, I suggest you sit back and let Andy finish. With so many reporters here, do you really want to punish us in public? He was instantly left speechless. He then ordered, Stand down. The instructors retreated. Yes, Principal. Andy slowly took out his recording pen and said, I'm sure the parents and reporters are curious as to why I call this place hell. Now I'll let you hear exactly what kind of thoroughbred psycho Yang Yangxin really is. The recording began to play. Yang Yangxin, Student Zhang Yuan, now that you've fallen into my hands, I'll show you exactly what my methods are. Zhang Yuan, Yang Yangxin, I know you have accomplices in the school. Confess, speak and your pain will lessen. Zhang Yuan, Yang Yangxin, you goddamned freak. Gratitude treatment is nothing but a front. Your true goal is to satisfy your twisted, sick mind through abuse and torture. You're the one who needs treatment, not us, Yang Yangxin. I admit it, I like abusing you, so what? Since you want to be tough, I'll just electrocute you to death. Andy exposed him with sharp words. His so-called treatment is using high-voltage electricity to shock students. In this school, if you say the wrong thing or make a mistake, you are electrocuted. If you don't believe me, everyone listen to this. The parents in the audience completely boiled over. My God, that really is Principal Yang's voice. He actually electrocutes students? Is this what he calls gratitude treatment? He's clearly a psychopathic fraud. We can't let him treat our children like this. Yang Yangxin defended himself. Don't believe it, this recording is a forgery. The two instructors nearby also piped up to help. That's right, our treatment center is a legitimate institution. How could such a thing happen? Don't be fooled by them. Calm down, everyone. Stay calm. The people in the audience looked at each other. Someone said, that makes sense too. How could such a large center do this, and with so many instructors? Have they turned into freaks too? The person speaking was a student, unaware that his classmates had already started a riot and were intentionally framing Principal Yang. Seeing the crowd gradually side with Yang Yangxin, Andy spoke up, Parents and members of the press, please calm down. I know Principal Yang will deny everything and claim this recording is a forgery. To eliminate that possibility, I've invited a classmate to testify. He is the person in the recording, the one who was subjected to abuse and electric shocks. I believe that at this moment no one is more qualified to accuse Principal Yang than him. Subsequently, Zhang Yuan was pushed forward, his body covered in bruises and the telltale marks of electric shocks. Seeing this, the parents spoke out in a rage. Look at that child's body. Those are definitely marks from electric shocks. Shocks of that magnitude can only be intentional. It's confirmed now. Yang Yangxin is a monster. I can't even imagine what my child has endured here. I will never forgive him. They rushed forward in a fury, roaring, Yang Yangxin, you must give us an explanation today. Damn it, you animal, so this is how you teach our children? I'll kill you. I'm going to expose you so the whole world sees your true face. Yang Yangxin turned deathly pale with terror, stammering a plea. No, please let me explain. It's not what it looks like. The instructors behind him also shouted with false bravado, don't lay a hand on him, don't do this. But the parents ignored them entirely. One punch flew out, striking him until blood sprayed from his mouth. Beat him, kill this animal. Everyone swarmed him, kicking and punching while hurling insults. Damn you, you don't deserve to live in this world, a woman cried. It's all mommy's fault. I'm taking you home right now. We're never coming back here. They clutched their children, sobbing uncontrollably. Daddy will get justice for you. Don't worry, they must pay for what they've done. The families were finally reunited, their bonds restored. It was truly a moving sight. Andy turned to leave. My task is finished. The students can return to their normal lives and Principal Yang will receive the punishment he deserves. Perhaps this is the meaning of achieving a perfect score. The system then issued an announcement. Some things are not matters of absolute right or wrong, rather there is a divergence in human perception. For instance, do you believe internet addiction is a disease? If viewed from a different perspective, this question yields different understandings and answers. There are two things in this world that cannot be looked at directly. One is the sun and the other is the human heart. Congratulations, Challenger, for passing the Gratitude Treatment Hospital. You have chosen the final counterattack clearance path. Andy walked out the main gate and whispered goodbye. Zhang Yuan, Zhou Chao, Xu Erwa, Sun Nanan, and all the other classmates, I hope you live happily in this world. The system displayed the evaluation once more. The clearance evaluation for Gratitude Treatment Hospital is 6 stars. 1 star contributed for each of the following: 100 student favorability, 100 Principal Yang impression score, 100 instructor impression score, and 100 Dr. MI impression score. 1 star for reversing the situation, and 1 star for exposing Principal Yang's true face. Clearance rewards: Principal Yang's white gloves, classmates recording pen. Principal Yang's white gloves description. These are items used by Principal Yang during his gratitude treatment. When your mental state is unstable, they can help you resist psychological interference. Extra reward: classmates recording pen description. A segment of jumbled incomprehensible text and a strange nursery rhyme. This is a one-time consumable. At a critical moment, it can buy you a bit of extra time. Note: the classmates recording pen can only be used in the next strange tale world. Andy cheered with excitement. 6-star clearance, I actually did it. The comment section was filled with praise. Incredible, it's extremely difficult to get a 6-star clearance in a single round, and Andy did it entirely through his own talent without even using items. He truly is our national hero. This is so moving. Sigh, it's a pity Andy is already married, otherwise I'd want to divorce my husband and marry him right now. Next is Big Boss Su Xiao. His impression scores are all 0. Does he still have a chance to get a full score? On Su Xiao's side, all the students, instructors, and Principal Yang were participating in the parents' meeting. Meanwhile, in treatment room 13, viewers saw Su Xiao standing there and were utterly confused. Why didn't Big Boss Su Xiao go to the meeting? What is he doing here? Maybe he has a special technique. I believe in him completely. His way of clearing the stage is bound to be unique. He pressed a certain spot and said, "Modify this rule." A system announcement followed. Attention, activating rule modification talent. Modifying Principal Yang's Rule 3. Original rule: Principal Yang is a kind and approachable person. In this place, if you don't believe in him, who can you believe? Go on, throw yourself into his embrace. Whether by speaking it, thinking it, or writing it, he input the content he wanted to change. The comment section grew even more puzzled. What is the boss modifying? The rules on the wall are blurry. No idea, maybe it's related to his talent. Isn't Big Boss Su Xiao's talent just violating rules? Why is he modifying them? I don't get it. But the audience was awestruck. He then read out the content he desired and the rule changed. The modified content read, Rule 3. Principal Yang is a kind and approachable person. It is strictly forbidden to hit him. Doing so will cause everyone's impression score of you to instantly rise to 100. Note: talent has taken effect. He turned to leave with satisfaction, thinking modification complete. Now it's my turn to take the stage. By this time the prepared performances had ended. Principal Yang was giving his final speech, smiling brilliantly. We are a professional hospital. If your child is rebellious or addicted to the internet, you can send them to us. We guarantee to return a well-behaved and sensible child to you. Suddenly, Su Xiao walked in with his head held high, leaving the parents in the audience looking at each other. Who is this? Why is he walking toward the stage? He looks like a student. Maybe he wants to go up and give a speech of thanks. Seeing him, Yang Yangxin questioned him in a panic. Su Xiao, what are you doing here? Su Xiao chuckled and replied, Don't be afraid, I'm here to give you your favorite thing. Immediately after, he delivered a resounding slap to Yang Yangxin's face. Yang Yangxin fell to his knees with a thud, wailing as he confessed his crimes. I deserve to die, I deserve to die. I bribed the instructors and abused the students. Opening the Gratitude Treatment Center wasn't for curing illness at all. It was just an excuse to satisfy my twisted mind. I'm a pervert. I deserve to die. I abused the students. I deserve to die. I deceived the parents. I deserve to die. I made fools of the reporters. I deserve to die too. The people below began to roar in anger. What's going on? Is what Principal Yang saying true? If it is, he's a total monster. He confessed it himself, so how can it be fake? Get him. Let's teach him a lesson and vent our anger for our children. They swarmed him, hitting and cursing. Damn you, you don't deserve to live. Beat him. Kill this animal. Viewers marveled that history was repeating itself in a strikingly similar way. A system prompt appeared. Impression scores from instructors, students, and Dr. Mi have changed. The impression scores rose to 100. Su Xiao burst out laughing. Oh, looks like I've cleared the stage. The effect of sincere strike was truly startling. He thought to himself that if he hadn't first dropped Principal Yang's impression score to 0 and caused him to darken, the sincere strike wouldn't have been able to take effect. This combo was timed perfectly. As he stepped out the main gate, the screen lit up. Forced love cannot buy emotional return. The essence of love is giving and understanding, not control. Everything parents do is for the child's own good. This sentence has become a mantra for countless parents, but true kindness should be about guidance and respecting the child's choices, shouldn't it? You can make choices for your own life, but please do not force them upon your children or control and interfere with their lives. Children are not tools, not learning machines, and certainly not chips in their parents' game of winning at life. There should be more communication and listening in a family, and less arguing and complaining. Scars are like creases on a white sheet of paper. Once they are made, they can never be restored to how they were. Congratulations, Challenger, for passing the Gratitude Treatment Hospital. You have chosen the Repentance and Deep Reflection Clearance Path. Evaluation, 6 stars. Clearance Analysis, 100 Student Impression Score, 100 Instructor Impression Score, 100 Dr. Mi Impression Score. 1 star for the principal's repentance, 1 star for exposing Principal Yang's true face, and 1 star for the parent's realization. Clearance rewards: Principal Yang's glasses, Snitch's hand-drawn map, Eerie Resistance 2, Current Eerie Resistance 20, Principal Yang's glasses description: glasses once worn by the Lord of Thunder. Putting them on allows you to see things that are hard to imagine. Extra reward: Snitch's hand-drawn map description. Hee, the Snitch drew some things for you. Hint: the Snitch's hand-drawn map can only be used in the next Strange Tale world. Can only be used once. Su Xiao immediately threw the paper away, holding the glasses as he frowned. Lord of Thunder's glasses. Glasses worn by a freak. Seeing unimaginable things, it couldn't be those things, could it? After obtaining these items, Su Xiao said, if there's a chance in the next round, I'll try them out and see what they show. I'm looking forward to it. The system then issued a bulletin. Items obtained: glasses once worn by the Lord of Thunder, Snitch's hand-drawn map. Congratulations to Su Xiao of the Dragon Kingdom, Andy of the Grizzly Bear Nation, Lucas of the United States, and Wenhua of the Sunan Nation for successfully clearing the stage. These 4 nations will be exempt from the invasion of this Strange Tale world. Su Xiao of the Dragon Kingdom cleared with a 6-star evaluation, receiving a special reward. The mental capacity of all Dragon Kingdom citizens is increased by 10, with an additional 5 reward. Andy of the Grizzly Bear Nation cleared with a 6-star evaluation, receiving a special reward. The weapons manufacturing efficiency of the Grizzly Bear Nation is increased by 10, with an additional 5 reward. Lucas of the United States cleared with a 5-star evaluation, receiving a high-level reward, a 10 increase in economic revenue for specific corporate sectors in the U.S. Wenhua of the Sunan Nation cleared with a 2-star evaluation, receiving a basic reward, a 2 increase in total livestock production. The comment section was ecstatic. First time 2 people have gotten a 6-star evaluation at once. Big Boss Su Xiao and Andy are just too strong. Wenhua from the Sunan Nation cleared too? How? I had no idea. I know. Last time Wenhua got electrocuted by Yang Yangxin, his brain got a bit messed up, so when the students rioted he joined in without thinking. Wenhua from the Sunan nation went crazy and beat the animal Yang Yangxin to a pulp. Kill him, kill this beast. In the end, the riot ended with Yang Yangxin going insane. The students were taken home by their parents and Wenhua took the opportunity to run out of the school. System announcement: congratulations Challenger for passing the Gratitude Treatment Hospital. You have chosen the Extreme Riot Clearance path. Clearance evaluation: 2 stars, clearance analysis, 100 student favorability, 100 principal Yang impression score, each contributed 1 star, clearance reward none. The viewers finally understood, so that's how it was, his luck was good enough. Quick look, the global rankings have changed again. Latest global challenger rankings: first place Su Xiao, Dragon Kingdom, 18 years old, single, talent level SSS grade, talent name unknown. Temporary prediction: cleared 12 consecutive Strange Tale worlds by violating rules. Second place Andy, Grizzly Bear Nation, 27 years old, talent level sulfur monosulfide grade, infinite deduction. Cleared 6 consecutive Strange Tale worlds. Third place Lucas, United States, 22 years old, mentally unstable, talent prediction sulfur monosulfide grade and above, talent name unknown. Temporary prediction: trading body for eerie power, side effects are extremely obvious. Cleared 4 consecutive Strange Tale worlds. Fifth place Joe Tai, Dragon Kingdom, 20 years old, talent B grade verifier, cleared 2 consecutive Strange Tale worlds, current status deceased. Sixth place Crow, Paris Nation, 25 years old, talent A grade method acting, cleared 2 consecutive Strange Tale worlds, current status deceased. The comment section was flooded. Sigh, it's boring. Su Xiao is still first. Damn it, when will South Korea take first? You bunch of idiots, stop dreaming. The first place will never be yours. Ha ha ha, you 2 nations still want to fight the Dragon Kingdom for first. You're dreaming, that only happens in dreams. 3 days later, the system announced the nations participating in this challenge: Dragon Kingdom, Grizzly Bear Nation, United States, Sunan Nation, Cuba, South Korea, Pakistan, Norway. Current Strange Tale world: Scarlet Hotel. Su Xiao opened his eyes and found himself sitting in a small room receiving a new notification. Welcome to the Scarlet Hotel. All hotel staff will serve you wholeheartedly. After checking in, please strictly obey the rules. If you encounter an unsolvable problem, please immediately seek help from hotel staff. This Strange Tale world is a special clearance challenge. Is there a reminder opportunity in this world? Please survive here for 3 days. Please leave the Scarlet Hotel safely. Hint: difficulty increased. The proportion of high-level talent types has increased. Part of the hints for this challenge will be hidden. Su Xiao walked out of the room and looked around thinking, part of the hints are hidden? Seems the difficulty has increased this round. I must act cautiously. He saw a piece of paper on the table and thought, there's a paper on the desk, it should be the rules. He picked it up and read, Scarlet Hotel Rules. Welcome to our hotel. Your room is fully equipped. The room features a standard single bed, coffee table, wardrobe, refrigerator, gas stove, mirror, bathroom, etc. Rule 1. The gas stove can be used. When using it, it is strictly forbidden to open the cabinet to take raw materials and add them to the food. Rule 2. There are ingredients in the refrigerator that you can use to cook gourmet food. Consumption of red meat in black plastic bags is prohibited. Rule 3. There is only 1 mirror in the bathroom, but please do not stare at yourself in the mirror for too long. Rule 4. If you stare at the mirror for a long time and find that your reflection begins to look abnormal, please immediately smash the mirror and then hand the pieces to the guest in the room next door. Rule 5. Please do not accept any broken mirror pieces handed to you by the neighbor. Rule 6. The hotel has a free restaurant located on the 1st floor. If you need to eat, please go there between 1300 and 2200. Do not approach the restaurant at any other time. Rule 7. If you find that the room lights have changed to a non-red color, please remain calm. However, if the lights turn bright red, please leave the room immediately. Rule 8. After leaving the room, if the hallway lights also show similar issues, please leave the hotel or seek help before the lights turn red. Rule 9. The hotel's cleaning staff are all female. If you encounter a male cleaner, please do not believe what he says and immediately leave his site. Rule 10. There is an axe in the firebox. If you cannot escape the hotel before the lights turn red, please take it. Rule 11. The most dangerous things in the hotel are humanoid creatures. If you are unfortunate enough to encounter a person stitched together from pieces of flesh, please take the axe from the firebox and kill it. Rule 12. The axe cannot kill it completely. Please find an opportunity to leave the hotel quickly. Su Xiao put the paper back, thinking there were 12 rules and several of them contradicted each other. This round won't be easy to deal with. But luckily, this time the 3 of them could come with him. He spoke to give orders. You guys go invisible first. I'll do a sweep, starting from the bathroom. There shouldn't be any danger. Suddenly a voice rang out, announcing guest information. White indicates safety, yellow indicates potential danger, black indicates the calm before the storm, red indicates trouble, run fast. He wondered what the white, yellow, and black colors referred to. He looked up at the ceiling and saw a round light bulb, realizing he understood. These colors probably referred to the color of the bulb. He looked at the mirror beside him, and a prompt immediately appeared. Rule 3. There is only one mirror in the bathroom, but please do not stare at yourself in the mirror for too long. Rule 4. If you stare at the mirror for a long time and find that your reflection begins to look abnormal, please immediately smash the mirror and then hand the pieces to the guest in the room next door. Su Xiao pondered to himself. Rules 3 and 4 both explicitly state not to look in the mirror for long, but I have to violate the rules to gain the protection of my talent. Staring at the mirror seems to have the lowest cost. 10 minutes later, Su Xiao picked up his jellyfish necklace and suddenly realized, it seems the mirror affects the contestant's mental state, but I have the jellyfish necklace, so I'm fine. He rubbed his stomach and said, there shouldn't be any other eerie things in the bathroom. I'm a bit hungry, let's go to the kitchen and see what's to eat. Su Xiao walked over slowly, opened the cabinet and immediately began to complain. Holy crap, why is it all vegetables? I want meat. He pulled open the compartment below and a pungent foul odor hit him. He immediately covered his nose. What on earth? What kind of meat is this? He wondered why there was such a strong fishy stench. Rule 2. There are ingredients in the refrigerator that you can use to cook gourmet food. Consumption of red meat in black plastic bags is prohibited. Su Xiao thought to himself, the red text in Rule 2 says this meat cannot be eaten. Logically, if I want to violate the rules, I have to eat this meat. Fortunately, the previous hints allowed me to process the ingredients myself. As long as I don't follow the instructions, it counts as violating all the rules. He slammed the cabinet door shut and spoke, but those cucumbers and tomatoes definitely won't fill me up and the gas stove isn't allowed either. If I want to live a bit more comfortably here, maybe I should go downstairs to the first-floor restaurant and check it out. At this moment, the system prompted Rule 1 again. The gas stove can be used. When using the gas stove, it is strictly forbidden to open the cabinet to take seasonings, nor are you allowed to put seasonings into the dishes. The clock pointed exactly to 12 o'clock. A meaningful smile curled at the corner of his mouth, and he whispered to himself, it's just before 1 p.m. Going to the restaurant will also let me violate Rule 6 while I'm at it. Rule 6. The hotel has a free restaurant, located on the first floor. If you need to eat, please go there between 1300 and 2200. Do not approach the restaurant at any other time. He walked out of the room and looked at the hallway, thinking to himself, the lights here are also white, they likely follow the hint on the bathroom mirror. System notification, guest information. White indicates safety, yellow indicates danger, black indicates the calm before the storm, and red indicates trouble. Run fast. The lights on the ceiling flickered incessantly. Su Xiao sighed wearily. Good grief, just as he finished speaking the lights turned yellow. He thought to himself, yellow means danger. Looks like trouble is coming soon. Rule 9. The hotel's cleaning staff are all female. If you encounter a male cleaner, please do not believe what he says and immediately leave his sight. Just then a man walked over. He was taken aback. The cleaner turned out to be male. The man spoke in a low, eerie voice. You can't escape. Stay here and become a part of it. Stop resisting, you twisted trouble. Su Xiao laughed out loud and replied, leaving is impossible, mainly because I plan to use violence to talk to you lot. With that, the man let out a roar and lunged at him as if to swallow him alive. He directly delivered a slap, striking the man until he spat blood and cursed. I didn't even come looking for trouble with you, yet you come to scare me. Eat a slap first. Su Xiao's anger remained unquenched and he charged forward to fight desperately. Bastard, I'll teach you to scare me. I'll teach you to scare me, putting on a ghostly act. You really don't know your place. After a few minutes he had beaten the man to exhaustion. Huff, I'm tired from hitting him. Black General, you finish him off. It let out 2 barks and several octopus tentacles extended from its mouth. The male cleaner turned pale with terror. How can there be another eerie entity here? He was deathly entwined by the tentacles and let out a piteous scream. Afterward, Su Xiao gave instructions. You stay invisible. I'm going to the restaurant to find something to eat. Black General let out 2 satisfied barks in the first-floor restaurant. He walked in and looked around thinking, strange, this is a strange tale world. How can the restaurant look so normal? Suddenly his mind raced. All right, I can try out Principal Yang's glasses and see if I can spot anything special. No sooner said than done. He pulled out the glasses and put them on. System notification. You have used an item, Principal Yang's glasses. Effect. Glasses once worn by the Lord of Thunder. Putting them on allows you to see things that are hard to imagine. He looked down at the dinner plate. It was filled with raw meat and human skulls. This made him feel a wave of nausea. God, what is this? Even the comment section was disgusted. Holy crap, thank goodness I wore the glasses to look. If I had eaten this, I don't know what would have happened. One look at the true face of this restaurant makes your spine tingle. Su Xiao's face was ashen as he turned back and said, "Heaven help me, I didn't expect these glasses to be so useful, though it's a pity I didn't see the things I shouldn't have. I'll wear them and check out the second floor, maybe it's a whole new world up there." He walked up and saw the hallway covered in spiderwebs. Aside from being older and more dilapidated, the second floor isn't that scary. Suddenly, 2 employees walked over. One of them asked in confusion, "Sir, did you just eat at the first floor restaurant?" Su Xiao became alert, thinking to himself, "Wait, these 2 male guards look normal even through the glasses. Does that mean they're good guys?" He then replied, "I haven't eaten yet. The restaurant food isn't to my taste." The man asked again, "Then did you see a black cat in the hallway?" His head was full of question marks. A black cat. Now his mind was filled with doubts. Why are they suddenly asking about a black cat? There was no mention of a black cat in the rules, right? Su Xiao rubbed his head and spoke, "Sorry, I haven't seen any cats." The male employee replied, "All right, thank you for your answer. If you encounter any difficulties, you can come find us. We'll be patrolling the hallways in shifts." With that they left, leaving him feeling very confused. Finished asking, "Completely nonsensical, I don't understand a bit of it." Suddenly, one of the 2 employees picked up a blood-stained axe and wiped it carefully. Su Xiao's suspicion grew upon seeing this. "I remember that axe was clean the last time I saw it. Why is there blood now?" He analyzed the situation seriously. "It seems while I wasn't on the second floor something happened." Meanwhile, on the side of the Sunan nation, Wenhua was being drawn by the smell of fishy meat, constantly calling out, "Meat, fresh meat." The comment section also felt something was wrong with him. "Everyone, don't you think he's abnormal? Any normal person would be disgusted by this meat, so why isn't he? Did you forget? His brain was fried by electricity in the last round, he's already unstable." Wenhua grabbed a large chunk of meat and devoured it ravenously, a sight that made the viewers horrified. "My God, I can't take this, I'm going to go vomit for a bit. Truly, if you live long enough you'll see every disgusting thing." Bletch. Just then he stopped and realized, "What's happening? What did I just do?" He then covered his mouth and ran to vomit. The audience felt helpless. Tisk tisk, it would be better if he didn't regain his senses. Now he's definitely going to vomit until he's dizzy. It's making me nauseous too. Damn that Yang Yangxin, even in a new round he's still screwing us over. Wenhua coughed violently while muttering to himself, "Why won't it come out? The bits of meat I just ate feel like they're stuck tight inside my body." He knelt on the ground and shouted in despair, Why did I eat that meat just now? My body feels like it's no longer under my control, as if another soul exists within me. What on earth is going on?" Wenhua stumbled to his feet and saw his other self in the mirror, laughing crazily and praising, "Hee, so tasty, so tasty." He clutched his head in terror and screamed, "It's Yang Yangxin, it's Yang Yangxin. He electrocuted me and caused my consciousness to split into a second me. Damn it, I don't want to be like this." Suddenly his head became extremely eerie, emitting a strange sound. "No, I don't want this, I don't." By now his face no longer looked human, even he was afraid. "Ghost, monster." The lights flickered constantly as he shouted frantically, "Monster." He then decisively threw a punch at the mirror on the wall, and the lights returned to normal. Wenhua picked up a shard and stammered, "Shard, must quickly give the mirror shard to the next room." The system displayed Rule 4. If you stare at the mirror for a long time and find that your reflection begins to look abnormal, please immediately smash the mirror and then hand the pieces to the guest in the room next door. Wenhua rushed out directly, pounding frantically on the door next door and shouting loudly, open up now, I'm from next door, I have something urgent to say." The system announced Rule 5 again, "Please do not accept any broken mirror pieces handed to you by the neighbor." He struggled for a long time to no avail and knelt down in despair. "No one is taking my mirror shards, I'm finished. Why is it only my treatment that went wrong? Why must I die like a worthless shield? Why, damn it." Suddenly, Wenhua's eyes turned crimson. His sub-personality appeared, slowly standing up and saying, "You made me suffer and I will make you all pay." He stumbled around aimlessly and accidentally encountered a black cat that was meowing. A cat. Wenhua sat down and said gently, "Come here, kitty." It slowly approached him, and his head turned back into that terrifying look from the mirror. The comment section speculated, "Is this the cat the guard mentioned to Su Xiao?" Probably. Everyone. "I have a feeling those 2 guys are the bad ones up to no good." Su Xiao opened the cabinet and cried out in surprise. The vegetables were normal again. When he saw the pieces of meat emitting a red glow, he felt something was off and said, "But this meat really is problematic. Looks like I can only eat vegetables these few days." After snacking on a cucumber, Su Xiao felt more alert and began to think. Regarding the guard's question earlier, Su Xiao leaned back in his chair, munching on the cucumber with gusto while thinking thoughtfully. The guards would never go looking for a black cat for no reason. It was said at the start of this round that part of the hints and rules would be hidden. There might be rules within this, which also means there might be another set of rules I haven't discovered yet. Su Xiao stared at the jellyfish necklace in his hand and thought, Furthermore, when the guard asked about the black cat just now, the necklace kept flashing, proving his question very likely involves a certain rule, and that rule happens to be one I hadn't read before, so my answer accidentally violated it, causing the necklace to activate. He then tucked the necklace away while falling into deep thought. Fortunately, it was an accidental violation. If I had accidentally obeyed a rule and caused my talent to fail, I might not have noticed in time. To prevent such a tricky situation, I must find the hidden regulations as soon as possible. Su Xiao frowned, heard a cat meowing nearby, and turned to look. A cat. He walked over in surprise and asked, "Black cat?" Andy smiled with ecstasy and said, "I finally found you." Su Xiao stared at the black cat, thinking to himself, the black cat mentioned by the guards is definitely not a good thing. Seeing Andy with the black cat feels a bit off. Better put on the glasses and look. With that thought, he picked up the glasses and put them on. Through the glasses, Andy's body was entwined by a massive red light. Andy asked, "What's wrong, brother?" Su Xiao thought, "There's red light on him, he's definitely problematic." Without a word, he delivered a slap straight to the fake Andy's face, shouting, "Who's your brother? Stop faking it." He looked at the unconscious person on the floor and thought, "This human is too terrifying." One slap knocked him out. Su Xiao suddenly cried out in surprise, Strange, why isn't this guy repenting? Is he not an eerie entity?" He then looked at the black cat and said, "Then is this black cat the eerie entity? Maybe I should try a slap on it too." Hearing this, the black cat screamed in terror, "Meow. Don't come over." It then fled with its tail between its legs. Su Xiao scratched his head in awkwardness and cried out, "God, those movements are just like that ugly freak. I didn't even do anything to you. This eerie entity is way too cowardly." He then sat beside the fake Andy and lamented, "This person definitely isn't Andy, but I can't find any flaw in his appearance. How did he do it? Who is he really?" He stood up in surprise, moving away from the fake Andy, wondering what was happening. The fake Andy vanished like a gust of wind. Seeing this, Su Xiao stroked his chin and asked in surprise, "Holy crap, he vanished? Spatial teleportation?" The audience was also shocked, spamming the chat box. "Everyone, I just came from Wenhua's livestream. Was this Andy conjured by Wenhua? Why did he conjure Andy? How could he enter Big Boss Su Xiao's space? Wenhua's talent is shapeshifting, he can turn into anyone. As for why he could go to Su Xiao's space, it's likely due to an eerie object. An eerie object brought him there. Holy crap, he and the black cat really aren't good people. The other contestants don't have glasses. If they're deceived, won't it be incredibly dangerous?" Time shifted back to the Scarlet Hotel. First floor restaurant, 12:30 p.m. Korean contestant Han Jizai held a tray, thinking, although there's meat and vegetables in the room's fridge, I don't know how to cook. Fortunately, the food in the restaurant looks okay. I'm in luck. Suddenly, someone spoke from behind Han Jizai in a serious tone, "If you don't want to die, don't touch that meat dish." Han Jizai turned around and was surprised to find it was Lucas. Lucas warned with a serious face, "If you're too hungry, pick the vegetables. Better not touch the meat. Of course, if you want to die, I won't stop you." Han Jizai was stunned and cried out, "Lucas, what are you doing here?" He thought in fear, Lucas has cleared so many rounds, what he says is probably right. Besides, he has no grudge against me. There's no need to harm me. Listening to him must be right. Having thought it through, he said, "Okay, I'll listen to you, and only eat vegetables. Boss, do you want some?" Lucas replied, "You eat, I've already eaten." Han Jizai then sat at the table, smiling happily as he said, "Then I won't be polite." He didn't notice anything unusual about Lucas sitting opposite him. Oh, what a surprise. One of Lucas's eyeballs suddenly fell out. Seeing this, Han Jizai's eyes widened and he cried out, "Oh, what the hell?" He looked at the eyeball on the floor in terror and shouted, "The eyeball fell, it fell out." Han Jizai turned and ran, covering his mouth and shouting, "Bletch, bathroom, where's the bathroom?" Lucas looked at his retreating back and said resentfully, "Pa, this kid has such good luck he hasn't even taken a bite." With that, Lucas turned into a cat. The fake Lucas suddenly exploded. The fake revealed a sudden eerie smile and said, "It's fine. Escaping this time doesn't mean you'll escape the next." The audience was stunned by this series of accidents and flooded the comments. God, Lucas's eyes turned red. That black cat was Wenhua in disguise. He's indeed started to deceive the contestants everywhere. Dangerous. Han Jizai escaped a disaster. Hope the other contestants don't get tricked either. Praying. Meanwhile, after deducing for a long time, Andy had obtained a lot of information, but even more doubts had arisen. After finishing the deduction, he sat in his chair as if he had lost his soul, secretly reaching a conclusion. The restaurant is a place you absolutely cannot go. The food there is simply not for humans. There seem to be other guests in the hotel besides me, but the strange thing is I haven't seen any of them since I arrived. I wonder where they all are, Andy thought to himself as he walked. The hotel had cleaners, security guards, receptionists, and a manager, but what roles were they playing? Would they help if he sought their aid at a critical moment? He stopped, resting his chin in his hand as he pondered. Furthermore, a black cat had appeared in the hallway during his deduction. Was it a hotel pet? Why did it give him such a dangerous feeling? A sudden knocking at the door sparked Andy's suspicion. Two long, one short. The rhythm was too eerie. The screen displayed "You have used an item, frog balloon. Effect 1. Placing the balloon by your side can prevent you from being discovered by eerie objects for a short period. It would prevent him from being noticed by it. Looking at the frog in his hand, he thought he'd better take it out just in case. Andy approached the door and peered through the peephole, asking silently, "Who is it?" he thought in shock. Damn it, is it a ghost? There was no one outside. So why was the knocking still going on, then? A female ghost suddenly appeared right in front of him, nearly scaring him to death as he almost fell backward. He held his breath, silently reminding himself not to move. Instinct told him that the slightest movement of his eyes or even a blink would draw the woman's attention. A minute later, Andy breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the ghost turn and leave. Phew, she's finally gone. Suddenly, a succession of knocks rang out again. Damn it, Andy thought, the lights have turned yellow. This represented potential danger. Was that woman going to break down the door? He began another deduction, realizing he could only afford one more to see what the woman was really up to. Deduction result 1. Rush to the door and shout, "Stop knocking, I'll fight you to the death." The scene of him potentially brawling with the ghost flashed through his mind. Standing before the door as it was being violently struck, Andy frowned, thinking, "I'll just stand here perfectly still and see what you can do to me." A few minutes later, the scene of the ghost leaving reappeared before his eyes. After finishing the deduction, Andy thought to himself, "Fortunately, although the second method is a bit stupid, I don't have enough energy to continue deducting. I have to go with this approach." Meanwhile, Su Xiao, who was in his room contemplating where to find the remaining rules, also heard the knocking. He spoke with apparent interest. "Oh, this knocking has quite a rhythm. Let me see who it is." Peering through the peephole, Su Xiao smiled and said, let's see. As expected, the female ghost appeared, staring at him with a brilliant, wide smile. Su Xiao rested his chin in his hand with interest and thought, "This woman's face is deathly pale, God knows how much powder she slapped on, and she's wearing a security uniform." The rules explicitly stated there were no female security guards. He understood. She was definitely playing at roleplay. Thinking this, he spoke to her through the door. "Big sis outside, you should go. I don't need special services. I'd rather leave this opportunity to someone who actually needs it." These words seemed to be outside the ghost's plan. Her mouth fell open in shock. The knocking became more urgent. Su Xiao rested his chin in his hand and thought, "Damn it, calling her sis didn't make her happy. Seems I'll have to use some tactics." A curious viewer commented, "What is Big Boss Su Xiao planning to do?" Another person replied, "Don't try to guess what the boss is thinking, you won't get it. Just watch." His viewers were commenting excitedly. A mirror. Does Big Boss Su Xiao want to? I have a strong premonition that the girl outside is in for it. Su Xiao enthusiastically pressed the mirror against the peephole and said, "You like looking, right? Then look all you want. I wonder if you can handle it." Seeing the ghost frantically cover her eyes and let out a loud scream, he laughed excitedly and said, "I'll give you credit for having some self-awareness. You know you're terrifyingly ugly. Coming out looking like that is your own fault." He then spoke through the crack in the door in a mocking tone. "Did you run away? One little scare and she's gone," viewers commented excitedly. "I'm laughing so hard my stomach hurts. Big Boss Su Xiao has so many tricks, he can even come up with this. I'm ready to worship him. Big Boss Su Xiao, you are truly my god." Turning the doorknob, Su Xiao thought to himself, "It shouldn't be this simple, right? I'll go out and see if she's really gone." Surprised, the ghost suddenly appeared to scare him, but his face remained completely unfazed. Without a single wasted movement, he spun and delivered a kick to her stomach, sending her flying. He taunted loudly, "Heavens, I knew you were hiding outside the door trying to play this move on me. I'm practically the ancestor of these types of games." The ghost let out a piteous scream as she began to revert to her true form. Looking at her actual appearance, Su Xiao blurted out, "Holy crap, I thought only her face was ugly, but she's even more terrifying after transforming. This is even more disgusting," he then said with interest. "I told you don't come out in public if you're ugly. Why won't you listen?" As he spoke, he slapped her face repeatedly. He stared blankly at the pile of minced meat on the floor and said, "My God, how did she fall apart from just one kick?" But these pieces of meat looked familiar, like the things in the refrigerator. Comments kept popping up, "Holy crap. No wonder what turned bad after eating that meat. It was raw flesh, and it can control you. Don't mention it. I just took a sip of water and threw up again." The meat suddenly began to move. Su Xiao pondered, "It seems this thing can't be killed, and slapping only temporarily restricts its movement. Maybe I should let the Black General eat it." He then remembered Rule 12. Rule 12, the axe cannot kill it completely. "Please find an opportunity to leave the hotel quickly." A security guard suddenly ran over and immediately reported to the manager, "Yellow alert, hallway on the second floor needs clearing. The monster's flesh has appeared." The guard surrounded Su Xiao to warn him, "Guest, please return to your room." We will handle this. Leaning against the wall, he asked, "How do you plan to handle it?" One of them replied, "That is not for you to know. All you need to know is that while there is life, there is hope. We are responsible for the lives of every guest in this hotel until the end." Su Xiao asked curiously, "Are you planning to fight it to the death?" The guard turned and smiled. "Fight to the death? You underestimate it. This is only a yellow alert. If it turns into a red alert, I'm afraid all of us will lose our lives here." Su Xiao continued to ask, "Then what exactly is it?" The guard replied, "Apologies, we cannot answer that. Please leave quickly, it's dangerous here." Su Xiao shrugged and replied, "Oh, then isn't it fine as long as we solve the danger?" The guard said in a serious tone, "Easier said than done. This thing cannot be completely cleared. We've tried many methods but none have succeeded." Hearing this, Su Xiao called for the Black General. "Black General, come out and eat that thing," the two guards shouted in shock. "An eerie object, a new eerie object." Without hesitation, the Black General acted on Su Xiao's command and quickly devoured the female ghost. The security guard said in shock, This new eerie object can actually devour that eerie entity in the blink of an eye. It's terrifying." Su Xiao walked over, patted his shoulder and replied, "Rest assured it's mine, it won't attack you." He stared at the Black General and said, "Seems it's true." The guard reported through his walkie-talkie, "Manager, no need to come, the eerie entity has been dealt with. However, a new eerie object has appeared in the hotel, brought in by a guest." The manager's voice boomed over the radio, "A new eerie object, I'll notify all hotel staff to begin processing immediately. Ensure the safety of all guests at all costs." The guard quickly reassured the manager, "Manager, you've misunderstood. The new eerie object doesn't seem to have any ill intent toward us. Moreover, this guest appears very ordinary," the manager replied. "An eerie object is bound to be a threat. You two come to my office immediately to report the situation." One guard turned back to pat Su Xiao's shoulder and said, "We're leaving then. The monster could reappear at any time. If you run into danger and we can't make it in time, go look in the firebox and take the axe inside to protect yourself." He quickly agreed. Su Xiao thought to himself, using the axe in the firebox for self-defense is understandable, but why emphasize? Looking in the firebox, is there something else in there besides the axe? Standing before the firebox, Su Xiao thought, "Speaking of which, last time I saw flesh and blood on the axe blade, proving someone had used it. Coupled with the manager saying he wants to protect all guests, I'm certain there are other guests in this hotel, but why haven't I seen any since I arrived? Where are they?" He blurted out in surprise, "Oh, there's a piece of paper." Su Xiao asked himself suspiciously, "Is this the remaining part of the rules?" Meanwhile, the other contestants were lucky enough not to have encountered the strange woman knocking at their doors. Lucas was currently clutching his wrist in anger, saying, "Damn it, these annoying black hairs are growing again." As he pulled out an item, he said, "If it keeps growing, it'll definitely affect my performance. I have to use the prize from the last round." The system announced, "You have used an item, Principal Yang's white lab coat." Subsequently, he quickly put on the lab coat, Principal Yang's white lab coat description. "Do you think you're sick? I bet you'll say you aren't, but that doesn't matter. What matters is that I know you are." Lucas pulled at the garment excitedly and shouted, "Gone, the black hair is gone." "Great, this lab coat can suppress the black hair growth. I can hold out a bit longer." He suddenly blurted out thoughtfully, "Blood?" Seeing a blood stain on the corner of the coat, Lucas thought to himself, "It definitely didn't have blood on it when I first took it out." It seemed the lab coat only temporarily suppressed the black hair, and once the coat was soaked in blood, the confrontation would likely end. He thought as he walked that fortunately, the blood wasn't spreading fast enough for him to hold out for a while longer. Lucas then reminded himself aloud, "No time to lose. I've finished checking the room, it's time to check outside. The clearance clues must be hidden somewhere outside." Meanwhile, Anna from the Sunan nation stood in a defensive posture, holding a frying pan with a tense expression. "I finally managed to get down to the first floor, only to find the food here is completely inedible. It seems I can only eat the vegetables in the fridge." Her eyes widened as she thought, There's someone behind me." Anna turned and shouted, "Who is it?" When she saw the monster before her, she was utterly stunned. Anna was drenched in sweat, her eyes tightly shut as she constantly reminded herself, "Stay clear-headed, I must stay clear-headed." The screen displayed a notification. Activated B-grade talent, Absolute Calm. Effect Introduction. Protects your brain to stay clear at all times. You will not fall into panic under any circumstances. Subsequently, she decisively hurled the frying pan at the monster. The pan flew at it with the speed of light, but after being struck by Anna, the monster was completely unaffected. Anna turned pale, frantically reminding herself, "Calm down, Anna, calm down. Think about the rules, see what can be used." As she walked toward the firebox, she said, "The rules? Rule 11, right? Right. There's an axe in the firebox that can deal with this monster. Rule 11. The most dangerous things in the hotel are humanoid creatures. If you are unfortunate enough to encounter a person stitched together from pieces of flesh, Please take the axe from the firebox and kill it. She opened the firebox and gripped the axe tightly. Anna was sweating profusely, gritting her teeth as she muttered to herself, "Don't be afraid, Anna. It's just like slaughtering a chicken or a duck. Just chop down with the axe. You can do it, you definitely can." Subsequently, she turned and chopped the monster in half without hesitation. "Go to hell, monster." Anna looked back as she fled, saying disgustedly, "Nauseating, so nauseating. I have to get back to my room. I have to get back quickly. The room is safer." Upon bumping into a cleaner, he reminded Anna, "Madam, that axe you're holding is too dangerous. If you can, please hand it over to me." Anna thought in panic. Rule 9 said there are no male cleaners in the hotel. And why do those hideous scars on his face look so familiar? She remembered Rule 9. Rule 9, the hotel's cleaning staff are all female. If you encounter a male cleaner, please do not believe what he says and immediately leave his sight. Subsequently, Anna said to the cleaner, "A monster was just chasing me. If you can solve it for me, I'll give you the axe." The male cleaner reached out his hand solemnly as he approached, saying, "Madam, please give me the axe so I can help you solve the trouble." Anna frowned in opposition. "No, you have to solve that monster first." Hearing this, he began to revert to his true form, threatening her with an angry face. "I'll say it one last time. Give me the axe in your hand, give it to me now." Anna stared at him decisively and said, "As I thought, you're the monster from just now." Immediately after, she swung the axe with force at the monster's neck. She shouted under her breath with all her might, "Go to hell, trying to trick me, no way." The monster let out a piteous wail. Anna continued to hack at the monster with the axe, beating it until it could no longer resist in agony. She kept muttering, "Die, die, die." Viewers commented, "Holy crap, these sisters fighting for their countries are truly something else, but seriously, this thing seems unkillable. Is hacking it like that still useless?" Another viewer replied, "It's useful. Chopping it to pieces can at least stall it for a bit so she can return to her room smoothly." The viewer continued, "Exactly, it wasn't easy to get a female participant. Hope she can clear it once." Subsequently, a series of rules appeared. Rule 13. The hotel guards are all male. There are no female guards. Rule 14. The hotel lights sometimes flash red. This is a lighting fault. Please contact hotel staff as soon as possible to handle this issue. Rule 15. The front desk staff will get off work at 2200. After this time, the front desk will be empty. If you see someone at the front desk after 2200, do not ask her anything, and certainly do not believe her. Rule 16. If someone asks if you have seen a black cat in the hotel, if you have seen it, answer that you haven't. If you haven't seen it, answer that you have. Rule 17. There is a black cat in the hotel named Lucy that usually roams around. If you see it in the hallway, you can pet and play with it. Rule 18. When you find a white cat appearing in your space, the cleaners have all become male, and the guards have all become female. Please leave the hotel immediately. No matter what happens, ignore anyone attempting to obstruct your departure. Rule 19. If you cannot leave the hotel before the lights turn red, please find the nearest safe location and wait for rescue. The cleaner's break room and the manager's office are considered safe places. Rule 20. If you cannot leave the hotel and cannot find a safe spot to hide before the lights turn red, please believe me, using the axe in the firebox is your final choice. Use it at the last moment to protect your life and prevent yourself from becoming a part of it. After picking up the rule sheet and finishing it, Su Xiao whispered to himself, "There really are rules about the black cat. My previous deduction was exactly right." But then he frowned in thought. But why was the rest of the rules in the firebox? Did the guard put them there? I have a feeling they were placed there for a specific purpose. After all, this has never happened before. Whatever, put them back after reading. Some sound rang out, drawing his attention. What sound? Su Xiao was surprised to see the cloth doll and white bear gathered in the bathroom bullying the black general. He thought to himself, "My God, why are the cloth doll and the white bear hitting the black general? It's 2 against 1. What on earth is going on? A mutiny, guys. Don't start infighting at a time like this. I still need you." He walked in from outside looking depressed as he shouted, "Are you all so bored you've lost your minds? Are your bones itching for a beating? To start a fight right in front of me in broad daylight? You clearly have no respect for me." The cloth doll and the white bear were startled and stopped their movements, standing stiffly as they looked at Su Xiao while the black general's head was still bruised. Then the white bear spoke up, "He asked us to do it." Su Xiao looked incredulous. "You're saying the black general told you to hit him?" The white bear and the cloth doll nodded vigorously like bobbleheads, answering in unison, "Really?" The black general also spoke up happily. "It's true, look at me." Su Xiao looked over only to see him shaking his body violently. He was puzzled. What kind of game was this? Once he had shaken enough he stopped, and his body had actually recovered to its original state. All the wounds had vanished. Seeing this, Su Xiao couldn't help but marvel. "My God, your injuries are completely healed. How is this possible? The recovery speed is staggering." Then he suddenly shouted excitedly, I know, did you fuse a new eerie power again? The Black General narrowed his eyes and smiled as he replied. That's right, it's the power I obtained after eating that flesh lump monster just now. Su Xiao responded. That's great. Although this power doesn't look very strong, it's at least the second type of power you've fused, the Black General continued. I want to keep eating those monsters. My power can increase further. Su Xiao said, then go ahead, go quickly and eat all the remaining ones, but you absolutely must not harm the ordinary employees in the hotel, and you aren't allowed to scare them. He then watched the Black General run off and reminded him, also I have a feeling there are even more dangerous eerie objects here. Be careful. Come back immediately after you're done eating, the Black General replied cheerfully as he ran. You got it. While the Black General began his feeding frenzy outside, Su Xiao also walked out of the room, taking the rule sheet he had just found and placing it back into the firebox. That rule sheet suddenly transformed into a completely different piece of paper. Su Xiao was surprised and confused. What's going on? Is this some kind of note-swapping trick? Having said that, he picked up the paper and said, let's see what's written on this new sheet. It was a set of hotel security protection rules, which recorded a great deal of content. Before starting work every day, you must ensure that there are no female guards in the security team. This is crucial. Gender awareness reinforcement must be conducted more than 3 times a day to prevent yourself from developing gender cognitive bias. Do your best to meet the guests' requests. Their safety must always come first. Pay attention to guests who have eaten in the restaurant. Their bodies may have undergone strange changes. Regularly clean the firebox and at the same time wipe the blood and grime off the axe blade. Dispose of internal organs and severed limbs. If a foul odor appears in the hallway, do not hesitate. Report it to the manager immediately. You must ask guests every day if they have seen a black cat in the hallway. The appearance of a black cat indicates temporary safety. If the black cat turns into a white cat, please immediately notify all hotel guests to evacuate. The manager and all staff must prepare to fight unknown eerie objects. If the white cat does not appear but the surrounding lights suddenly turn red, please protect yourself, and only yourself, by avoiding looking directly into eyes in the mirror. If you accidentally make eye contact and find yourself in the mirror becoming strange, please report to the manager immediately and resign to leave the hotel permanently. When the hotel lights turn red, please pick up the AK-47 in the security room for self-defense. Until the lights return to normal and the crisis disappears, do not back down. Please remember our slogan, loyalty, bravery, dedication. One final point, when danger approaches, please grip the AK-47 tightly and patrol the floors. At this time, ignore any surrounding sounds and stay away from all humanoid creatures. The space you are in has become distorted. Please carefully identify the correct direction. While reading with full concentration, Su Xiao said solemnly, these aren't ordinary rules. These look like rule reminders for guards and cleaners, and they even recorded some content from the hotel cleaner rules. Before starting work every day, you must carefully check if there are any males in the staff team. This is extremely important. Gender awareness reinforcement must be conducted more than 3 times a day to avoid gender misunderstandings for yourself. All mirrors in the hotel must be wiped once a day. Wiping them twice is strictly prohibited. Do not turn your back to the mirror. Do not look in the mirror frequently. If you find your gender has changed in the mirror or your body starts becoming asymmetrical, please report to security in time. They know how to handle it. The hotel provides lunch and dinner. Please do not approach the first-floor restaurant between 1300 and 2200. Please remember, white represents safety, yellow represents risk, black represents the calm before the storm, red represents danger. Immediate evacuation is required. Pets are strictly forbidden in the hotel, so there are no black cats. Perhaps you won't see one either. Usually green hallway lights mean safety. Please do not talk too much with guests. Be diligent and responsible. Please remember this slogan, duty, loyalty, not listening. One final point, if the hotel lights turn red, it means the red of hatred has begun. Do not believe anyone or anything. Run out of the hotel with all your might. He looked at the note and spoke calmly. There was more text below. Su Xiao rubbed the note in his hand with his thumb. He folded the note, his face full of suspicion, observing and thinking as he walked. The ink on the paper isn't dry yet, which means someone just finished writing it and put it in the firebox. But there was only me in the entire hallway just now. When did that person put it in? Suddenly, Su Xiao spoke loudly and urgently. I understand. Other contestants, those guests and I are actually not in the same space. The hotel's space is not only distorted but even overlapping. The firebox is a critical node used to contact other contestants. The links remaining at the beginning should be the spaces of the other contestants. On Anna's side, she had also read content similar to what Su Xiao had found. She then placed the note back in its original spot. On Andy's side he also discovered a firebox, but inside was an axe and a fire extinguisher rather than that rule sheet. Su Xiao continued, "This way, the missing passengers, the axes being used for no reason, and the notes suddenly disappearing and reappearing can all be explained." Subsequently, while deep in thought, he placed the note back into the firebox. "No matter who wrote this paper, I have to put it back. This way, other contestants will have a chance to read it too. It should be of great help to them." Soon, the note Su Xiao put back reached Lucas's hands. He picked up the paper and said with a face full of confusion, "On the paper is a rule analysis written by someone. This firebox definitely has a problem." Though he didn't know who had placed the paper there. Meanwhile, Andy also obtained the remaining red rule sheet in the firebox. After reading it solemnly, he also understood. It seemed this firebox really could transmit information between different spaces. "I hope the things I risked putting in last time can be seen by more contestants." After a period of time, the remaining rules and related analyses were passed between Su Xiao, Andy, and Lucas through the firebox. The three of them gathered around their respective fireboxes, constantly exchanging information. Of course, all three were people of extremely high intelligence and naturally understood the firebox's use. Lucas solemnly placed a note into the firebox. Andy took the note Lucas had put in with surprise, and after reading all the information, he also placed it back, hoping to help other contestants. By nightfall, Anna of Bazunnen also discovered these two papers in the firebox. After reading the content, she also placed them back in their original spot. As she replaced the note, she said in confusion, "The handwriting on the paper looks so familiar, as if it were written by the great Andy." Subsequently, Anna turned back to her room, muttering, "Could it be that this firebox has a cross-space communication function?" The viewers were paying close attention to her. As expected, Anna's IQ isn't much different from ours. She can only guess that this thing can transmit information. But being able to guess that the hotel space is distorted and overlapping is already quite good. Hope she can continue to clear this stage. After returning to her room, Anna quickly double-locked the door and began to digest the information on the two sheets. She sat in a chair, curling her body as she focused on her deductions. "Although I haven't completely memorized the content on the paper yet, since I can see the note written by the great Andy, the other contestants can definitely see it too. I can't selfishly keep it with me. Next I must rely on myself to remember these details and keep persevering." A sound from outside the door made Anna alert and she glanced at the door in confusion. Subsequently she stood up quietly and peered out from the peephole on the door, squinting her eyes. "Who is it exactly?" She saw Su Xiao standing outside the door, hands on his hips, looking inward. She was startled. Great Su Xiao." Having said that, Anna opened the door and asked in surprise, "Great Su Xiao, why are you here?" Su Xiao looked at her and explained excitedly, "It's not strange at all for me to appear here because the entire space is distorted. In fact, all our contestants can exist in the same space. For example, right now you are living on the 3rd floor of the hotel, while other contestants live on the 2nd, 3rd, 5th, 6th floors and so on." Su Xiao continued with a brilliant smile. "In short, the hotel is much larger than you can imagine, so you feel you are on the 2nd floor because the space here is distorted. This is also an important reason why you can feel the presence of other contestants even though you can't see them." "Anna, do you want to ask?" "So that's how it is. Then if great Su Xiao can come to my space, can he also go to others' spaces?" Su Xiao put his hands on his hips, so proud his nose was almost pointing to the sky. "Of course, if I couldn't even do that, I don't think I could be the idol of countless people." Anna stared at Su Xiao with a look of incomprehension. "Strange, when did great Su Xiao become so conceited? I always feel like something isn't quite right." At the same time, Han Jizai, who hadn't eaten all day, was so hungry his stomach was sticking to his back, and his temper had become exceptionally explosive because of it. He sat up in anger, fire fuming from his head as he cursed, "Damn it, in the middle of the night there's still someone who's tired of living coming to pick a fight. Since you want to die so badly, I'll grant your wish." Han Jizai activated his S-grade talent, Prediction ability. Effect Introduction. This talent can not only help Han Jizai avoid traps in the rules but also help him predict upcoming dangers. A blue ring appeared in his eyes and several rectangular boxes appeared around him. A panel before him displayed text, "There is an eerie female guard outside the door." He thought to himself, "An eerie female guard, eh?" Subsequently, Han Jizai walked straight to the door. "Let me see how to deal with you." As soon as he rushed out, he ran into that eerie female employee. Using the momentum of his charge, he pushed the female employee aside with force. Then he rushed forward frantically and reached for the firebox. The eerie female employee stood there angrily with her mouth wide open, staring at him. Subsequently, Han Jizai picked up the axe and said excitedly, "Damn it, you were chasing me just now, now it's my turn to chase you." He held the axe in one hand, pointing it directly at the eerie female employee, and announced majestically, "I'm going to use this axe to chop you monster into mincemeat." Han Jizai hit the monster with precision. The viewers before the screen cried out in surprise, "My God, how is this guy's attack so accurate? He not only hit the monster but also dodged its counterattack. This clearly isn't a reaction a normal human could have," the viewers below speculated. "It might be related to his talent. Can someone explain what his talent is?" The monster was hurt and let out a roar, immediately lunging at Han Jizai. He cursed irritably, "Tisk, damn it. I originally wanted to hide my talent until the end, but now I have to expose it. Then I'll show my hand. My previous weak appearance was all an act. Now let me open your eyes." As soon as the words left his mouth, Han Jizai swung his axe at the monster. He kept cursing the monster under his breath. "Bastard, you damn monster, making it impossible for me to keep acting weak. You really deserve to die. Go to hell." Seeing this scene, viewers immediately commented, "Holy crap, what happened to Han Jizai? Seeing him fight is like slaughtering a chicken." A viewer noticed a detail. "Everyone, look closely. When Han Jizai activates his talent, there is blue around his eyes, and his attack movements are as if he predicted the monster's attack pattern. So I guess his talent is S-grade prediction ability." Another viewer cried out, "Holy crap, South Korea actually managed to pull an S-grade talent. What kind of dog shit luck is that?" The viewers below said indignantly, "The conscience of these countries is so bad, it's one thing for the major powers to give us the cold shoulder, but now even South Korea is riding over our heads. It really makes me furious." After a fierce round of hacking and slashing, the monster was now nothing but a pile of shredded meat. Han Jizai breathed a sigh of relief. "Phew, damn it, let's see you be arrogant now. This is the consequence of provoking me." Han Jizai turned to walk toward the firebox. He remembered seeing a piece of paper when he took the axe from the firebox just now. Now he went back to see what it was. On the paper was written, "During the period when the hotel lights turn red, please pick up the AK-47 in the security room for self-defense until the lights return to normal and the crisis disappears." After reading, Han Jizai shouted happily, "Ha ha ha, I didn't expect the security to be equipped with AK-47s. I love those things the most. Now this secret has been discovered by me. Then I announce that I'm going to the security room now to steal the gun. It's mine." Han Jizai gave a sinister smile. He decided to stuff the note into his trouser pocket, plotting, "I'll take this paper too. Want to let others see this information? Hee hee, not a chance." The viewers before the screen spoke out in anger, "Damn it, this bastard even took the note. Then what about the other contestants who haven't read it yet?" Another viewer cursed Han Jizai. "Damn it, does he know that doing this will make other contestants lose their lives?" The viewers below were also indignant at Han Jizai's inhumane practice, cursing incessantly, "Selfish and stupid bastard, if anything happens to our contestants, we will immediately go to war with South Korea. They provoked us first." The next day, Su Xiao was leisurely chewing an apple. He thought to himself, "Black General went out to eat monsters all night and hasn't come back yet. Could something have happened?" Before long, the Black General came back through the door. He had a rounded belly and let out a loud burp. Su Xiao said between laughter and tears, "My God, I told you to go eat. I didn't tell you to eat yourself into a ball." The Black General excitedly described to Su Xiao, "Woof woof, there were too many monsters. I couldn't finish them all no matter how much I ate." Su Xiao stood up, not knowing whether to praise him. He softened his tone and asked, "Are there really that many? Fine, I really can't do anything with you. Rest for a bit. I'm going out to see if there are any new notes in the firebox." As soon as Su Xiao pushed the door and went out, he was stunned by the noisy scene outside. My God, why did it suddenly become so crowded at the door? He suddenly paused, carefully analyzing the situation. Wait, the rules say the hotel has no female guards. These 2 male guards are following a few girls. Did they really not notice a problem? Clearly their gender cognition has become muddled. Rule 13, the hotel guards are all male. There are no female guards. At this time, a female guard proactively struck up a conversation with Su Xiao. "Sir, could you please step aside for a moment? We need to clean the firebox. We're very sorry for the inconvenience. Please bear with us." Su Xiao answered amiably, "Of course." He walked toward a male guard, leaned in and whispered in his ear, "Come with me for a moment, I have something to ask you." Su Xiao asked the male guard directly, "Isn't the security team supposed to have no females? Why is your colleague a woman?" The male guard said with some surprise. "Who says there aren't? Guess there have always been female guards in our security team." The jellyfish necklace around Su Xiao's neck suddenly flashed. He thought to himself, "The necklace is glowing, which means something here is trying to influence my mental state. But I haven't done anything. Wait, could it be that talking to this guard with gender cognitive distortion is what's affecting my mind?" A flash of realization struck him. "Ah, I see. Even though I found the other half of the rules, it doesn't mean there aren't other hidden rules. Clearly, talking to someone with distorted perception causes one's own perception to be influenced, leading to cognitive distortion. That's another hidden rule. Having figured it out, Su Xiao looked at the female guard with a slight curl of his lips. She said to him, "We'll be going now, guest. Feel free to find us anytime if you need anything." Su Xiao simply replied, "All right." He turned and whispered to the cloth doll, "Cloth doll, follow them and see what's actually going on." The cloth doll immediately nodded twice in agreement. A moment later, the cloth doll returned and gestured a series of movements. Su Xiao interpreted its meaning. "You're saying the entire hotel only has 2 floors, no 3rd floor and no passage leading to one, and they disappeared once they reached the end of the 2nd floor hallway. You tried, but even you couldn't use your spatial distortion abilities to leave this place." The cloth doll let out a small noise, indicating Su Xiao had understood correctly. Su Xiao speculated, "If I'm not mistaken, there must be a cognitive deviation, or perhaps someone has already become a part of it, allowing them to travel between different spaces using its means. That fake Andy from last time was definitely related to this. The hotel certainly has more than 2 floors, otherwise the security rules wouldn't mention checking upward from the current floor during danger. And the Black General wouldn't have spent all night eating without finishing off the monsters. The manager and receptionist must also have rules they have to follow." Su Xiao said to the cloth doll, "Cloth doll, follow me to the 1st floor. Only by finding the rules for the manager and receptionist can we get closer to the truth of the Scarlet Hotel." The cloth doll nodded and stayed close by his side. In the 2nd floor hallway of the Scarlet Hotel, Su Xiao and the cloth doll passed a firebox. The cloth doll suddenly pulled at Su Xiao's arm. He stopped to check and found a new note in the firebox. The paper was titled Hotel Manager's Rule Records, stating that this was the most dangerous job in the entire hotel. New unfamiliar employees appeared in the hotel every day. Do not panic and do not investigate the whereabouts of missing personnel. There is a white cat and its owner in the hotel. Please stay away from them. There is a special pair of glasses in the office drawer. They can help you see some of the hotel's truths, or things invisible to the naked eye. Contaminated food or food that does not belong to humans has a distinct characteristic. It is red. Working at the hotel reception is the job least likely to encounter the deepest Scarlet Grudge events. Do not let them get too deeply involved. The hotel has never kept cats before, and the former manager was extremely sensitive to cat hair. However, if an employee tells you they saw a black cat in the hallway, please ignore it. You should not remember it. When a guard tells you they saw a white cat, please stop your current work immediately and press the emergency alarm, which will trigger a Scarlet event. Please find a way to stop and deal with the crisis within the event. As the manager, when all hotel lights turn red, it is your duty to guide everyone. Please put on the glasses, take the weapon from the office drawer, and bravely lead the employees to fight it. Although they are difficult to kill, do not let them doubt your unwavering resolve. Believe that you are not alone, for many people are fighting alongside you. After you kill the white cat and its owner, except for you, everyone who has experienced the Scarlet Grudge will forget these events. The beautiful lives of the survivors will continue. Perhaps they will forget everything you have done. They are all the bravest people, possessing an indelible will. Please keep in mind that everything you do is to protect the hundreds of innocent people behind you. Please accept our deepest gratitude." After reading, Su Xiao analyzed the white cat and its owner. This phrase was repeated many times. Was that intentional? The white cat and its owner are the source of the monsters in the hotel. Solve the white cat and the owner, and the hotel will return to normal. Su Xiao stroked his chin and thought, but he hadn't seen a white cat so far. However, it was clear that the manager and security were equipped with weapons. This could be seen as a team battle mode. According to the twisted logic of the Strange Tale world, clearing the stage would definitely require unity. Su Xiao folded the note, intending to put it back. He decided to leave those special glasses and weapons for them. Perhaps they would come in handy later. When Su Xiao opened the firebox door, he cried out in surprise, "Holy crap, another new note." It was titled, Hotel Receptionist's Rule Records. Your primary job is to guide guests and answer hotel-related questions. If a strange guest asks you a strange question, please remain silent. While leading guests to their rooms, please do not look them directly in the eye. Do not enter their rooms. Do not be curious about strange phenomena. You are female, the manager is male, the security is male, and the cleaners are female. Please pay attention to the distinctions. Talking with colleagues is permitted during work hours. Everyone knows reception work is very dull. But do not leave your post without authorization, especially during work hours. The hotel has elevators. If you need to go above the 8th floor, you must be accompanied by at least one male guard. Please do not accompany guests above the 8th floor alone. The lobby lights may occasionally flicker suddenly. That is only because there hasn't been time to change the bulb. Please do not panic or feel afraid because of this. If you find the lobby bulbs flickering incessantly and the color gradually turning dark red, please leave your post immediately. Do not ask why, leave the hotel quickly and keep smiling. Please remember our slogan, sincerity, meticulousness, honesty. After reading, Su Xiao smiled and commented, "It seems the hotel reception currently has the fewest casualties, and they probably haven't had much contact with the Scarlet Grudge yet." Su Xiao thought to himself that there really were many floors here when the Scarlet Grudge appeared. Space would distort and overlap multiple times. Su Xiao imagined a person on the second floor wanting to go to the third floor. He concluded that this meant all enclosed spaces would be connected. All contestants must take this opportunity to escape for there to be a possibility of clearing the stage. However, Su Xiao also noticed a detail. When the spaces connected, all the dangerous monsters would also appear simultaneously. That would be the true moment of life and death. Su Xiao folded the note and put it back in the firebox. Subsequently, Lucas also read these two rule records and made the same deduction as Su Xiao. He put the notes back in the firebox, muttering to himself, "The white cat and its owner, eh?" Lucas turned back to his room, smiling sinisterly. Hee, I really hope I run into them." Just as Lucas was about to open his door, the lights flickered. At that moment, a female cleaner and 4 other male cleaners walked up to Lucas simultaneously and said, "Guest, does your room need cleaning? We are professionally trained and guarantee to provide you with a spotless experience." Lucas frowned and replied, "Not needed." Viewers left comments in the section. "Those 4 male cleaners don't match what the rules said. This female employee hasn't noticed the abnormality, which means her gender perception is already distorted." A viewer below replied, "Just now when Big Boss Su Xiao spoke to the distorted guard, the jellyfish ring on his neck kept glowing. If Lucas talks to this female employee, will he be affected?" Sure enough, before Lucas's eyes, the images of the 5 people suddenly turned black. He cursed. "Damn it, what the hell is that?" he asked himself. "What's going on? Why does it always feel like something isn't right?" Just then, Lucas saw a black cat. He blurted out in surprise, "A cat, a white cat, is the Scarlet Grudge coming?" A viewer above felt something was wrong and asked, "Wait, isn't that a black cat? Why did he call it a white cat? Am I colorblind, or is he?" Another viewer corrected, "Not colorblind. Lucas's cognitive ability has been affected," a viewer below agreed. "Exactly, Lucas just spoke to a cognitively distorted person, so his own perception is now affected. After all, he doesn't have a jellyfish necklace to protect him." The vision before Lucas became increasingly distorted. He shouted, the Scarlet Grudge has really appeared. This is so sudden. I just said I wanted to see it, and then it happened." Suddenly, Lucas clutched his head and shouted, "No wait, this is too much of a coincidence. Damn it, something must be affecting my mind. And it's getting stronger. What is it? What exactly is it?" The more Lucas thought, the more confused he became. Finally, he turned to chase after the black cat. He concluded, "It's you, it must be you affecting me. Damn it, I'm going to kill you." Seeing Lucas chasing it frantically, the black cat panicked and bolted. It could only let out a meow, meaning "Don't come over." A viewer above couldn't help but laugh. "Ha ha ha, the black cat never expected that even though Lucas's mind is affected, he's a madman who isn't afraid of anything." A viewer below commented, "This black cat's tricks are quite elaborate, aren't they?" Meanwhile, Andy was resting in his room with his eyes closed because he had consumed too much mental energy. He thought to himself that the soothing frog had expired, and he could only rely on rest to recover his spirit. Though this method was a bit slow, suddenly, a cleaner's voice sounded outside the door. "Guest, hello, does your room need cleaning? Are there still daily necessities in the room? Do you need me to bring you some more?" Andy replied cautiously, "Not needed." Like Lucas, an extremely eerie spiral shadow appeared before Andy's eyes. He frowned and asked, What is this?" Andy clutched his head and shouted, "Arg, damn it, what is this thing? I can't think. My head hurts so much." A viewer above said worriedly, "Oh no, Andy's been hit too." A viewer below commented, "It can't be helped. Andy is still recovering his spirit and didn't consider the judgment issue, so he was caught off guard by the female cleaner outside. Andy thought he could only use his final trump card. System announcement. You have used an item, Principal Yang's white gloves. Effect introduction. Items worn by the principal during gratitude treatment. When your mental state is abnormal, it can help you resist mental interference. After a while, the abnormal sensation gradually disappeared. Andy finally breathed a sigh of relief. Phew. Luckily I had Principal Yang's gloves, otherwise if that state continued, I'd definitely have turned into an idiot. He wiped the sweat from his forehead with his hand. Andy walked toward a chair and slumped down, calmly reanalyzing the situation just now. How strange. I only gave the cleaner one reply and it led to such severe consequences. The headache means the eerie object used some method to attack my mind, trying to change my perception. In other words, some of my current perceptions might have already been changed without me knowing. Thinking of this, Andy stood up. He decided he couldn't sit and wait for death. He had to find a way to correct his perception. Andy approached a mirror and stood there in deep thought for a long time. A viewer above asked in confusion, "What is Andy doing? Didn't he say he wanted to correct his perception? Can looking in a mirror fix it?" Another viewer explained, "Mirrors were originally for changing perception, but if you want to return to your initial cognitive state, you must remove those erroneous perceptions." A viewer below concluded, "So Andy wants to take a gamble. This is too risky. What if it isn't fixed and instead gets worse?" 3 minutes later, Andy saw his reflection in the mirror becoming increasingly blurry and felt a bit uneasy. A viewer above said anxiously, "If it doesn't work, it's over, but he'll slowly die if he doesn't do this." Another viewer evaluated, "One can only say Andy is incredibly decisive. If it were me, I wouldn't dare make such a risky decision." A viewer below also expressed agreement, "Me too." At the same time, they sent a fist and palm salute emoji of respect. 5 minutes later, Andy's image in the mirror turned into a young girl. A viewer above said in surprise, "My God, even Andy's age in the mirror has changed." One viewer couldn't help but laugh. "Haha, sorry. I know I shouldn't laugh, but I actually laughed out loud." Another viewer advised, "Stop talking. Don't speak, there might be an attack." A viewer below replied, "An attack would only hit him anyway." 7 minutes later, Andy's reflection became increasingly distorted and hideous. He gritted his teeth and endured it. A viewer above said grandly, "Where's that guy who said there would be an attack just now? Come out." A viewer below advised softly, Forget it, that guy has already lost his nerve." 10 minutes later, a bright red hand suddenly reached out from the mirror to attack Andy. He actually stood there motionless. A viewer above praised, "Say what you will, Andy's willpower is indeed firm. He's truly a man fighting for his nation." A viewer below also expressed agreement. "At this moment, my admiration for Andy has reached its peak." After 10 minutes, Andy's image in the mirror finally returned to normal. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Phew, it worked. My firmness and clarity overcame it." A viewer above had only one word for Andy. "Badass." A viewer below commented, "Truly a master, will never catch up." Meanwhile, Han Jizai stole an AK-47 and all the ammunition from the security room. He grumbled, "Damn it, that stupid manager stays in his office all day, making it impossible for me to get those special glasses. Otherwise, I'd be invincible." Just then, a cleaner's voice came from outside. "Hello guest, does your room need cleaning? Are there still daily necessities in the room? Do you need me to bring you some more?" Han Jizai immediately activated his talent and learned, "Do not answer the other party or your perception will be distorted." Han Jizai gritted his teeth and cursed, "Damn it, how insidious. Luckily I was cautious and didn't respond." Meanwhile, over at Anna's side in the Paris nation, she was looking at the firebox. It was empty, and she frowned. "Strange, why is there nothing in the firebox? Has Andy not found the remaining rules yet?" A viewer above immediately cursed Han Jizai. "No, it's that Korean guy Han Jizai who took the papers." Another viewer also voiced their anger. "Just mentioning that guy makes me furious. Will the only girl meet her end because that guy took the papers?" A viewer below shared the same thought as the previous two. "If something happens to her, I'm at odds with that guy." Anna paced back and forth in front of the firebox. She speculated, "Impossible, Andy definitely wouldn't have an accident. I'll wait a bit more. Since it's been written in, I believe Big Boss Andy will definitely remind the other contestants from start to finish." Just then, the lights flickered. 2 men in black and 2 other suspicious figures suddenly appeared around Anna. She was startled and asked in a panic, What's going on?" One of the men in black stepped forward to strike up a conversation with Anna. "Guest, have you seen a black cat? We are looking for it. If you have seen it, please tell us." Anna hesitated over whether to answer. She remembered Rule 16 said if someone asks if you have seen a black cat, if you have seen it, answer that you haven't. If you haven't seen it, answer that you have. Based on Anna's intuition, she felt Rule 16 was correct, so she should answer with the opposite. Anna replied guardedly. Upon seeing that scene, her perception was instantly distorted. A bizarre black spiral appeared before her eyes. Anna asked in panic, "My God, what is this?" A viewer above said worriedly. "Oh no," Anna's appearance looked very strange. Had her perception been distorted? A viewer below responded, "Looking at the smile of the guard standing next to her, I can only regretfully tell everyone that her perception has definitely been distorted." Seeing that their goal had been achieved, the 2 guards hurriedly left. Still unaware that her perception had been distorted, Anna muttered to herself, "The guards are gone, I should head back to my room too." A black cat walked over from out of nowhere and rubbed against Anna's leg. It let out a very cute meow. Anna suddenly remembered, a kitten. Could it be the cat named Lucy mentioned in Rule 17? Rule 17 stated, there is a black cat in the hotel named Lucy that often roams around. If you encounter it in the hallway, you can pet and play with it. But remember, you must absolutely not feed it. Anna did as she was told. She sat down and gently stroked the black cat, chatting with it in a friendly tone. Little baby, you must be hungry, right? You poor thing, let me take you back to my room and get you something to eat. A viewer above commented indignantly, damn it, there's definitely something wrong with this cat. If Anna takes it back to her room, nothing good will happen. Why didn't the leaders of the Paris nation remind her? A viewer below cursed, are you stupid? There are no reminder opportunities in this round. Anna can only leave it to fate. After Anna carried the black cat back to her room, she tried to find something to feed it. She asked tentatively, do you want some meat? All right, I'll give you a piece, just a small one, okay? Anna cut a small piece of meat and said softly, eat up, little baby. The kitten suddenly let out a hiss. For some reason, the kitten suddenly turned around, its fur standing on end, and let out a piercing scream that left Anna at a loss. She asked it, no, why are you like this? You shouldn't be like this. The kitten suddenly vudged at Anna, knocking her onto her back. It rushed toward the meat box and began to devour it ravenously. Anna was in pain from the fall and frowned, advising, no, you can't do that. Just then, Su Xiao pushed open the door and walked into Anna's room. As soon as she saw him, she shouted happily, great Su Xiao! Anna walked toward Su Xiao to seek help. Great Su Xiao, save me, save me. Su Xiao's face changed instantly. It turned out the newcomer was Wenhua. He smiled craftily and said, great Su Xiao, where is there a great Su Xiao? Why didn't I see him? Anna asked in shock, how is it you? This is impossible. You're also a challenger. Why are you doing this? That black cat also turned into a white cat. Leaving Anna increasingly confused about what was happening, she asked in bewilderment, a white cat, what on earth is going on? How did the black cat turn into a white cat? The white cat jumped onto Wenhua, narrowing its eyes as it answered Anna's question. Very curious, aren't you? Then I'll give you the answer. It's actually very simple to control you all. The master only needs to set up some contradictory rules to leave you struggling within them. Even if you guess right, it's useless because you simply cannot resist mental influence. Thus, you cannot accurately judge right from wrong. In the end, the result is the same. Speaking to this point, the white cat turned its head, placed its claws on Wenhua's face and revealed smugly, as for this guy, he voluntarily sought refuge with the master and became a part of him. He is your pride. He is smarter than most humans. Finally, open your eyes and look around. This will absolutely subvert your world of perception. Immediately after, countless eerie red meat chunks appeared around Anna. They let out hair-raising whispers. Stay, become a part of us, you cannot resist, stay. Anna shouted in despair. No, this is impossible. I don't believe it. Anna let out a piteous scream. And then her body was completely engulfed by those red meat chunks. System notification. Contestants from the Paris nation, Norway, and Cuba have been killed by eerie entities. New Strange Tale rules are about to open. Countdown 10, 9, 8, 7. A viewer above sighed regretfully. Sigh, the only girl is gone. A viewer also said sadly. Norway is gone too. Damn that Han Jizai, if that guy hadn't taken the note, maybe we would still have a slim chance of survival. A viewer below said, just wait and see. Han Jizai won't have a good ending either. Day 3. At this moment, Su Xiao was pacing back and forth, thinking anxiously. Today is the last day to leave this place, and the food has run out. The so-called Scarlet hatred should be appearing soon. Su Xiao looked up and found something squirming. He muttered to himself, has my space already begun to have problems? I wonder how it is outside the door. Su Xiao turned and walked toward the door, exclaiming, my God, it's pitch black outside, I can't see anything. Su Xiao took a glance into the room and suddenly quickly covered his eyes. A few seconds later, Su Xiao lowered his hands and muttered to himself, what's going on? Are the lights in the room broken too? This time nothing could be seen at all. Su Xiao took out a pair of glasses. System notification. You have used an item, contamination glasses. Effect introduction. Wearing them allows you to see through illusions and see the dark side. At the same time, he also took out a pair of glasses and put them on. System notification. You have used an item, Principal Yang's glasses. Effect introduction. Glasses once worn by the Lord of Thunder. Putting them on allows you to see things that are hard to imagine. Su Xiao walked out into the hallway. Outside, those red meat chunks were spreading. The way they squirmed looked extremely terrifying. Su Xiao looked around, assessing the current situation exactly as described in the rules. Black represents the calm before the storm. After the calm, the scarlet hatred should appear. At this moment, a group of people appeared at the end of the hallway. Leading the way were two male cleaners, slowly approaching Su Xiao. He recognized them immediately. They're here, they're here. They've appeared, according to Rule 18. When you find a white cat appearing in your space, the cleaners have all become male, and the guards have all become female. Please leave the hotel immediately. No matter what happens, ignore anyone attempting to obstruct your departure. The scene before Su Xiao's eyes was exactly like the description in Rule 18. The cleaners were male. The guards were all female, their movements stiff and lifeless. Not only did Su Xiao not panic, but he instead appeared exceptionally excited, provoking them. "Come over here, let me teach you all how to be human." A viewer above commented, "I'm dying of laughter. As expected of great Su Xiao, he can still casually act like this at a time like this. If it were me, I'd have pissed my pants long ago." A viewer below said proudly, "To have a talent like great Su Xiao is truly a blessing for our Dragon Kingdom." Suddenly, a long line of male guards holding AKs opened fire fiercely on the group of male cleaners. The entire squad of male cleaners screamed in unison, "Ah!" and then all fell to the ground dead. Su Xiao raised an eyebrow and said, "As expected, using guns is the most convenient. It saves much more effort than doing it by hand." A man walked up to Su Xiao and said cordially, "Guest, it's very dangerous here now. Come with us quickly." Su Xiao nodded in agreement. "All right, I'll go with you." As Su Xiao prepared to leave with the male guards, they suddenly vanished completely. He cried out in surprise, "Holy crap, how did they suddenly disappear? Could it be a rift caused by spatial distortion appeared here? Were they transported to another space?" Su Xiao immediately felt a wave of injustice and questioned the system. "Hey, on what basis were they transported away while I'm still in the same place? Is it because the degree of spatial distortion isn't enough yet? A challenger like me can't even be transported." Su Xiao looked around, observing that the red color of the bulbs was getting deeper and deeper. It seems only when the bulb color is at its reddest will the space completely distort, and all the spaces will overlap together. At that time, the other challengers and I will be able to connect and help each other pass this round. Su Xiao suddenly remembered that map. Right, the snitch's hand-drawn map I got from the last round hasn't been used yet. Maybe there are useful clues on it. After looking at the map, Su Xiao said with some surprise, "I'll be damned, the route on this map is exactly the same as this hotel." Su Xiao assessed the directions based on the positions marked on the map. "Important things are hidden in the first-floor kitchen. I have to go there and take a look." Behind Su Xiao, those humanoid red meat chunks were slowly approaching. Su Xiao ordered the Black General, "Black General, go solve them and clear the way for me." The Black General let out 2 barks, meaning, "I've eaten too much and am too fat. If I eat any more, I'll vomit." Su Xiao had no choice but to say, "HMPH, fine then. If you don't want to eat, let the white bear deal with them." The white bear appeared instantly. It quickly generated faith power, stunning those red meat chunks. The red meat chunks searched everywhere but found nothing. Su Xiao and the white bear took the opportunity to run away quickly. He turned his head to praise the white bear. "White bear, your large-scale control ability is too strong. Let's go. We're going downstairs to the first floor." In the kitchen of the Scarlet Hotel's restaurant, Su Xiao, the Black General, and the white bear were working hard to find exactly what that important item was. Su Xiao stopped suddenly. He picked up a piece of paper and said, "The thing the snitch's hand-drawn map is pointing to is this." Another map. The map was clearly a jumbled mess. It would be a miracle if anyone could understand it. Written on the map was, "When you can clearly see the handwriting on this map, it proves the scarlet hatred phenomenon has begun to occur. The map is the distortion. Stay away from the white cat. Where the white cat appears is where the distortion is most severe. After the space distorts, there is no longer a normal distinction between up, down, left, and right. Details are always hidden in places invisible to the naked eye. For example, where the scarlet hatred cannot reach. Stay away from places that look like exits or suspended stairs. They may lead you into an unpredictable abyss. Do not enter some doors at will. The space you enter and the space you exit from are completely different. Corpses will not be affected by spatial distortion. Here only the dead are worth trusting. Beware of all living humanoid creatures," Su Xiao said in surprise. "Oh, there's actually raised text." Spreading bloodstains also appeared on the paper. After reading it, Su Xiao felt quite speechless. He asked between laughter and tears, "And then, that's it, this content has absolutely nothing to do with the map's purpose. I need to know exactly what this map is for. I won't understand no matter how much more I think about it." Su Xiao said decisively, "Whatever, I'll continue to the front desk to take a look. Maybe there will be a general layout of the hotel or some signboards there." When Su Xiao arrived at the original front desk location, he cried out in surprise, "My God, the front desk has turned into a hallway. It seems the space here has distorted and overlapped together. Even if there were clues originally, I'm afraid it's very difficult to find them now." Su Xiao analyzed seriously. These doors also shouldn't be entered randomly. Who knew what kind of hellhole lay behind them? Better continue studying that messy map to see if there are other paths. Su Xiao took out the map and read it again, saying in surprise, "Holy crap, a clear route suddenly manifested inside, and it's exactly where I just walked. It seems this map can automatically locate the paths I've taken, which means once I've walked all the paths, this map will return to normal. At that time, I'll be able to easily find the accurate exit." Su Xiao ordered the cloth doll. "Cloth doll, use your teleportation ability to take me through the entire hotel quickly." the cloth doll responded. At this time, Andy was also standing in the hallway where the bulbs had turned red. He gripped the axe in his hand tightly, facing those people who had lost their souls. Andy cursed inwardly. Damn it, the genders of these people are completely opposite to the descriptions in the rules. There are no normal humans left, only monsters. Those male employees began to entice Andy with bone-chilling voices. Stay, become a part of us. Andy swung the axe decisively. He announced, I'm going to fight you all to the death after a round of combat. Andy said, sweating profusely, damn it, the axe can only wound them, it can't kill them at all. It seems I can only use this. Andy took out a pen. System notification. You have used an item, classmate's recording pen. Effect introduction. A segment of obscure, difficult-to-understand text, a bizarre nursery rhyme. One-time item. At a critical moment it can help you save a bit of time. When Andy pulled off the pen cap, those humanoid meat chunks immediately knelt on the ground. Andy evaluated, I didn't expect this recording pen to be so powerful. The reward for getting a 6-star evaluation is indeed unusual. Thank you, classmates from the last round. Thank God. Andy took the opportunity while those meat chunks were temporarily unable to act, to run away quickly. He thought to himself that this recording pen could only be used once, which meant the nursery rhyme would finish playing at any moment. He had to seize the opportunity to leave this place. 10 minutes later, Andy was running for his life, starting to feel his physical strength being overdrawn. He complained while panting, damn it, this hallway seems endless. The surrounding space is severely distorted, there's no way to escape. I must use my talent to investigate the cause of the spatial distortion to find a way to escape. Just then a cold voice shouted, don't waste your effort. You can't escape. Andy took a sidelong glance and saw a dark shadow standing next to a white cat. He recognized it immediately. A cat, a white cat. That white cat revealed a bizarre smile. It spoke in human tongue to Andy. Even if you escape this space, you cannot escape the hotel. Since that is the case, why bother struggling? Andy fell silent for a while, the sound of deduction ringing in his mind. After the deduction ended, Andy said slowly, so you are the cause of the severe spatial distortion. Only by killing you can I leave this place. The white cat couldn't help but praise, clever. As expected of the best among the chosen ones. With your intelligence, if you stay, the master will be very happy. Andy asked the cat, with your master's ability, it shouldn't be difficult to forcibly keep us here, right? But why do you want me to stay voluntarily? Is there any difference? The white cat explained to him. Staying voluntarily and staying after being contaminated are different. The master needs your abilities to fight back. No sooner had the white cat spoken than it realized it had been tricked by Andy. It said angrily, damn it, trying to fish for information from me? Andy laughed. Haha, it's not that I wanted to fish for info from you. I didn't do anything. It was all you who said it. The white cat's fur stood on end instantly as it roared. It doesn't matter. Since you refuse to stay and become a part of the master, there's no need to keep you. The sound from the recording pen suddenly stopped. Andy was greatly shocked, thinking, holy crap, why did the recording pen go silent at a critical moment? The cat immediately ordered those male cleaners, all of you go, tear him apart. Those male employees closed in on Andy. He gripped the axe in his hand, wondering what to do. Relying only on the axe wouldn't solve the white cat. If he couldn't leave, he would really die here. Suddenly, gunshots rang out. Those male employees were shot row by row, dying on the spot. Andy was truly lucky. The hotel manager arrived just in time. It was the manager's fire that saved Andy from the siege. The male guards under the manager also helped eliminate the entire squad of male cleaners under the white cat. A bullet shot directly toward the cat. It screamed, meow, damn humans, how dare you ruin my plans? Just then, the space distorted. The white cat dodged the bullet. It vanished in an instant and then reappeared again. Andy guessed, can this white cat actually use space to dodge bullets? What kind of thing is its master? The hotel manager shouted to Andy, guest, get out of here quickly. Follow us. Only then was Andy jolted out of his thoughts by the manager's voice. Seeing this, the white cat let out a frenzied hiss. Meow, a mere manager actually thinks he can protect this human's escape. I'll kill you first. The white cat pounced on the manager and launched an attack. The security guards screamed in terror. Realizing his death was inevitable, the manager used every ounce of his strength to pull off the glasses he was wearing. He hurled the glasses toward Andy, shouting at the top of his lungs, quick, put on these glasses and find the exit to escape this place. Andy lunged forward to catch the glasses, letting out a loud cry. Manager, the viewers before the screen couldn't help but tear up, commenting, my God, I'm crying family. The manager was still thinking about giving those special glasses to Andy right before he died. I'm sobbing. A viewer below commented, according to him, putting on those glasses will help find the exit. I hope Andy can fulfill the manager's final wish and leave this place safely. After killing the manager, the white cat turned to roar at Andy. "Damn human, even if you have those glasses, don't dream of leaving here." By now, Andy had quickly put on the glasses, and the true sight of the hotel immediately manifested before his eyes. Terrifying red meat chunks were everywhere. The white cat ordered the meat chunks, "Charge. Don't let a single one of these humans remain." Andy could now see the hotel's true face clearly. He said in a panic, "So this is what the hotel actually looks like. It seems like a living creature. Could the master the white cat mentioned be the entire hotel itself?" Andy scanned the surroundings and discovered a faint light in the corner of a room. He shouted excitedly, "Wait, there's a place over there that the red light can't reach. That must be the exit to leave this space, right?" Andy quickly turned to shout to the guards, "Follow me." "I found the exit," but the guards refused. "No guest, please go on your own. We must protect the other guests. We will fight to the end." Andy couldn't bear to leave them behind. He muttered to himself, "No, I have to do something. I can't just watch them go to their deaths." Andy took out a circular medal. System notification. You have used an item. Outstanding employee medal. Effect introduction. Rewarded to those who strive for excellence. Wearing it will earn you the respect you deserve. An unexpected kind of respect. After putting on the medal, Andy shouted at the guards, "Listen to me. All of you follow me." The guards stopped immediately, their eyes all turning toward Andy simultaneously, under the influence of the medal. The guards said to each other, "Let's go, let's follow this tourist." The viewers above were full of praise for Andy's righteous act, as expected of Andy. To actually think of this method to take the guards with him, he saved their lives. Viewers below also expressed agreement. Selfish bastards like Han Jizai will never be mentioned in the same breath as Andy or Big Boss Su Shao. Sure enough, just as Andy expected, the place the red light couldn't reach was exactly the spatial intersection. The white cat stood aside observing Andy, sneering, "What an interesting human. If you still harbor hope, then I don't mind playing along with you." Over on Lucas's side, the white cat was tempting him. "Your abilities are very special. Stay here. The master is very fond of humans like you." A curve curled at the corner of Lucas's mouth as he said, "Hee, finally decided to show yourself?" He was calculating that the reason he had been going head-to-head with these monsters was to wait for this white cat to appear. Only from it could he get information about its master. This was also the only possible way to find an exit. Thinking of this, Lucas shouted, "Come on, my friend." A dark shadow flew in from out of nowhere, circling around Lucas. System notification, you have used an item. Shadow of resentment. Effect introduction. Want to know what your other side is like? Liberation or destruction? You can only choose one. Viewers exclaimed, "Holy crap, is this the reward from the museum stage? It looks so badass." In an instant, the shadow of destruction appeared in the image of another Lucas. The shadow of destruction laughed excitedly. "Haha, you finally decided to let me out. To tell you the truth, I was almost going crazy from being cooped up. You have no idea how happy I am to be out now." Lucas ordered the shadow of destruction in a serious tone to deal with the monsters and capture the white cat. The shadow of destruction revealed a hideous smile and made a hair-raising request. "So that's why you let me out. I'll promise you, but before that, let me have a taste of your brain first." Lucas remained silent, and suddenly the shadow of destruction began to twist and split. Another head grew out of the shadow of destruction. The newly grown head was precisely the shadow of relief. The shadow of relief rebuked the shadow of destruction. "What nonsense are you talking about? Don't forget who let you out. Lucas needs us. Don't lose sight of your priorities." The shadow of destruction scratched its cheek and laughed awkwardly. "Hee, I was just joking. Why are you so tense?" Subsequently, the head of destruction and the head of relief merged into one. The consciousness was currently dominated by the shadow of relief. It turned to Lucas and said, "Lucas, ignore him. I've regained control now. I'll help you solve these troubles immediately." Lucas gave a satisfied cold snort and replied, "Good." While the shadow of relief charged forward to attack those red meat monsters, Lucas stood quietly in the back observing the situation. He thought to himself that unless it were absolutely necessary, he didn't want to use the shadow of resentment, because this shadow was a projection of his spirit. It was exactly because his mind had developed problems that the shadow had split into two parts, relief and destruction. Suddenly, the shadow of destruction regained control, laughing wildly, "Ha. This is great. This feeling of slaughter is absolutely wonderful." Lucas frowned, gripping his scalpel tightly, thinking, as expected, the more it kills, the easier it is for the shadow of destruction to take the lead. One day, destruction will completely suppress relief, and I'm afraid by then my mind will completely collapse, leading to death. While Lucas's shadow of destruction was slaughtering everything in its path, South Korea's Han Jizai also encountered the Scarlet hatred phenomenon. While firing frantically at the group of female guards, he kept complaining, "Damn it, so many monsters. Even with my talent, I can't dodge all the attacks. I can't break through the encirclement at all." Han Jizai stopped suddenly. weighing his current options. Wait, I remember Rule 19 said that if you can't escape the hotel before the red light appears, you can hide in the security room or the manager's office to wait for rescue. This proves someone will come to save me. But once he hid in a sanctuary, it meant giving up his initiative and just waiting to die. If no one came to rescue him, death would only be a matter of time. Just then, gunshots rang out at the end of the hallway. Han Jizai guessed, could the rescuers have arrived? Sure enough, the newcomer was the hotel manager. He pointed his gun at a female guard and pulled the trigger, blowing her head apart. Han Jizai waved toward the manager for help. Hey, over here, I'm over here, quick, save me. As soon as the manager saw Han Jizai, his anger flared, and he pointed at him, cursing, "You bastard, you're the one who stole our ammunition, making everyone have to fight for their lives against the monsters with axes and knives." The manager grew angrier the more he thought about it. He pointed his gun at Han Jizai and continued to curse, "Damn it, we were bent on protecting your safety, yet you betrayed us. You selfish beast, go to hell." Han Jizai frowned and asked, What do you want to do?" Bang bang, 2 gunshots replaced the answer. Han Jizai was scared out of his wits, letting out a shriek. "Ah!" The manager fought back tears, saying through gritted teeth, "You scoundrel! For the sake of you still being a human being, I'll let you off this once." With that, the manager turned coldly and left, leaving the pale-faced Han Jizai standing frozen in place. Viewers above couldn't help but shout angrily, "My God, why didn't the manager just blast this scum with one shot? Looking at him makes me furious." One viewer explained, "This is probably the manager's final bit of sanity. Han Jizai can be considered to have narrowly escaped with his life." Viewers below commented, "Just wait and see, this guy won't live long. Originally the hotel staff would guide tourists to the exit, now he can only rely on himself." But with his brain, while the others were surrounded by monsters, Su Xiao was being led by the cloth doll to explore all the hotel's passages. Su Xiao lamented, "God, the Scarlet Hotel actually has 22 floors, and I haven't even finished checking." Su Xiao looked at the map and smiled smugly. As expected, the hotel had been distorted from the beginning, which was why no other floors could be found. Now that space was distorted again, it should return to its original state. The paths on the map had become clearer. Once he finished exploring all the floors, the map would likely return to normal. When that time came, studying the map carefully would surely lead to the exit. After stuffing the map into his pocket, Su Xiao looked up and smiled. "Oh, it seems the fighting up there is quite fierce. Let's go up and take a look." Su Xiao was curious about who exactly was surrounded by monsters. In the hallway, the red meat monsters were packed so tightly it was impossible to see who was under siege. Su Xiao guessed, "Can't see clearly, but the possibility of it being a contestant isn't high, it's likely the manager and guards." Su Xiao thought to himself, "Whatever, I'll lend a hand in passing. I happen to be passing through the hallway anyway." He ordered the white bear, go! The white bear charged forward immediately, using its divine power to make the group of red meat monsters fall to their knees in terror, unexpectedly. Just then, Andy the Fake suddenly fired a shot at Su Xiao. Su Xiao was caught off guard, hit in the heart. The eerie entities that were fighting the cloth doll, Black General, and White Bear also vanished simultaneously. The fake Andy walked to Su Xiao's side, smiling sinisterly. He said smugly, "A hit. The self-injury ruse really worked." The Black General's tentacles suddenly elongated, successfully flipping the fake Andy to the ground, causing him to let out a piteous scream. The fake Andy sat up in shock and stammered, Su Xiao, you're not dead?" Su Xiao walked up to him with composure and said, "If you can play at self-injury, can't I play at faking death? Who on earth are you?" The fake Andy kept his mouth shut, not saying a word. Su Xiao sneered, "Not talking, Black General, bite him?" The fake Andy immediately activated his spatial distortion ability. He smiled craftily, don't think you can catch me." Su Xiao ordered the Black General, "He's trying to run, Black General, catch him quickly." The fake Andy had already slipped into a spatial black hole, but the Black General quickly wrapped its tentacles around him to turn and to drag him out. The fake Andy roared, "Think you can pull me out? Stop dreaming." He suddenly exerted force and snapped the Black General's tentacles, successfully fleeing. Su Xiao said angrily, "Damn it, let him slip away again. Black General, next time you see him, attack directly." The Black General immediately let out a woof, indicating it understood. Subsequently, Su Xiao continued forward with the 3 eerie entities, clearing monsters along the way. After a while, Su Xiao said to them, "White Bear, Cloth Doll, let's take a break. Black General was just injured and has been dealing with monsters. It should rest to recover its strength too." The White Bear and Cloth Doll nodded in unison. On the 29th floor, Su Xiao saved several guards and took them along. Reaching the 31st floor, Su Xiao saw the White Cat and the hotel manager. The manager was currently fighting for his life. He roared at the top of his lungs, "I'll fight you to the death." The White Cat pounced on the manager immediately, roaring contemptuously, "A tiny human dares to oppose me." The manager said despairingly, "I've done my best. Although I resisted to the end, the result is still unsatisfactory. The white cat extended its claws, pointing at the manager, and said coldly, "Accept your death, human. This is your burial ground." The manager put on a look of dying before surrendering, resolutely provoking the white cat. "Haha, kill one of me and thousands more will stand up. The fire of human will never goes out. I'll never back down, fighting for all of humanity." The two guards following Su Xiao heard the manager's heroic words and charged forward excitedly. "Manager, we're here." Su Xiao also turned to order the Black General. "Black General, kill it." Seeing reinforcements, the manager's movements paused for a second. The Black General extended its tentacles, flipping the evil white cat to the ground. The white cat let out a meow of piteous pain, crashing heavily to the floor. The white cat quickly flipped over and stood up, saying through gritted teeth, "Damn it, you again. I thought those people would make you arrive later. I didn't expect you to come so fast." Su Xiao mocked contemptuously. "That group of trash thinks they can block my way? I think your brain must be full of water." He ordered the Black General to continue the attack again. This time the white cat was prepared, and the Black General failed to wound it. The white cat easily dodged several of the Black General's attacks, laughing smugly. "I was careless just now. This time I'll kill you with my own hands." The Black General immediately launched a mental interference, and the white cat was knocked to the ground, letting out bursts of piteous screams. The white cat stood up, shook its head, and said, "I didn't expect you to actually know mental attacks." Murderous intent seeped from the white cat's eyes as it split into two cats, both hissing simultaneously. "A pity, I will never let the master lose face." Viewers above saw this and shouted in terror. "Holy crap, this cat can actually split into clones?" Viewers below commented that the eerie entities were getting stronger and stronger, praying that Big Boss Su Xiao could clear the stage safely. The cat lunged fiercely toward Su Xiao. He remained composed, stretching lazily as if he didn't care about the cat at all. Seeing another white bear appear beside Su Xiao, the cat said suspiciously, "Damn it, another eerie entity. What exactly are you, human? Why are there so many eerie entities protecting him?" Seeing the cat's look of suspicion, Su Xiao found it quite interesting and teased, "Oh, you found out? How about I play with you a bit more?" The white cat's face darkened upon hearing this, and it roared, "Damn human, just you wait, I'll definitely be back." With that, the white cat immediately jumped into a spatial black hole and vanished. The Black General barked, signaling the cat not to run, but it was already too late. Su Xiao comforted the Black General. "Forget it, no need to chase, let's keep going. We'll definitely meet again later." The White Bear and Black General nodded in unison. Meanwhile, America's Lucas also relied on the Shadow of Resentment to kill his way up. The Shadow of Destruction was laughing wildly at this moment. "Haha, this is great, I want to kill even more monsters. Tremble, be afraid, you bunch of despicable filthy things like rats in a stinking gutter." Even when rushing up to the 29th floor, Lucas failed to stop it in time, allowing the Shadow to kill several surrounded guards. Lucas chased after the Shadow of Destruction, shouting, "Don't stop quickly." After a bout of slaughter, the Shadow of Destruction stopped its hand. Looking at the field of slaughter it had created, it smiled hypocritically. "Oops, accidentally killed them all, you won't blame me, will you?" Lucas was furious. He thought to himself that this Shadow was killing too crazily. If this continued, he was afraid he'd turn into a murderer more terrifying than the eerie entities before he even escaped. Lucas picked up his gun. A thought flashed through his mind. Maybe ending it with a gun is also a kind of liberation. Fortunately, the Shadow of Relief regained control, turning to loudly stop Lucas from committing suicide. "Lucas, if you die like this, would you be worthy of John's sacrifice?" This sentence from the Shadow of Relief made Lucas snap back to reality. He threw away the gun and fell into deep thought. "Damn it, why did I want to kill myself? That must have been under the influence of cognitive distortion. I absolutely cannot die easily, and certainly not be easily consumed by destruction, because my life was bought with John's sacrifice." At this time the Shadow of Destruction regained control again. It looked at Lucas, smiling sinisterly and tempting him. "Oops, don't you want to go crazy with me? Why, you're a lunatic to begin with. How good it would be to enjoy the pleasure of slaughter with me. Why restrain yourself?" Lucas remained completely unmoved by the Shadow of Destruction's temptation. The Shadow of Destruction let out a devious laugh and replied, "Hee hee, you can forget about dragging me down into your fall. From now on I will find a way to restrain you and force you to serve me completely." Meanwhile, South Korea's Han Jizai was giving it his all, and finally managed to find a relatively safe spot within the hotel. He muttered to himself, "Damn it, I have to hold out and wait for someone to save me." Han Jizai secretly vowed to make history for South Korea and become a national hero. Suddenly, a startling explosion rang out. The newcomer was none other than the hotel manager. Han Jizai called out softly, Manager." Upon seeing the manager, Han Jizai gripped his gun tightly. Han Jizai spoke cringingly, Manager, let's talk this through slowly. I might be a bit selfish, but you can't shoot me just for that. We're all humans, we need to unite. Suddenly, the manager's head fell off and a white cat slowly emerged from behind him. Han Jizai blurted out in terror, "A cat." The white cat, the viewers before the screen were also terrified. Someone said in a panic, "Holy crap, the manager was killed by the white cat." Another viewer held the same opinion, "Probably." After the white cat escaped from Su Xiao's space, it went to Han Jizai's space and killed the manager. The audience below sighed with regret. "I hope the manager rests in peace. We will remember your sacrifice." Han Jizai raised his gun and fired repeatedly at the white cat. He roared in rage, "You damn cat, you want to kill me, right? Come and try it." The white cat smiled calmly and spoke, "Hey, you think you can hurt me with just that?" As it turned out, there was a barrier around the cat, and the bullets Han Jizai fired couldn't wound it at all. Han Jizai asked in a panic, How is this possible? Why do the bullets change trajectory when they fly near it?" Before Han Jizai could understand what was happening, the white cat lunged forward and slit his throat. It then landed gracefully on the ground and said contemptuously, "Stupid human, accept your death." Soon, the system announced that the South Korean contestant, Han Jizai, had been killed by an eerie entity. The countdown for the new rules began. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Viewers spoke with a hint of schadenfreude. He had it coming. If this guy hadn't been so selfish, he might have gotten help from the manager and security guards. His end would certainly have been different. Meanwhile, following the security guard's reminder, Andy also went upstairs to explore. He instructed the guards to save their bullets and pass through the hallway with the minimum cost possible. The guard responded, "Yes, sir." Suddenly, a male security guard pointed forward. He shouted, "The white cat, that terrifying white cat is back." Andy looked in the direction the guard was pointing, and sure enough, the white cat was staring at him, its eyes filled with murderous intent. Andy cursed under his breath, "Damn it, the image of this white cat killing the manager is still fresh in my mind. We are definitely not its match. All we can do now is run." Andy immediately turned to the guards and said, "Listen up everyone, the white cat is too fast. You two stay here and fire to slow it down. The rest of us will provide cover for the retreat." Everyone responded in unison. But the cat had no intention of giving them time to execute the plan. It lunged toward Andy's group like an arrow from a bow. Following Andy's instructions, two guards fired at it continuously to slow its speed. A glimmer of hope rose among the viewers above. Andy's plan is working. To dodge the bullets, the cat has slowed down significantly. Viewers below commented, "Hope they can make it." Suddenly, a guard shouted in a panic, "It's gone, I can't see the white cat." A guard standing behind Andy pointed above his head and screamed, "Guest, watch out, it's right above you." In this moment of crisis, Andy took out a balloon. The system announced Effect 1 of the frog balloon. By placing the balloon by your side, you can evade the perception of eerie entities for a short period and avoid drawing their attention. Effect 2. When encountering life-threatening danger, the balloon can be popped. A frog doll will appear to help you escape danger, but the cost is the complete destruction of the balloon. Blocked by the frog balloon, the cat let out a frenzied hiss. "Meowed, despicable human, I didn't expect you to have something like this." Reflected in the white cat's eyes was a frog charging toward it. The white cat shrieked, "I'll kill you, I'll kill you." A guard asked in surprise, "Is this frog doll an eerie entity?" The guard next to him also wondered in surprise, "How did this thing appear? I can't see clearly. It's too fast." Another guard replied, "Yeah?" Andy shouted at the two of them, "Don't just stand there, let's get out of here. The doll won't last long." Holding the withered remains of the doll in his hand, Andy let out a sigh and said sadly, "Phew, I've used up all my support items in this round." A group of security guards holding guns surrounded Andy. One shouted loudly, "Protect the tourist, don't let the surrounding monsters get close." Andy activated his talent once again, and doors began to flash through his mind. He thought tensely, the first door is wrong, the second door is also wrong. By the time he reached the third door, the cat had already returned. It roared, "You damn human, I've already dealt with that frog. Let's see what you can do this time." A guard pointed at it in terror and said, the white cat is back." Andy asked, "What do we do? How did the white cat return so fast? I haven't found the exit yet." Yes, he was forced to interrupt the deduction. Clutching his gun, a guard comforted him solemnly. "Don't worry, guest, it's already a blessing we've made it this far. Next we will fight to the death to protect you so you can continue searching for the exit your way." Andy frowned in opposition. "No way. I will never lead everyone to a dead end just for my own sake." Another person put a hand on his shoulder and said, "Brother, I know you want to lead us out of here, but some things can't always be perfect, and we don't want to be a burden." The person next to him chimed in, "You must survive. You represent our last hope." Subsequently, the two of them raised their guns simultaneously and fired frantically, shouting, "Come on, you dead cat, we're not afraid of you. We will never surrender. Come on, the human will is something you cannot defeat." Andy looked at them, his heart breaking, and called out softly, "Everyone, seeing the guards being attacked without any power to fight back. He thought resolutely, I must find the correct exit quickly, and do my best to lead everyone out of here. A moment later, the hallway was strewn with the bodies of the security guards. The white cat laughed cruelly and said in a low voice, all those stupid guards are dead. Have you found the right exit yet? With that it leapt suddenly, extending its claws and shrieking, meow, go to hell. Andy remained fully focused on his deduction, thinking despairingly, still haven't found the correct exit. Looks like I'm really going to meet my end here. The comment section exploded instantly. My God, is Andy really going to die? I don't accept this, I can't take it. Sob, sob, no please, anything but that. Andy worked so hard, why do this to him? God, please protect Andy. Don't let him die here, he shouldn't die here. His mission isn't finished yet, please, God. Suddenly a force slammed the white cat into the wall. The audience cheered. Black General, it's the Black General, holy crap, the Black General has arrived. The white cat trembled all over in rage, grit its teeth and cursed. Bastard, how did that Su Xiao come with another eerie entity? I can't beat him, running is the best move. The audience laughed through their tears and said, this cat is such a coward. It runs the moment it sees Su Xiao, lucky for it that it's fast or it would have gotten a beating for sure. Andy asked in surprise, Su Xiao, how did you get here? Su Xiao replied with a smile, I've already traversed the entire hotel and obtained a complete map, but I can't leave alone, so I came downstairs to find you. Andy reached out his hand with a smile and said, thank you. If you hadn't arrived in time, I probably would have been eliminated. Su Xiao shook his hand and replied, no need for pleasantries. I have important information for you. Andy asked what it was. Su Xiao answered quickly, our time is almost up. After the Scarlet Hatred event began, time fell into chaos. We only have 3 days left to escape. According to my calculations, there's less than an hour remaining now. Andy was stunned and blurted out, an hour? There's only 1 hour left? Just then, the shadow of destruction appeared. He was dragging another person, grinning widely. Aha, so you two were hiding here. It really wasn't easy to find you. Andy asked if it was Lucas. Su Xiao asked in a low voice, Lucas, did you kill Anhua? At that moment, a Lucas who looked identical walked over and spoke. The shadow acted directly and killed Anhua, who was pretending to be Andy to trick me. The shadow killed him right away. The shadow of destruction laughed loudly. Actually, even I couldn't distinguish his true identity. The shadow of destruction turned his head with a cynical look and said, I just killed him as if he were Andy. In other words, I feel like killing you two together right now too. Lucas shouted in shock, what? He extended a hand to try to stop the shadow of destruction from rushing forward, but it was too late. He could only wave and shout, shadow of destruction, stop it now. The other party instantly froze in place and cursed, how annoying, you can actually control me. On what basis? Based on mental strength. Lucas ignored him and simply instructed, I've told you, I won't let you keep going crazy. I'll try to control you. The shadow of destruction smiled and said, wonderful, let's see how long you can control me. When your spirit wavers, I'll kill you all. Just then the room began to shake violently. Su Xiao said, it's here, the final general offensive is about to begin. He looked toward the white bear and the cloth doll, pleading, white bear, cloth doll, I'm counting on you. Lucas also ordered the shadow of destruction, you go too. Eliminate the monsters inside these statues. The other party immediately ran off and responded, fine, I love doing this kind of work. Hee hee. The scene became a complete mess. The white bear, the cloth doll, and the shadow of destruction each held their ground, fighting back against the monsters. Half an hour later, Andy said softly, it's no good. These monsters can not only self-repair their wounds but they keep appearing endlessly. We can't kill them all. Su Xiao pondered. Continuing like this wasn't the way. It seemed he had to activate his rule modification talent. The system quickly displayed an information panel. Caution. Activating rule modification talent. Rules modified. Rule 20. If you haven't managed to escape the hotel or find a safe shelter by the time the lights turn completely red, please trust me. Picking up the axe in the firebox is your final choice. Use the axe to end your own life at the last moment to avoid becoming a part of it. You can modify the rule content by speaking it aloud, thinking it silently, or writing it down. He whispered to himself, modifying the rule content to, when the lights turn completely red, it will reveal its own weakness. However, as soon as he spoke, the system popped up a prompt. Announcement: talent modification failed. His pupils contracted suddenly, and he thought in surprise, holy crap, modification failed, why did it fail? Su Xiao frowned and thought, the rule modification failed, could it be because the modified rule was too simple? If rules could be changed at will, wouldn't it be too easy to just change it to damage-free clearance? The Strange Tale world certainly wouldn't allow that. Su Xiao closed his eyes and decided to try again. He thought he had to add some difficulty. Then he began to mumble the rule modification. Rule modified to, when the light bulb turns completely red, your final choice is to find out its weakness. You need to win over the white cat. The white cat knows its weakness. After modifying the rule, Su Xiao turned to Andy and said, "I think I've accidentally discovered its weakness." Andy asked back with some confusion. "What?" Su Xiao smiled. "Anyway, I'm going to catch the white cat now. I can find out the weakness from that cat's mouth," Andy asked doubtfully. "Does the cat know its master's weakness?" Su Xiao affirmed confidently. Of course, he thought to himself that while the white cat didn't originally know the weakness, his rule modification meant this world would transmit the information about the weakness into the cat's brain. So the white cat definitely knew now. Despite this, Andy still couldn't be completely at ease. He said, "But even if the cat knows the weakness, I'm afraid it won't be easy to force it to betray its master." Suddenly, a black circle appeared in front of the two, and the white cat actually flew out from it, letting out a shriek. Andy and Su Xiao had the same question. "What's going on?" Su Xiao hurriedly shouted. "It's trying to kill the cat." Sure enough, a bright red meat hand was reaching out, preparing to strangle the cat to death. Su Xiao immediately ordered the white bear, "Black General, protect the white cat." After being rescued, the white cat's emotions were complex. While wiping its tears, it felt grateful for the kindness of Su Xiao and those eerie entities. "No, I never expected that they would be the ones to save me. I've always been loyal to my duties, yet my master wants to kill me, while the enemies I've been hunting actually saved me. I'm truly a bit moved." Seeing the white cat's tears and emotional reaction, Su Xiao guessed it had realized the cat knew its weakness and wanted to kill the cat to prevent betrayal. It saved him the trouble of trying to talk the cat into it. Su Xiao approached the white cat and asked gently, "White cat, can you tell me now what its weakness is?" The white cat hesitated. I can't say. If I do, the master will definitely kill me." Su Xiao sat down opposite the white cat and advised patiently, "White cat, whether you say it or not, it will kill you. From the moment you knew this secret, it no longer trusted you. If you tell us its weakness and let us leave here, you'll not only save yourself but also your friend the black cat." The white cat thought quietly for a moment. Feeling that Su Xiao's words made sense, it nodded and agreed. "Fine, I'll tell you. Its weakness is the giant heart on the top floor." Having mastered the weakness, Su Xiao immediately called Andy and Lucas. "Andy, Lucas, let's go to the top floor quickly." The other two responded in unison. "Okay." They took action immediately. A black circle manifested and the white cat urged, "Quick, I'll use my spatial distortion ability to teleport you over, otherwise it'll be too late." On the top floor, just as the white cat said, a giant heart was right there. The white cat pointed at it and said, "Look, that's its heart. Hit the center of the heart and it will die completely." Beyond medical cure, upon seeing the white cat bringing Su Xiao's group, the heart rebuked the white cat. "Haha, white cat, you traitor, you actually dare to bring them here. But it doesn't matter, even if you found this place, you are no match for me." Hearing this, the white cat spoke in a trembling voice. "It was you were the one who suspected me first. I was loyal to you, yet you suspected me and tried to kill me without any evidence. I'm only doing this for self-preservation." Facing the heart's threat, Su Xiao wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he provoked it calmly. "Whether we're a match for you or not, we'll only know after we try." With that, he let the white bear, the cloth doll, and the black general all attack together. Under the simultaneous attack from three sides, the heart immediately spewed insults. "Three damn things, to think you as eerie entities would help humans. You're traitors too. I'm going to kill you all." This heart was indeed difficult to deal with. The wounds caused by the black general healed very quickly. Seeing this, Andy said worryingly, "Its wounds heal very fast. We'll definitely lose if we keep fighting like this." Lucas remained calm, ordering the Shadow of Destruction to accurately pierce the center of the heart with a scalpel. "Shadow of Destruction, I'm leaving this task to you." The Shadow of Destruction smiled sinisterly. Hee, I love this kind of task the most. I'll give you a hand just this once." With that, the Shadow of Destruction charged at the heart. With a precise thrust, the Shadow of Destruction pierced the center of the heart with its scalpel. However, the heart remained unscathed and laughed triumphantly. "Haha, you fell for it." Just then, another heart suddenly appeared behind Su Xiao and Andy. Su Xiao frowned and said, "Damn it, it can clone itself too. That one is its true form." The heart flew at Su Xiao from behind, roaring, "Die, you foolish human. Think you can beat me? Stop dreaming, haha." Su Xiao frowned, thinking to himself, "This is bad." He had just learned about the weakness from the white cat, which could be seen as following his modified rule. You need to win over the white cat. The white cat knows its weakness. If that was the case, his talent's protection function might fail. If he were hit by that tentacle, he would surely die. In that critical moment, the black cat suddenly appeared. It let out a meow, drawing Su Xiao's attention. Seeing it, Su Xiao asked, "Black cat?" The black cat summoned a piece of red meat which quickly transformed into a wall in front of Su Xiao, blocking the heart's attack. The viewers in the live stream screamed in surprise, "Holy crap, why did the black cat suddenly come out to help Su Xiao?" The viewers below speculated, "Didn't Big Boss Su Xiao say before that the black and white cats are friends? The black cat must have seen its friend turn over a new leaf and made the same choice." Seeing the opening, the Black General immediately seized the opportunity to bind the heart. With the heart restrained, Lucas's shadow of destruction coordinated, repeatedly slashing at the heart with its scalpel. In an instant, the heart was hacked into a mess. The shadow of destruction said contemptuously, "I hate being lied to most. Don't let it happen again." The heart slumped to the ground, moaning weakly, "No, don't, aw damn human." The storm finally subsided. Su Xiao smiled at the white and black cats and said, "Thank you. Truly thank you all this time," the black cat said. "Don't mention it. We did it to save ourselves too," the white cat said sincerely to Su Xiao. "If you hadn't defeated it, we would have died at its hands sooner or later anyway." With that, the black cat turned and looked toward a milky white door, saying, "The exit is over there. You can leave this place now." System announcement. Congratulations to the contestants for resolving the Scarlet Hatred event. Except for the contestants, the memories of all other survivors will be erased. In the face of terror and the unknown, humanity can always summon the resolve to resist. The best way to overcome terror is to face it. Do not escape, do not retreat, move forward bravely, and persevere to the end. Unity is a noble human quality with immense power to inspire. Drops of water can converge into streams and gather into rivers. The power of a single drop may be limited, but when countless drops unite, they can overturn seas and swallow mountains. The continuation of humanity relies not only on unity, but also on the unwavering determination of the older generation to sacrifice for those who follow. Before stepping through the milky white door, Su Xiao said to the black and white cats, "Goodbye." Subsequently, the system issued an announcement to Andy. "Dear contestant, congratulations on leaving the Scarlet Hotel. Evaluation: visionary and farsighted, filled with the resolve to resist the unknown, courageously saved others even in the face of danger. Scarlet Hotel stage evaluation, 6 stars. Analysis: cleared through unity and determination. Reward: upgraded to hidden rewards. Source of flesh monsters and broken lens. Source of flesh monsters description: possesses ultra-strong wound self-healing capabilities. In the Strange Tale world, every time you are injured, it will absorb the damage for you. Broken lens description: the effects of all talents related to mental consumption will be doubled." The system continued its announcement to Lucas. "Dear contestant, congratulations on escaping the Scarlet Hotel. Evaluation: the gamble between destruction and relief, the coexistence of genius and madman. Scarlet Hotel stage evaluation, 6 stars. Analysis: cleared through unity and determination. Reward: upgraded to hidden rewards. Scarlet Hotel mental rules and red light. Scarlet Hotel mental rules description: mental rules will randomly issue tasks. Completing tasks grants corresponding rewards. Red light description: automatically clears abnormal influences left on your body by eerie objects." The system then issued an announcement to Su Xiao. "Dear contestant, congratulations on escaping the Scarlet Hotel. Evaluation: unexpected yet logical actions. Possesses the determination to turn the tide and an unwavering belief in unity that never gives up. Scarlet Hotel stage evaluation, 7 stars. Analysis: the endgame of unity and determination. Reward: upgraded to hidden rewards. White Cat Lucy and Black Cat Lucy. Eerie resistance 3, current resistance 23. White Cat Lucy description: loyal and arrogant. Features extremely sharp claws and lightning fast speed. Possesses the ability to blink short distances, ignoring spatial distortion. Black Cat Lucy description: loyal and agile. Can merge with White Cat Lucy to summon the flesh monster. The flesh monster possesses self-healing capabilities and cannot be killed. Upon receiving the results, Su Xiao revealed a happy smile. He checked the evaluation results. A 7-star clearance. The evaluation level had increased again. No wonder the difficulty of this dungeon was so high. However, having the white and black cats gifted directly as rewards made him very satisfied. System announcement: congratulations to Su Xiao of the Dragon Kingdom, Andy of the Grizzly Bear Nation, and Lucas of the United States for successfully clearing the stage. The reality territories of these 3 nations will be exempt from the invasion of this Strange Tales rules. Su Xiao of the Dragon Kingdom received the 7-star clearance reward. Species diversity within the country increases by 17. Andy of the Grizzly Bear Nation received the 6-star clearance reward. The mortality rate of citizens in the Grizzly Bear Nation decreases by 15. Lucas of the United States received the 6-star clearance reward. The mental healing rate of the American public increases by 15. Viewers marveled, "Strong, just too strong. I thought the highest evaluation was 6 stars, but turns out there's 7, another viewer said. "In this stage, the 3 strongest joined forces. Of course it's strong. But this stage tested unity. Is there some deep meaning to it?" Viewers below also agreed. "I have that feeling too. This stage seems to be laying the groundwork for what's to come." The next stage was even more anticipated. 3 days later, the Strange Tale world opened again. System announcement: The nations participating in this challenge include Dragon Kingdom, Grizzly Bear Nation, United States, Paris Nation, New Zealand, Egypt, Argentina, Bahamas, Bermuda, East Island Nation, and South Korea. Theme of this strange tale world: City of Mists and Ruins. Su Xiao sat leisurely on the sofa listening to the background introduction. A city shrouded in thick fog, a place of unknown terror. Due to certain reasons, this city has long since turned into ruins. This is an experimental zone where humans have not set foot for many years. Humanity has always wanted to handle the anomalies here, but you have been unfortunately sent here. Your task is to handle all the anomalies. I'm afraid no one will return alive. Your code name is Ghost. This strange tale world requires clearing through Unity. There are no off-site reminder opportunities for this stage. Please find clues related to this ruined city. There is no time limit for handling the anomalous events. It will only end once the anomalies are completely dealt with, or all members of the Ghost Squad are dead. Hint: difficulty increased. After reading the introduction, viewers commented, "Sure enough, it's related to the Unity clearance from the last stage. Where's the leader? Hurry up and grab that profit from last time." Viewers below asked with bewilderment, "Ruins in the Mist, Unity clearance?" System announcement: "Dear contestant, because you cleared the last stage with a 7-star evaluation, you are granted an extra item for this stage. Black Sheep Emperor Totem." Description: an item that can temporarily attach to your hand when entering the strange tale world. This totem will exert influence on any living creature, and the influence will deepen over time. For specific effects, please experience it yourself. Su Xiao curled his lips and said, "Experience the effects myself? Good, good, good. You want to play like that, huh?" With that, he began to fiddle with the item. It was a shape that looked like an antelope head. Su Xiao walked toward a wall with a board on it. He muttered under his breath, "Look at the rules first, everything else is secondary." On the board it was written, "Before you prepare to execute tasks regarding the City of Mists and Ruins, please carefully read the rules I have left behind. This can save your life and the lives of your teammates. Rule 1: the safe house is very safe. Rule 2: the food portions in the safe house are only enough to sustain your team for 1 day. Therefore, before the food is exhausted, please leave the safe house and search for more food in the mist to bring back as replenishment. Rule 3: once you open the door of the safe house, you will no longer receive the protection of the room. The mist is dangerous. Terrifying creatures exist within it, and no one has seen their true face to this day. Rule 4: please trust your teammates unconditionally, but please do not trust it. Rule 5: after leaving the safe house, you are very likely to encounter teammates in the mist. This is a normal phenomenon. Furthermore, it is a very lucky thing. Rule 6: the safe houses of your other teammates are all independent. If you are brave and lucky enough to find the key behind the safe house wall, you can head to other teammates' safe houses. Rule 7: one person must always remain stationed in the safe house. Otherwise, the safe house will no longer be safe. Rule 8: please search for lucky survivors, but you need to be wary of that person. That person might save your life or might take your life at any time. Rule 9: the creatures in the mist are extremely dangerous. Ordinary weapons cannot wound them. Encountering them, fleeing may be your best choice. Rule 10: in the mist, if you see a temporary combat command post that is still intact, please stay away from it immediately. There is no reason. Rule 11: do not trust anyone. One final reminder: stay away from those monsters. After reading the rules, Su Xiao commented with a smile. There were 11 rules here, and there were monsters. This strange tale world was indeed complex. Moreover, such complex rules required cooperation with other contestants. If a mistake occurred, it was very likely to cause unimaginable consequences. Su Xiao let out a sigh, walked to a table and said, "Phew, let's take stock of what's in the room to see if there's enough to eat." There were 2 cardboard boxes on the table. One contained bottled water, and the other contained boxed lunches. Su Xiao counted them silently. If Rule 2 is correct, then there should be 20 contestants participating in this challenge. Logically, there should be 20 boxed lunches. Why are there only 19? Su Xiao turned to count the amount of water. Sure enough, he cried out in surprise, "Oh geez, there's 1 bottle of water missing too." Su Xiao frowned and said with dissatisfaction, "I see, the rules say food is shared, therefore as long as other contestants start eating, the amount of food here will decrease. But I really want to know which starving ghost ate and drank their fill the moment they came in." 10 odd minutes later, Su Xiao observed secretly, and found that the food hadn't continued to decrease. It seemed everyone was maintaining a bit of reason. After all, 1 person taking is just taking, but 2 or more taking is called looting. Once a war to loot resources broke out, the food and water here definitely wouldn't last a day. But for the long-term plan, he still had to go out as soon as possible to find new food. Su Xiao returned to the rule board and fell into deep thought. So the question was, if he went out to find food, he would violate Rule 3. His talent's protection would disappear. But if he didn't go, he wouldn't be able to fulfill his role as a leader. He likely wouldn't be able to get the highest evaluation after clearing the stage. After all, this was a team competition. According to Rule 2, the food portions in the safe house are only enough to sustain your team for one day. Therefore, before the food is exhausted, please leave the safe house. Search for food in the mist to bring back as replenishment. Su Xiao frowned slightly. He was weighing his options. Between unity and his talent, he could only choose one. Ultimately, Su Xiao had the answer. He said, "Decided. I'm going out to find food and bring it back." Su Xiao picked up his gun and equipped himself. Then he pushed the door open with force. He muttered, "The most important thing in this stage is teammates. Outside is thick with mist, a scene of desolation everywhere." Su Xiao made up his mind. Since he couldn't count on his talent, next he could only show his true strength. After walking for a while, Su Xiao sighed boredom. Damn strange tale world. It actually won't let me bring those 3 eerie objects this stage, only leaving these 2 of you. Truly boring. The 2 Su Xiao mentioned were exactly White Cat and Black Cat Lucy. Hearing his complaint, the White Cat comforted him. "Master, don't worry. Lucy and I will be responsible for your safety. We absolutely won't let you lose a single hair." Hearing it say this, Su Xiao replied with satisfaction, "Thank you for your hard work." Suddenly, a bright light descended from the horizon. Rain began to fall sporadically. After observing, Su Xiao shouted in surprise, "Damn, is this acid rain?" The White Cat suddenly bristled and let out a meow. The jellyfish necklace on Su Xiao's neck also glowed at the same time. Su Xiao immediately became highly alert. He judged, "The jellyfish necklace is glowing continuously. It seems this rain will also affect the mind. Although I have the jellyfish necklace for safety, it's better to find a place to avoid the rain quickly." Su Xiao looked around and saw a supermarket called Wanya nearby. He said to the White Cat, "The supermarket over here hasn't completely collapsed. It's perfect for heading inside to avoid the rain. And we can look for food while we're at it." Just as Su Xiao approached the supermarket, he suddenly stopped. A monster that looked like a giant lizard was slowly crawling out of the supermarket. He guessed that its appearance was truly special. Could this be the terrifying creature mentioned in the rules? They were the experimental products in this ruined city. Su Xiao didn't think much and decided to open fire on the monster repeatedly. He barked, "I don't care if you're a specimen or not. Take a bullet first." After being hit, the monster let out a piteous scream. Before long, the monster lay on the ground motionless. Su Xiao said to the White Cat, "White Cat, go see if it's dead for real." The White Cat answered, "Yes." As the White Cat approached, the monster suddenly jumped up. The White Cat cursed in rage. "Bastard, you have no martial ethics, actually using a sneak attack?" Infuriated by the monster, the White Cat pounced. "I'm going to tear you to pieces." According to Rule 9, the creatures in the mist are extremely dangerous. Ordinary weapons cannot wound them. Encountering them, fleeing may be your best choice. Su Xiao stood aside observing and analyzed. It seems Rule 9 is true. Thermal weapons can't kill them. Luckily, I didn't rush up blindly. However, these specimens are no match for the White and Black Cats. I can relax a bit now. The rain was falling harder and harder. Su Xiao looked around and said, "Damn, the rain's getting heavy. Have to get into the supermarket quickly to avoid it." Just as he stepped into the supermarket, Su Xiao cried out in surprise. It's the red of fresh blood," he thought to himself. The blood of that monster killed by the White Cat was green. Then this red must belong to a human. It seems that besides me, others have been here. Su Xiao quickly walked toward the food area of the supermarket. Stopping in front of a shelf filled with canned goods, Su Xiao speculated, "If someone really has been here, they are very likely to have left clues. I have to search the surroundings quickly, finding food while looking for clues." Passing by a shelf, Su Xiao suddenly stopped. He noticed most of the food here was already moldy. "Let's take away what can be eaten first, even though this doesn't look like ordinary canned fish." Humans find cat food nearly impossible to swallow. However, in a situation like this, one is lucky to have anything at all. There was no room to be picky. With that thought, he stuffed a pack of instant noodles into his backpack. Su Xiao caught sight of a piece of paper in a corner of the supermarket and felt a surge of surprise. A note? There was indeed a slip of paper with writing on it lying on the floor. Su Xiao picked it up. It read, "You have been forcibly conscripted into a top-secret biological experiment project. At first, I fought tooth and nail against implementing this plan. It was too cruel. Beyond using animals, they were even conducting experiments on living humans. My opposition was futile. I'm sorry, but the amount of money they offered was simply too much to refuse." After reading it, a slight smirk curled at the corner of Su Xiao's mouth. "Human experimentation," he spoke with contempt. "How utterly shameless. If they're human, they ought to have at least a shred of a moral baseline. No amount of money justifies doing this kind of experiment." After taking another turn around the supermarket, Su Xiao concluded that there were likely no other clues here. The rain had stopped. He would wait for the acid rain to dissipate before searching elsewhere. White Cat immediately responded with a meow in agreement. Suddenly a dark shadow came rushing toward Su Xiao from the distance. The person shouted, "Ah, help me." Su Xiao came to a halt, speculating, "Holy crap, there are other people, is it a contestant?" The man in the black overcoat sprinted toward Su Xiao while screaming, "Save me, hurry, save me." Su Xiao silently evaluated the man. No, this person isn't a contestant. If those monsters really wanted to kill him, he wouldn't have made it this far. Sure enough, there was a monster pursuing the man in black. The man continued to plead for help. "Su Xiao, save me, good brother, hurry and save me." Su Xiao pretended not to see him. He looked left and right, asking himself aloud, "Where's this good brother you need saving? Where is he? Where's your brother hiding?" The man in black shouted at the top of his lungs, "Good brother, look at the time, quit joking around. If you don't save me, I'm really going to die right in front of you." Su Xiao replied with a look of pure innocence, "I know you're in a hurry, but don't be in a hurry to be in a hurry. The rain is so heavy and I'm not wearing a raincoat, I can't save you." Hearing Su Xiao say this, the man in black froze in his tracks, speechless. The viewers in the live stream were dying of laughter. "I'm losing it. What kind of act is Boss Su Xiao putting on? He caught that guy completely off guard," another viewer commented. "Damn, he needs a raincoat to save someone. Plus this is acid rain. Would a raincoat even help?" A viewer below agreed. "You've got a point, but Boss Su Xiao's specialty is being completely unreasonable." Ha ha ha. Realizing he couldn't count on Su Xiao, the man in black had no choice but to fend for himself. He quickly ducked into the supermarket, cursing Su Xiao incessantly in his head. "Damn it, this guy must be sick. I can only rely on myself." In the blink of an eye he was standing before Su Xiao. He turned back and addressed Su Xiao with a reproachful tone. "Brother, we're all contestants. What's the meaning of just standing by and watching me die?" Su Xiao lied without blinking. "I'm not a contestant." The man in black immediately countered, "Stop talking nonsense. There's no one here but contestants. You can't fool me." Su Xiao gave a cold smile and asked, "In that case, why don't you tell me what's my code name?" The man in black answered sharply, "You're Su Xiao. Your code name is obviously Repel God of War." Before he could finish, Su Xiao delivered a stinging slap to his face. Suddenly struck by Su Xiao, he roared like a madman, "Damn it, have you lost your mind? Why did you hit me?" Su Xiao stood with his hands on his hips and said, "You hesitated for a second when you answered just now." The man in black stood up straight and said confidently, Then keep asking. I'll definitely prove to you that I'm a contestant." Su Xiao spoke frankly. "Fine then, what's your name?" Su Xiao asked casually, but in his mind he thought, "I'll just play along with your little act for a bit." The man in black introduced himself as Hajime. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Su Xiao slapped him again, hitting him so hard his face twisted. Hajime clutched his face in agony and asked piteously, "I didn't hesitate with my answer this time. Was the name wrong too?" Su Xiao replied with perfect composure, "No, it's correct. I just wanted to find an excuse to hit you because I've already determined that you aren't a contestant." Hearing Su Xiao say this, Hajime's expression darkened, and he asked in a cold voice, "So you realized I wasn't a contestant from the start and you've been playing me this whole time?" Su Xiao didn't deny it, calmly exposing him. "Oh, blame the poor staging of the play you arranged. Those few creatures were chasing you. But it was just an act. That terrifying chase didn't leave a single scratch on you. How was I supposed to believe that?" At this point, Hajime stopped hiding. He let out a shrill, piercing laugh. "Hey, to think you could observe such details from a distance despite the cover of the rain, you're really something." As he spoke, the skin on Hajime's face began to peel away, looking incredibly eerie. He bared sharp fangs at Su Xiao and said, "Human, you have successfully caught my attention," Hajime said craftily. "I'm looking forward to your next performance. The stronger the opponent, the more fun I have." He raised his hands and two hideous monsters instantly appeared. They crawled across the ground, closing in on Su Xiao. Su Xiao shouted at the top of his lungs, "He's trying to run. White cat, black cat, get him." After Hajime ordered the two monsters to attack, Su Xiao also vanished instantly. White cat and black cat pounced simultaneously, tearing into the two monsters. After defeating them, Su Xiao cursed angrily. "Damn it, he slipped away, otherwise I could have caught him for research." His other form was clearly that of an experimental subject. White cat and black cat bowed their heads to Su Xiao and said, "We're sorry, master. We didn't expect him to disappear so quickly." He comforted them gently. "It's fine, we'll definitely run into him again. Let's keep looking for food." Half an hour later, after searching the perimeter of the ruins, Su Xiao discovered a suspicious building. He stood outside, observing and evaluating. The place looked like a secret base, and he thought he might find something special inside. There were several bloodstains on the walls. Su Xiao speculated that since there was dried blood here, something must have happened. Suddenly, a bullet whistled past Su Xiao's cheek. The bullet hit the wall behind him and exploded. Su Xiao's eyes widened, and he cried out, "Holy crap, that's some impressive marksmanship." He thought to himself that ordinary weapons couldn't hurt the monsters here. This bullet must have been modified. It's no ordinary round. Just then, a person walked over. Su Xiao thought to himself. Let me see who's being so aggressive. Judging by his attire and the way he held his gun, he looked like someone who had undergone some form of military training. Su Xiao turned to face him and asked, "What do you mean by that? Who exactly are you?" But the man ignored Su Xiao's words, remaining silent and searching with focused intensity as if hunting for a mortal enemy. He then quickly ran off, and Su Xiao and White Cat immediately gave chase, shouting, "Hey, stop right there!" A moment later, Su Xiao entered the laboratory to find him. However, the room was filled with the stench of experimental subjects inside massive petri dishes. Su Xiao was shocked by what he saw and cried out, "Oh my God!" Before him were experimental subjects inside petri dishes, breathing through ventilators. He thought to himself, "This experiment is truly insane. They actually used humans, and so many of them." Suddenly, someone's fist slammed against the reinforced glass casing, followed by a voice, "It's all because of my stupidity, otherwise they wouldn't have fallen into the enemy's trap." It was him, the man Su Xiao had been chasing. Just then, Rule 8 manifested. Please search for lucky survivors. But you need to be wary of that person. That person might save your life or might take your life at any time. Su Xiao looked at him thoughtfully. It seemed he was the lucky survivor mentioned in the rules. The people in these jars hooked up to ventilators were likely his teammates. He kept trembling, repeating a single phrase, "It's all my fault, it's all my fault." Su Xiao reasoned that if Rule 8 told them to find survivors, then he must be a key factor in clearing the stage. I have to try and see if I can communicate with him. With that thought, he stepped forward, looked at him and said, "Brother, calm down first. I want to ask you something." But before he could finish, the other man pointed his gun at Su Xiao, glaring with eyes full of hostility. "I'm going to kill you all. I'll kill every last one of you." White Cat flew over and knocked the gun out of his hand. Due to the sudden attack, he lost his balance and fell backward. He quickly regained his footing, clutching his wound, and looked at Su Xiao in surprise. Not an enemy. Suddenly he pulled out a smoke bomb, his intentions unclear. He spoke up. "The Ghost Squad does not attack non-hostile personnel. I have violated the rules. If they were still alive, they'd surely be scolding me again." He then threw the smoke bomb with a look of agony. "I'd rather spend my whole life as a cowardly orderly than become a cold-blooded man like I am now, but there's no going back." He escaped through the white smoke billowing from the bomb. Su Xiao looked at his retreating form and said, "It seems everything he just did wasn't of his own will. It looks like post-war trauma." He then let out a sigh. The lucky survivor wasn't lucky at all. Just then, Su Xiao remembered something and saw White Cat carrying a stack of documents in its mouth. He looked at it and said, "Notes, great job as expected of you." He picked up the notes and began to examine them with focus. This appears to be the record of a lab staff member. It says, "I was forcibly pulled into this biological experiment project. I've never even slaughtered a fish before. They promised me a very handsome salary, quote. With this money, I can live a worry-free life for the rest of my days. This is an extremely cruel and perverted experiment. Currently, the machines and biological entities are rejecting each other. If it weren't for the fact that I took their money, I would never have agreed to work for them." A researcher was recording. Today, for the first time, machine and biology successfully fused. Although the creature died completely shortly after, we are still ecstatic because we see the hope of success. Building on our previous success, we soon achieved a technological breakthrough, using machines to replace human limbs. Then came the next step of the experiment, installing an eternally beating heart for the organism. A man held a heart in his hand, preparing to implant it into a comatose dog. Using a mechanical heart to replace a biological one is an extremely arduous task, but we were lucky. We did it. Seeing that the experimental subject was normal and asymptomatic, the man was very pleased. Later, their demands became increasingly perverted. They wanted to upload human consciousness into machines, making consciousness immortal. The people locked in petri dishes as experimental subjects had long since lost all sensation. I haven't remembered anything for these 2 years. Ever since the Eternal Consciousness Project began, all of us employees have lived, eaten, and slept inside this lab. We're treated like prisoners. The researcher looked out the window with a face full of discontent, but the experiments were always failing. As time went on, my colleagues began to cause trouble one after another, wanting to resign. Another researcher kept shouting at the top of his lungs, "Let us out, we want to go home, we don't want the money, we want to go home." In the end, they did return home. Only their hearts returned, while their bodies remained in the laboratory forever. That's right, they became experimental subjects, the researcher recorded. "Recently, I've started being watched. Maybe I won't be able to keep recording in this notebook. We are forbidden from recording any information regarding the experimental process, quote. If they find out, there's a good chance I won't live through the night." But the recorder ended with a cynical, mocking sentence. Do they really think I stopped writing because I was afraid? Afraid of what? The sky is blue and the earth is wide. I am a rebel, I've gone mad. After that, the diary turned blank. There wasn't another word. Su Xiao looked at the diary and said, "Holy crap, didn't you say you were going to resist? You've gone mad. Why isn't there a single word written after that? Did he want to test this veteran? Is there any veteran who can't stand a test?" Suddenly, a person's voice rang out, "Come and catch me, dummy." Su Xiao focused his attention to hear who was speaking. It was the voice of a child. Then the voice said with a laugh, "Why are you guys so slow? Can't you keep up? I'm going to speed up." Su Xiao grew suspicious. How could there be a child's voice here? A skirt hem and the sound of footsteps flashed through the white fog, looking like a little girl running. There was indeed a little girl running away. She was a contestant from the Dragon Kingdom named Wen Ji. As she ran, she said, "This isn't fun at all. I'm not playing with you, you're all a bunch of dummies. Too stupid." Su Xiao slowly walked toward her and asked, "Are you human?" Wen Ji nodded and looked at him, answering, "Are you talking to me? Of course I'm human." "Who are you? Why are you here?" Su Xiao looked at her and replied, "Before I answer that, I want to know why you're here." Wen Ji scratched her cheek a bit shyly and said, "I don't know either, but this dream is really interesting and I'm happy to play with so many people." He thought to himself, "A dream, could this little girl be a contestant too? But because she's so young, she thinks everything here is just a dream. Then how has this child survived until now, and how did she get to my space?" He fell into deep thought. Rule 5 said one might encounter other teammates. Rule 6 said finding a key can connect two spaces. Rule 5 states, after leaving the safe house, you are very likely to encounter teammates in the mist. This is a normal phenomenon. Furthermore, it is a very lucky thing. Rule 6 also mentions, the safe houses of your other teammates are all independent. If you are brave and lucky enough to find the key behind the safe house wall, you can head to other teammates' safe houses. Su Xiao wondered, if these two rules were accurate, one could indeed move through spaces, but how could such a young child find the key so quickly? Suddenly, a hook-shaped object came flying forward at high speed. It flew toward Wen Ji, who was still standing there blankly, completely unaware. Su Xiao shouted in a panic, "White Cat, save the child!" White Cat flew over immediately, fast as lightning. Suddenly, time stopped, and a feminine form flew out of Wen Ji's body. Then she fiercely grabbed the hook-like tentacle and tore it in half. "Wen Ji hates bad guys the most. To think you dare a sneak attack. You must have a death wish." Su Xiao was stunned, shocked by the girl's actions. Holy crap, that's brutal. No wonder the monsters were chasing her while she thought she was playing a game. Wen Ji frowned and let out a cold snort, looking at the severed tentacle on the ground and saying loudly, "You bad guys don't even think about hurting me. Big sister will protect me." Su Xiao asked her in confusion, "Big sister, was that your sister just now?" Wen Ji looked at him with a melancholy expression and replied, I'm very lonely by myself, so I often imagine a sister to play with me. Big sister Wen Ji is someone I imagined. She always protects me in my dreams." Su Xiao thought to himself, imagined? It really was Wen Ji who killed the monster just now, which means she really exists. Could Wen Ji's talent be some kind of imagination manifestation? If that's the case, then by treating the strange tale world as a dream, she can naturally move through space freely. The sound of Wen Ji's stomach growling rang out. Seeing this, he gave a soft laugh and asked her, "Are you hungry?" Wen Ji rubbed her stomach, nodded and replied, He then hoisted Wen Ji onto his back. Su Xiao smiled kindly at her and said, "Let's go, I'll take you to get something to eat, and I'll find you a pair of shoes to wear while we're at it." Wen Ji swung her limbs happily and said, "Thank you, big brother." Elsewhere, Andy also stepped out of his safe house with a gun to search for food. He gripped the gun tightly, his eyes alert, walking step by step. Suddenly, the surroundings were enveloped in thick fog. Andy lamented, "The fog is getting thicker and thicker. I can't see anything. I have no idea where the path ahead leads." He contemplated the situation with a serious expression. Moreover, the frog balloon was already damaged, in a place where danger lurks everywhere, and there is no frog balloon to shield him from the gaze of eerie entities. Andy could not deduce with a peaceful mind. Something was approaching from behind him. Sensing the anomaly, he gritted his teeth, a look of worry crossing his face. Suddenly, Andy spun around and fired a shot directly into the chest of the eerie entity, sending sparks flying. Immediately after, Andy clutched his gun and left quickly, not even looking back at the unmoving entity slumped on the ground. Just then a voice rang out, "Dummies, you're all big dummies." Wen Ji suddenly appeared, holding a cup and shouting loudly, "You still want to steal the shoes brother Su Xiao gave me? Take a beating from me." Andy looked at her in surprise. How could there be a little girl here, and why did she mention Su Xiao? The viewers commented one after another, "Andy is really cautious, he's even wary of a little girl. Maybe he started deducing like Big Boss Su Xiao. He probably can't believe a little girl could find a key and complete a spatial displacement." Wen Ji looked at Andy calmly and replied, "My name is Wen Ji. I was with brother Su Xiao just now, but we got separated for some reason. "Do you know Brother Su Xiao too, Uncle? Are you his friend?" Andy nodded with a serious expression. "I am his friend, but how can you prove you know him?" Wen Ji looked at Andy, who was still pointing his gun at her, and replied, "Brother Su Xiao taught me a sentence saying that as long as I say it, you will believe me. Do not use the source of contamination randomly." Andy thought to himself that this was something he had said privately to Su Xiao in the real world, something only the two of them knew. It seemed this child could be trusted. Subsequently, Andy politely bowed his head to apologize to Wen Ji. "I was too cautious just now, I'm sorry. Also, since you were able to come here from Su Xiao's side, can you take me to see him?" Wen Ji looked up at him and said, "This is my dream. I can only decide where to go based on my own thoughts. If Uncle wants to find Brother Su Xiao, you must find a key. That's also what Brother Su Xiao told me." Andy fell into deep thought. So this child didn't rely on a key to get here, but through some other means. Though he didn't know the specifics, he guessed the child possessed some kind of special talent. Then, Andy knelt on one knee, taking Wen Ji's hand with one hand while holding his gun in the other, and said with a smile, "All right then, I won't ask you to take me to Su Xiao. Can you accompany me to find a key?" The little girl replied with a smile. "Of course, let's go now." While Wen Ji and Andy were searching for the key, Lucas, who had stayed in the safe house, discovered to his fury that food was rapidly disappearing and some of the firearms had been damaged. Within the safe house of his space, Lucas looked at the damaged weapons in panic and roared, "Seriously, a food shortage is one thing, but why sabotage the guns? Have these people gone mad?" Viewer comments popped up incessantly. "This round has only just begun. Who on earth is wasting food and destroying weapons? I've checked the live streams of all the challengers. I can give everyone a definitive answer. It's the challengers from South Korea, the East Island nation, and Egypt. What a disgrace. I want to see just how ugly their eating habits are." A certain voice rang out. "I just went out to look, it's too terrifying outside. I'll definitely die here." A person was stuffing food into his mouth. It turned out to be the South Korean challenger, Kim Tae-dae. With a pancake in one hand and water in the other, he kept chewing and swallowing, saying, "So before I die, I must eat and drink my fill. I can't die on an empty stomach." His eyes remained fixed on the food boxes. Matsushita Tae-sha from the East Island nation spoke while smashing a gun to pieces. "I can't escape this place, so I'll destroy the weapons and see how the rest of you get out." Damn it, damn it. The audience was indignant at such despicable behavior. How incredibly selfish, heavens, are these people's brains filled with sewer water? To do such a mean, low, and shameless thing. You're right, they have no brains at all. Viewers noticed that the Egyptian challenger, Nefertari, was silently eating. How could a beauty like her engage in such brainless behavior along with them? Is it because she's terrified? She says nothing. She's probably just eating because she's scared out of her wits. It's understandable. Forgiving everything will only hurt oneself. Subsequently, except for Su Xiao, Andy, Wen Ji, and Lucas, everyone lined up to scramble for food. The food in the safe house was soon nearly exhausted. The food boxes were all empty. On the second day, except for Matsushita Tae-sha and Kim Tae-dae, the other challengers went out to search for food, including Nefertari. She walked out the door with a calm expression. Viewers commented, "I thought everyone would stay in the safe house after last night's events. After all, food brought back might just be eaten by others. No one wants to be a sucker. I guess they're not just out for food but searching for the keys mentioned in the rules that can connect different spaces. Rule 6 mentions that other teammates' safe houses are independent. If you're brave and lucky enough to find the key behind the safe house wall, you can head to other teammates' safe houses." Another viewer continued the commentary. "Clever. The person who finds the key first can go to other people's spaces, making it even more convenient to steal from them. Andy didn't return last night. He's still looking for the key with Wen Ji. Hope they find it before those others." Over here, Andy and Wen Ji were on their way back to the safe house. He carried a bag, smiling as he looked at Wen Ji while walking. "Even though we didn't find the key, we found quite a bit of food. It's not bad. Let's go back to the safe house now to eat and rest." Then they would continue the search. Wen Ji replied with a smile, Wen Ji is starving and wants to eat." Suddenly, a white shadow flashed across Andy's vision, giving him a start. "Who's there?" Subsequently, that white shadow flashed past Andy and Wen Ji. Andy was surprised to find a key lying on the floor. "Is that the key we've been looking for?" He reached down to pick it up. Wen Ji looked at the key in Andy's hand, her eyes wide as she asked, "Is that the key left by that person just now? Who was he?" Andy answered her with a look of suspicion in his eyes. "Maybe he's the lucky survivor mentioned in the rules." Then, with a serious and worried expression, he continued, "I can't believe someone would intentionally leave a key for us. Anyway, we should head back and then connect to the other spaces." In another strange room, Andy was sweating with tension, muttering to himself with the key in hand, wondering whose room this was. "It's completely random. Hope it's someone willing to cooperate." Wen Ji stood behind him, pressing her hands together and saying, "Wen Ji will pray for Uncle." The key has opened that space. I never expected that space to be Su Xiao's. Su Xiao was surprised to see Andy, while Andy shouted excitedly, I knew it was Su Xiao. Wen Ji ran over happily, opening her arms to hug him. Brother Su Xiao. Su Xiao also smiled brilliantly. He looked at Wen Ji and said, I suddenly lost sight of you last time and was worried something happened. It turns out you teleported to Andy's side. Wen Ji answered him with a smile. Yes, Wen Ji was walking around in her dream and somehow ran into Uncle Andy. Su Xiao froze for a moment. Uncle? Beside him, Andy feigned composure, putting a hand to his mouth and coughing as he said, Don't pay attention to those details. Then he deliberately changed the subject. Let's hurry and eat something, rest a bit and then set out. There's still a lot of information and items we need to find. Su Xiao seemed to sense he was avoiding the question, so he nodded and said, All right. Soon, after eating their fill, Su Xiao, Andy and Wen Ji set out again. They arrived at a dilapidated place. The heavy wheezing of eerie creatures rang out incessantly. They lay wounded on the ground at death's door. Su Xiao asked in a low, puzzled voice, What is that sound? There's someone ahead. Subsequently, the three of them hid together behind a massive wooden crate, peering at a dark shadow approaching them. Su Xiao whispered in surprise, It's that lucky survivor. How did he end up like this? He was staggering, covered in wounds, and wearing a mechanical heart on his body. He held a knife, alert for something. Hearing Su Xiao's words, Andy asked softly, You know him? Su Xiao answered Andy in a low voice. Met him once. His mental state is unstable. He probably got into a fight with these monsters. A giant mechanical figure that looked like a robot was walking toward the lucky survivor. The robot laughed heartily and said, I thought you'd already rotted to death in this ruined city. I didn't expect you to still be alive. It was surrounded by white smoke. The robot continued, It's hard to imagine how you've lived until now, but it doesn't matter. I've always regretted letting you escape by chance back then. Now I'll send you on your way to meet your poor foolish comrades. Su Xiao and Andy were both shocked by the robot, exclaiming in unison, Holy crap, a robot! The lucky survivor fired a shot at the robot with a look of resentment, shouting, I once swore that I would personally avenge the captain and everyone else. I've waited too long for today. Come here, you big-headed ghost. Let me enjoy the thrill of revenge. Not just you, I'm going to kill all of you. You will pay a heavy price for what you've done. The robot was hit by the bullet fired by the lucky survivor, and let out a huff, HMPH. But it wasn't long before the robot returned to normal without even a scratch on its body. It mocked the lucky survivor. Heavens, is this the means of revenge you're so proud of, truly weak and powerless? I am the final product of this experiment. Do you think you can hurt even a hair on me with these things? The lucky survivor grit his teeth upon hearing this. He cursed angrily, Damn it, even modified bullets are no match for it, over here. Su Xiao and Andy conferred. It seems this robot is the final product of the experimental plan, achieving the fusion of human and machine and possessing an eternal consciousness. Andy offered his suggestion to Su Xiao. The lucky survivor must have other secrets. I think we can help him at the critical moment. Su Xiao shared the same view as Andy. He said, I was thinking the same thing. Over there, the lucky survivor is struggling to deal with the robot. He let out a piteous scream. Ah, the robot spoke with contempt. Stop dreaming, I'll show you the gap in strength between us. The robot raised its foot, preparing to crush the lucky survivor like an ant. It laughed triumphantly. Ha ha ha, I see you. It's like I'm seeing that scene again. A bunch of stupid rescue team members saving another equally stupid dummy. Still just as foolish, still seeing that same smile. The lucky survivor was exhausted by now, able only to lie there silently, unable to move. He said with resentment, I won't allow you to insult my comrades. Seeing the lucky survivor in crisis, Su Xiao immediately ordered the white cat. The white cat then went forward to provide support. The lucky survivor suddenly laughed triumphantly. Haha, you fell for it. With that he suddenly sat up. Pulling the fuse, he announced majestically, The word cowardly or afraid of death has never existed in the dictionary of the Ghost Squad. You thought you were winning, but you didn't know you had already fallen into a trap. I've prepared a grand gift for you. Come and feel the flames of rage and the feast of explosion. By the time the robot sensed the danger, it was too late. Immediately after, an earth-shattering explosion rang out, thick smoke billowing and a mushroom cloud rising. Although Su Xiao and Andy were hiding in a safe place, they were still significantly affected. Su Xiao tightly shielded Wen Ji in his arms with one hand while using the other to protect his head. He blurted out in surprise, My God, did he blow himself up? After the explosion subsided, at the spot where the lucky survivor and the robot had dueled, there was now only a black hole surrounded by debris and wreckage. Su Xiao turned to instruct Wen Ji. Wen Ji, stay here and don't move, don't run around, we're going over there to check. Wen Ji replied obediently. Okay, I'll be good, brother Su Xiao. The white cat walked to his side and let out a meow, meaning, I'm sorry, I failed to complete the order to save the person. Su Xiao shook his head and said to the white cat, I don't blame you, this was his choice. Suddenly, the robot woke up and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, that fool. This robot possesses regenerative capabilities. Everything you've done is but an ant trying to shake a tree. You lost your life, while I have merely lost a body. This price is trivial to me. Su Xiao and Andy were simultaneously shocked, thinking, this guy isn't dead yet. Su Xiao soon smiled sinisterly and said with interest, oh, this guy's mouth is quite tough, he can still talk with only a head left. It seems the head is the most important part of the experiment. Andy stood aside and analyzed. Looking at the situation, the mechanical heart only provides the power and energy source. The place that issues commands is likely the head. How about we let the eerie entity pry open its head and study its structure? The robot heard the two of them conferring in low voices and felt a chill in its heart while remaining motionless. What? They want to study my head. The white cat was very cooperative with Su Xiao. It let out a meow and bared its claws, ready at any moment to follow orders and cut open the robot's head. The robot secretly lamented its misfortune. Damn it, it really is an eerie entity. Even if my head can withstand an explosion, it can't stop an eerie entity. The robot stammered as it began to beg Su Xiao for mercy. Friend, don't open my head, I beg you. Ask whatever you want to know, I'll tell you everything. Su Xiao agreed with a satisfied smile. All right, and tell me who is involved in this experimental plan and what is your identity? The current progress of the experiment and your purpose, the robot confessed truthfully. I currently have no name because I have already abandoned my human identity. I only have a code name now, called Wandering Planet. There are 3 people in total participating in this mechanical biological experiment project. All 3 of us used to be high-level wealthy businessmen, but to prevent leaks, we hid our true identities from each other and only referred to each other by code names. Su Xiao asked the robot, how is the current strength of the other 2? Are they like you? The robot replied obediently. Yes, actually, I am the weakest among the 3. In this experimental project, the competition is financial power. The more one invests, the more benefits one gains. I am the poorest one, therefore. Andy stood behind Su Xiao and spoke. Are there still experimental personnel in this ruin area? Are you currently conducting some kind of experiment? The robot answered Andy's question. The experiments in this ruin area. Before it could finish, the robot's system suddenly issued an alarm. You have attempted to leak secrets, violating regulations. In 3 seconds your head will automatically detonate. Good luck. Immediately after, the robot only had time to let out a piteous scream, "Aw," before it automatically detonated in an instant. The white cat immediately performed a spatial displacement, protecting Su Xiao and Andy from the explosion. After the instant escape, Su Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, luckily the white cat took us further away. Otherwise the 3 of us would have been blown to pieces, Andy said indignantly. They are truly vicious, not even letting their own people off. Su Xiao turned to Andy and said, let's go, we can consider ourselves to have collected some information this time, so it wasn't a wasted trip. Andy nodded. Meanwhile, Lucas encountered a monster attack while out looking for a key. He cursed while saying, damn it, I have to fight monsters again. There were still many monsters behind Lucas. He glanced at them, secretly calculating. These monsters are completely unafraid of guns, and solving them with a scalpel is too late. I can only continue to use the shadow. Lucas then ordered the Shadow of Resentment to come out and deal with them. Upon receiving Lucas's order, the Shadow of Resentment cheered excitedly. Ah, I finally get to see the sun. The Shadow of Resentment swept a sinister glance over Lucas, its mouth curling into a hideous grin as it hissed. Lucas, do you have the confidence to take me back in this time? As soon as Lucas released the Shadow of Resentment, it began a frenzied slaughter, roaring excitedly. Kill them all, kill them elegantly. You stupid and ugly monsters, it is your honor to die by my hand. Before long, the Shadow of Resentment had eliminated all the monsters. Lucas commanded it, all right, destruction, return. However, the Shadow of Resentment did not obey his order. It stood its ground, smiling tauntingly at Lucas. Hee, I don't want to go back. If you've got the guts, try suppressing me again. Lucas waved his hand decisively and said, you asked for this. I'll show you just how firm my resolve is. Destruction, get back here. With a shout from Lucas, the Shadow of Resentment was brought under control. It muttered resentfully, damn it, it hadn't been that long, yet his mental strength had grown this much. It didn't take long for Lucas to subdue the Shadow of Resentment. Before vanishing, the shadow continued to clamor, Lucas, I've had enough of this. The next time I come out, I'm going to kill you and take you down with me. After subduing the shadow, Lucas stood still and pondered for a moment. Luckily, I got a key, at least it wasn't a wasted effort. Suppressing destruction had drained a lot of his energy. I need to take this key back first and try to merge a space. Lucas returned to the safe house and inserted the key into the lock. The door opened to reveal a girl dressed in Egyptian attire sitting inside. It was none other than Nefertari. Seeing Lucas enter, she said coldly, "I don't care who you are, stay 10 meters away from me." Hearing this, Lucas replied flatly, "What a coincidence. I prefer being alone too, so don't bother me either." In the spacious room, Nefertari and Lucas indeed took up separate corners, staying out of each other's way as both fell into silence. Viewers left comments in the section. "Hey, these two are hilarious. Even with the space merged, it's like nothing changed. They're just ignoring each other," another viewer said. "This beauty is way too cold. It would be nice if she could at least smile." The viewers below urged, "Forget about that. Hurry up and go check on Big Boss Su Xiao." Su Xiao had found another safe house merge key. Over with Su Xiao, Wenji and Andy, the three had just returned to the safe house. The door was slightly ajar and inside sat a young man who was gorging himself on food. When the young man saw Su Xiao and Andy enter, he asked in surprise, Big Boss Su Xiao, Big Boss Andy, what are you doing here?" Su Xiao walked into the room and asked the young man, "What's your name? Which country are you from?" The young man introduced himself awkwardly. "Big Boss Su Xiao, I'm Yin Taeda." He was from the South Korean team. Wenji blinked her innocent eyes and shot back, "Yin Taeda, how Taeda are you?" Embarrassed by being teased by a little girl, Yin Taeda was speechless. Su Xiao frowned and asked him, "Have you just been hiding in the safe house eating this whole time?" Seeing the dangerous chill radiating from Su Xiao's face, Yin Taeda stammered, Suddenly he gave himself a violent slap and began apologizing incessantly. "I was wrong. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have been a salted fish. I shouldn't have been sneaking snacks in the middle of the night. I shouldn't have been lazy. I shouldn't have just sat here and reaped the benefits. I'm truly despicable, please forgive me. I'm willing to redeem myself. I'll do anything." Yin Taeda's behavior left Su Xiao feeling both amused and annoyed. He pretended to be serious as he told Yin Taeda, "Alright, considering this is your first offense, I'll let it slide this time. But from now on you must go find food. You have to come out with us, and as punishment you'll be responsible for maintaining team unity." Having received Su Xiao's forgiveness, Yin Taeda was moved to tears. He pressed his palms together in sincere gratitude. I understand. I will definitely redeem myself. Thank you, big bosses, for sparing my life." On the third day, since the safe house rules dictated that one person must stay behind, Su Xiao's group left Andy to guard while he took Wenji and Yin Taeda out to look for supplies. On the way, Su Xiao struck up a conversation with Yin Taeda. "Yin Taeda, what is your talent? Of course, if it involves a level of confidentiality you're uncomfortable with, you don't have to say." Yin Taeda chuckled and said, "No, it's not confidential. To be honest, my talent is only an A- grade mind guesser. Its main function is to judge whether someone is lying through their speech, eyes, or even movements." Su Xiao evaluated, "Oh, not bad at all. Especially in a mission that tests teamwork, this talent might shine brilliantly when it's needed most." Receiving Su Xiao's praise, Yin Taeda replied shyly, Really, thank you." Yin Taeda felt a surge of newfound confidence. "In all my years, this is the first time I've felt the sensation of being acknowledged and praised by someone. I have to perform well. I can't lose face for South Korea." Suddenly, a monster's hand reached out from behind Yin Taeda and grabbed him. He shrieked in terror. A monster," Wenji's sister reacted quickly, spinning around and delivering a powerful kick to the monster. The monster was wounded by the kick and blood splashed onto Yin Taeda's terrified face. He hurriedly wiped the blood away with his hand and asked Wenji, "What was that just now?" Wenji introduced her sister to Yin Taeda. "This is my sister. Her name is Wenjie and she'll protect us." Moved, Yin Taeda asked, Are you already treating me as one of your own?" Wenji smiled kindly and confirmed, "Yes, we're acting together, so aren't we friends?" Yin Taeda said with some shame, Don't you know how many mistakes we in South Korea made in the past?" Su Xiao walked up to Yin Taeda, patted his shoulder and said sincerely, "Don't worry, our dragon kingdom is as vast as the sea. As long as you have good intentions, we are very inclusive. A true powerhouse doesn't monopolize a single world but allows 100 flowers to bloom." Yin Taeda was moved to tears by Su Xiao's words. He marveled. Such character, such spirit. Yin Taeda suddenly knelt before Su Xiao and said respectfully, "Our South Korea is indeed inferior to your dragon kingdom. I will definitely use my life to repay everyone and make up for the mistakes made by our country's previous chosen ones." Wenji skipped forward and said, All right, we'll see how you perform then." After a morning of searching, Su Xiao's trio found more supplies and a bronze key. Su Xiao shouted, "Andy, we're back." Andy noted that they had quite a haul and helped them out. After organizing the supplies, Su Xiao used the key to merge another chosen space. "Let's see who it is this time." Su Xiao used the newly acquired key. They saw Matsushita Taisha in the middle of a mess. He was eating half of everything and throwing the rest away. When Su Xiao and Andy saw this, Andy suddenly delivered a direct punch to the man. "Matsushita, how can you be even worse than me? I only ever eat until I'm halfway full, but you're actually eating half and throwing half away. What a waste." He was furious. He finally knew why the food was disappearing so fast. It seemed the greatest contributor was right here. Matsushita was dazed from the blow, completely stunned. "Has he lost his mind? He dares to hit me?" he shouted loudly. "So you're just a guy waiting around to die, wasting food and acting so self-righteous about it. Typical East Island nation behavior." Yin Tada barked, exasperated. Matsushita shouted, "You bastard, I won't allow you to insult my great East Island nation." Just then, Su Xiao heard that familiar grunt of annoyance and felt displeased. "Yin Tada, don't waste your breath on him," he commanded his beloved cat. "White cat, go tie that bastard up and give him a beating." The white cat let out an angry meow. "Understood, master." The cat executed the task, binding Matsushita with vine-like whips. "Stupid Su Xiao of the Dragon Kingdom, this is murder. I'm going to report you. I'll let the whole world see your true face." However, he was met with a series of heavy blows. Facing the white cat's scratches, he screamed, "Kill me if you've got the guts. I won't let you get away with this anyway." "Su Xiao, you Dragon Kingdom bastard," Andy whispered in Su Xiao's ear. "I always feel like something is off with him. He keeps provoking us as if he's desperate for us to kill him." Su Xiao shared the same feeling. "It is indeed strange. It might be related to a talent." Andy then suggested, "Then let's not kill him for now. Just keep him tied up and don't give him anything to eat or drink. Let's see what happens." Su Xiao agreed. Good idea." On the fourth day, the person in the Bermuda safe house was Ivanov. He greeted them somewhat shyly. Hello everyone. Lucas's safe house had gained another chosen companion, Ivanov from Bermuda. When Lucas went out for supplies, Ivanov felt Nefertari's gaze was too strange, so he chose to follow Lucas out instead. Ivanov shouted, "Hey, wait for me, I want to go out and look for supplies with you." The two walked for an unknown amount of time through the thick fog until they stopped in front of a dilapidated church. Lucas asked, "Do you want to go in?" He felt he had never seen this church before. "There might be clues inside," Ivanov replied. "I think we shouldn't just go in blindly. We don't know what's inside." Before they could take a step, the two suddenly saw a pack of deformed monsters rushing toward them. They had 4 legs but moved extremely fast. Ivanov was terrified. "Ah, monsters, so many monsters." Lucas fought them back desperately, leaving Ivanov dumbfounded. He had known Lucas was strong, but he hadn't expected him to be this powerful. "He actually agreed to take me along. Could this be Lucas? Has he been influenced by Grayson? The power of great friendship and redemption." Lucas said, "Follow me, stay behind me and you'll be safe." So the two walked into the church, and the path to redemption was hidden in the box before them. He muttered to himself, "What's in the box?" Just then, he saw a notebook covered in dust, flickering with a reflective red light from the basement. He felt secretly relieved. This was great. Usually, these kinds of notebooks recorded important information and had to be checked immediately. Suddenly, it flew up on its own. The content displayed in the notebook was activate item obtained from the previous version. Scarlet Hotel mental rules. Task, kill a teammate. Explanation. This will bring an absolute sense of equality to redemption and destruction. Only Lucas could see this. He whispered to himself, "Absolute equality, kill a teammate. That way I won't have to worry about what destruction might do, right? The opportunity is right here." Ivanov asked, "What's wrong? Why are you staring at me? Is there something on my face?" Lucas closed the notebook. "It's nothing. I just think it's actually quite nice to have a teammate." He realized that some things couldn't be solved by one person's strength alone. Lucas said, "Let's go. We'll take this notebook back and share the information with the others." Ivanov replied, "Oh, okay." Good grief, Lucas is like a different person. I think we have reason to believe that when that image of destruction appears again, Lucas will be able to defeat it with his own firm mental strength. Meanwhile, Lucas and Ivanov had found the notebook. Su Xiao also took Wen Ji and Yin Tada out for supplies, once again leaving Andy to guard the safe house. Inside, Matsushita was lying on the floor, covered in bruises. Andy stood aside and activated his talent, thinking to himself, "Both Su Xiao and I feel like something is wrong this time. I might as well try to see if I can find any clues through this kid's future before anything happens." After activating his talent, his eyes widened as he cursed under his breath. "Damn it, I can't see any future for this kid at all. No matter what I do, his future is just a blur. Could his talent be related to shielding investigations?" Suddenly a door appeared in front of him. He looked toward the doorway and whispered in surprise, "More newcomers." 3 people soon appeared before him. Obama from a different country saw Andy and exclaimed, "And Andy, it's Big Boss Andy of the Grizzly Bear Nation." The contestant from P Country, Eshet, also said excitedly, "My God, it really is Andy, we're so lucky." An unidentified person was following behind them. Seeing how enthusiastic they were, Andy also greeted them with a smile. "Hello everyone." Obama also reached out his hand and said with a smile, "Big Boss, we've admired you for a long time. We were hoping to shake your hand." Eshet was even more exaggerated, rubbing his hands as he continued, I want to shake hands too. After I shake it, I won't wash this hand for the rest of my life. I'll take it straight to the grave." Suddenly, the unidentified person who had been following them spoke up. "You two still dare to shake hands with him? Aren't you afraid he'll kill you?" The two of them heard this and turned back to look. The person then pointed to the tied-up, bruised Matsushita on the floor and continued, "Don't you see that chosen one tied up over there? Before we got here, it was only him and Andy in this room. Who kidnapped him? Do I really need to explain? And look at the size of this safe house. There definitely must have been more than just the two of them. As for that guy tied up, for all we know, Andy killed everyone else." Hearing this, Ishet countered in disagreement. "What are you talking about? Why would Andy kill other chosen ones?" Obama also stood up in defense. "Exactly. I've been watching the live streams. I've never seen Andy hurt anyone. He's a good person." Andy also chimed in to explain, "I haven't killed anyone. There's a reason this guy is tied up. It's because," before he could finish, the person hurriedly interrupted him. "Stop making excuses. The fact is, we see you hurting other candidates and we wouldn't dare risk trusting you." Accused, Andy couldn't be bothered to explain anymore. He turned his face away and said, "You're too narrow-minded. I'm starting to suspect your motives too. How about I use my prophecy on your situation?" Hearing this, the other party thought angrily, "How can he start a prophecy without any reason?" Knowing he couldn't outtalk Andy, he turned to incite the two men beside him. "Andy is starting his prophecy now. It's the perfect time for us to strike first. You two get him." But the two of them said one after the other, You want us to attack Andy? We can't do that. That's Andy. We're no match for him at all. Besides, he doesn't look like someone who would hurt his own kind." Hearing them, the person slapped each of them and roared in anger. "You two useless wastes," he continued. "Don't forget who saved your lives. If it weren't for me, you would have died in the mouths of those eerie creatures long ago. Now you dare to doubt me?" Ishet clutched his face and replied, "It's true that you saved us, but how can we lay a hand on Andy? We can't." Hearing this, the person became even more enraged. "What are you afraid of? Can't the three of us handle just him? And don't forget, Rule 11 said not to trust anyone. The Andy in front of you might be a fake. Are you waiting for him to kill you if you don't kill him?" At this point, Andy interjected, "Stop the act. I've already seen through your identity. You aren't a chosen one at all." Hearing this, the other party stopped acting and said directly, "Recognize that quickly, huh? You two idiots wasted so much time," he continued. "But so what if I've been recognized? Do you think you can escape from here?" As he spoke, his true face was revealed. Under that layer of skin was actually a robot with a glowing red core in its chest. He said, "No, there is no exit here, and you cannot leave. You will all die here, every single one of you." The thing in his chest was a bomb. Before the bomb exploded, Andy timely used the source of flesh monsters to block the front. The system panel displayed, "You have used the item, source of flesh monsters. Effect introduction, possesses ultra-strong self-healing capabilities and an immortal body. In the dungeon it will absorb all damage for you." He quickly pushed the other two to the side, shouting, "Watch out." No one knew what happened, but after the explosion, that guy suddenly vanished. Matsushita's butt, however, got singed by the fire. His buttocks were exposed as he cried out aggrievedly, "My butt is so hot, my butt is so hot." Meanwhile, Obama asked Andy with concern, Big Boss Andy, are you all right?" He replied, "I'm fine." Beside him, Ishet added movingly, "That's great, Big Boss, as long as you're okay. If we had caused your death, we truly wouldn't have the face to go on living." At that moment, Andy looked at his destroyed items and thought regretfully, "It's a pity I lost a flesh monster. I must use them cautiously from now on. That was one of my few remaining life-saving trump cards." Viewers also left comments, "Big Boss Andy is so kind, willing to use a precious item to help two strangers." Another viewer remarked emotionally, "We in the Bahamas will forever remember Big Boss Andy's kindness." The last comment read, "Argentina as well." By then, Su Xiao and the others had returned, followed by Yin Taeda, who was carrying large bags of supplies. Su Xiao walked in and asked first, "Andy, I heard a loud explosion just now. What happened?" Andy answered, "A mechanical being disguised as a candidate just tried to use these two to kill me, but they didn't believe it. When the guy saw he hadn't succeeded, he blew himself up." Beside them, Obama scratched his head and said somewhat sheepishly, "It was our fault we were used." Hearing them, Su Xiao fell into deep thought and then said, "A mechanical being disguised as a candidate. If that's the case, there might have been mechanical beings mixed in among us for a long time. Who could it be?" Wen Ji asked curiously, Why is there a monkey here?" Su Xiao and Yin Taeda hadn't noticed Matsushita sitting in the corner and asked in confusion, "A monkey? Where's the monkey?" Yin Taeda then shielded the little girl and said, "Oh, my little ancestor, that's not a monkey. That's something children shouldn't see. It's not age-appropriate." Wen Ji replied innocently, "How is it not a monkey? I heard the villagers say only a monkey's butt is red." Su Xiao also comforted her. "Be good, Wen Ji. He's not a monkey, he's a gorilla." Listen to Big Brother Su Xiao, don't look at him or you'll go blind. Finally, the little girl was no longer curious and said, Okay, since Big Brother Su Xiao won't let me look, I won't. Yin Taida also breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that Su Xiao's words were indeed the most effective. Being called a gorilla, Matsushita was so furious he screamed, Bastards, idiots, you look down on people too much, you're the gorillas, your whole family are gorillas, a viewer commented with a laugh. This kid's defense is broken, if you ask me, just drag him out and beat him to death. However, others said, Don't be in a hurry, we can't kill him until we figure out his talent, or we might fall into his trap. Wait until we understand his talent. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared and another group of people showed up. Andy looked over, thinking that more people had been invited. The newcomer was Diop, the candidate from New Zealand. He froze for a moment upon seeing everyone and called out tentatively, Big Boss Su Xiao, Big Boss Andy? Then came Martin, the candidate from Bermuda, followed by the candidate from Argentina. He exclaimed, I must be dreaming. I'm actually seeing them in person. Su Xiao gave a friendly smile and waved at them, saying, Hello everyone. Seeing them appear suddenly, a viewer commented suspiciously, Their reactions are clearly strange. Could it be another mechanical being in disguise? Another said, They don't look like it. Rather, it seems they've formed a small team of their own and don't want to cooperate with Big Boss Su Xiao. Yet another person voiced an opinion. I think that makes sense, and it's obvious that young man is the leader of their team, Diop spoke on behalf of the group. Big Boss Su Xiao, Big Boss Andy. Hello everyone. I'm Diop from New Zealand and I'm very happy to meet everyone here. Su Xiao said bluntly, Just say whatever you have to say, don't beat around the bush. He smiled and said, As expected, nothing gets past you two. Actually, what I wanted to say is, before he could finish, Andy interrupted, I know what you want to say, taking this group of newcomers you're leading. It's fine, it just so happens we haven't had time to look out for ourselves yet. Andy added, But I have to remind you it's perfectly natural for newcomers to want to prove themselves, but for many things you still need to act within your capabilities. Hearing this, Diop smiled and said, We will prove ourselves. A few minutes later, the space on Lucas's side also merged. Ivan, who was beside Lucas, greeted them warmly. Big Boss Su Xiao, Big Boss Andy. Great, I've finally joined up with the three of you. At this point, all the surviving candidates were finally gathered together. However, the team was now split into two individuals, Lucas and Nefertari, and three groups, all of whom were newcomers. Diop led one group, Su Xiao and Andy led a 5-person team, and Lucas led a 2-person team. At this moment, Lucas took out a notebook, handed it to the person beside him, and said, Ivan, I've already read that notebook. Take it to Su Xiao, Ivan happily replied. Okay. The moment Su Xiao prepared to take the notebook, he thought, Lucas has actually learned to share, Su Xiao said. Thanks. Su Xiao picked up the notebook, flipped it open and looked behind him, saying, Let's all look together. We'll all have to face what's coming together anyway. Hearing him say this, Diop responded, Big Boss Su Xiao is truly a good person, willing to lead us through the stage together. From now on, no matter what happens, I'm willing to go through fire and water for him. His team members echoed, Me too, the notebook read. They didn't receive my previous logbook and they even gave me a frantic lesson. But this won't stop me. It only makes my determination to record the experiment even firmer. A rebel never compromises. Su Xiao muttered while reading. They didn't receive my previous notebook. The notebook also said, The eternal consciousness experiment continues. Recently I've noticed the team leader is becoming stranger and stranger. She often works late into the night, even to the point of forgetting to eat or sleep. Therefore I began to pay attention to the team leader's abnormal behavior. Late one night, the team leader dragged me along to experiment until very late. I swear that experiment process was not part of the eternal consciousness operations. I feel the team leader seems to be brewing a conspiracy. This kept me awake all night. My intuition has always been accurate. Today we discovered the team leader is missing. Furthermore, she took a large amount of experimental data with her. Everyone has suspended the experiments to begin searching the city for signs of the team leader. I found her, but I didn't alert the others. Instead, I secretly let her leave. Perhaps I was wrong. At the time, he turned around and said, You go, just act as if you never saw me. After letting the team leader go, there has been no news of her. So as not to hinder the progress of the experiment, we stopped looking for her and began the experiment anew. 2 years after the team leader fled, the eternal consciousness experiment achieved great success, but I cannot bring myself to be happy, because I thought of what the team leader said to me the day I let her go. That girl asked, When you realize the experiment can no longer be ended, this city will become a pile of ruins, and everyone will die in pain and chaos. You too. No one can leave here alive. At first, I didn't understand the team leader's words, but when the acid rain fell and I stepped on the muddy ground through the broken walls and debris, I finally understood that this experiment brought a devastating disaster to the entire city. The experiment succeeded, but they must execute all the experimental personnel in the rainstorm. The moment I saw the dark muzzles pointed at me, I admitted that whether it was money or promises, I could give them all up. I just wanted to live. In that rain, I saw a pair of familiar eyes watching us from not far away. Bullets left the chambers, and the sound of gunfire rang out densely. I fell in a pool of blood. My gaze also rested on those eyes. A bullet passed through my head. I don't know if I'm still alive, nor do I know with what kind of mood I'm writing down the scene of being shot. I only remember that I should still be alive. It's just that my memories are starting to become blurred. Back in reality, Su Xiao and the others gathered in a circle to discuss. Su Xiao spoke up. "We've finished reading the log. Everyone can talk about their thoughts." Andy was the first to speak. "I'll go first with my thoughts. This log mentions the team leader several times, so she must be a key figure. Moreover, her attitude toward the experiment changed drastically, suggesting she likely knows what the key secret of this experiment is. Therefore, I think we should find this team leader first." Hearing these words, Lucas was the first to express agreement. "I agree with Andy's idea." Then Yin Taeda and Andy both said together, "I agree too, I agree too." Finally, Su Xiao stood up, picked up a board and said, "All right, if everyone has no objections, we'll do as Andy said. Tomorrow, everyone will form their own groups to set out, searching for supplies and the team leader mentioned in the log. Most people need to go out to collect clues and supplies, so we'll decide who stays behind to guard the safe house by drawing lots." After the drawing was over, the person left behind was Nefertari. Of course, there was also Matsushita, who had been ignored the whole time. Su Xiao picked up the small piece of paper from the drawing and read out a name, Nefertari. She nodded to him. Beside them, Diop put his hands on his hips and said, "Good, then let her and Matsushita stay in the safe house to ensure security." Once it was confirmed who would stay, everyone automatically split into 3 groups. They walked out of the safe house in turn. The first group consisted of Lucas and Ivan, with Lucas as the leader. The second group consisted of Su Xiao, Wenji, Yin Taeda, Andy, Obama, and Ishet, with Su Xiao and Andy as the leaders. The third group included Diop, Asan, Martin, and 2 others, with Diop as the leader. At this time, Asan was looking around with a gun and said, "Diop, the surrounding mist seems to be getting thicker. We're about to lose sight of the path. Should we keep going?" Diop answered. "Don't panic. My talent is danger detection. If I feel danger, I'll notify everyone immediately, as long as everyone follows me. There won't be any danger." Martin also replied, "Okay." Suddenly, a pair of blood-red eyes appeared in the mist, its arms stretching very long. Diop opened fire and shouted, "Danger, everyone, close in on me. I'll lead you to a hiding place." Martin also shot at the monster and yelled, "Diop, everyone can't see you anymore. Where are you?" From the other side, piteous cries for help rang out. "Help, there are too many monsters here. They're everywhere, everywhere." Cries for help kept coming from behind Diop. "Diop, save me, Diop yelled. "I'm to your left, everyone get over here." Martin and Asan ran over, covered in wounds. Martin said, "Diop, run, monsters, too many monsters." Seeing them, Diop exclaimed, "Where are the others? Are only the 2 of you left?" The answer he got was, "They've passed away. Use your talent to lead us out of here quickly." In the thick fog, Diop led the way, running ahead with his gun as he told the 2 behind him, "Quick, follow me. My talent judges that there is no danger in this direction." 10 minutes later, they escaped. Martin cried as he said, "They're too terrifying. We are no match for them at all." "Diop, your talent didn't work this time either." Asan also said, "If I had known it would be like this, I would have followed Big Boss Su Xiao from the start. At least I would have kept my life. Trying to escape this place with just us newcomers is simply a pipe dream." Hearing their complaints, Diop grabbed Asan's collar and said angrily, "Shut up. When I made the proposal, you all volunteered to follow me. Why are you complaining to me now? Those 2 are dead, and that's that. Do you really think you would have survived if you followed Big Boss Su Xiao? Have you all lost your minds? Or have you underestimated the cruelty of the strange tale world?" Asan wanted to say more, but Diop had already stood up and interrupted them. "Enough, stop talking. Make your own choice. Either keep following me or go back the way you came. Don't even dream of proving your own abilities." Finally, Martin said, "Diop, thank you for saving us, but we've decided to return to the safe house now. I'm sorry." Asan also said, "We see ourselves for what we are. We're just ordinary people. If we can follow the big boss out of here, that's enough. We won't daydream anymore." "Good luck." Diop watched them walk away and said disappointedly, "What a bunch of useless things, running away at the first sign of difficulty. How could they ever succeed in escaping this place? I will keep going, even if I'm the only one left. I'm going to find useful clues before I go back." While Diop continued exploring the mist alone, Martin and Asan had arrived home safely. Nefertari was surprised to see them and asked, "How is it that only the 2 of you are back? "Where are the others?" Martin said Diop had told them to come back first and that they had to obey orders. Beside him, Asan also awkwardly looked away and said, "Right, Martin and I returned for other tasks." Hearing them say this, Nefertari said, "I see, and go on in." As they entered the house, Martin turned back and said, "It feels so good to be back in the safe house. I can rest peacefully for a while." Asan said, "I hope Diop can return smoothly too. After all, he did save us." However, they were so busy talking they didn't notice that Nefertari was acting a bit strange. Suddenly a hand pierced through Asan's chest. Standing to the side, Martin shouted in terror. "My God, what is happening?" Nefertari said. "What bad luck. Even in the safe house you won't be able to rest peacefully." Hearing these words, Martin's face darkened, and he said in disbelief, Aren't you the Egyptian candidate? What are you?" She landed another blow on Martin's chest and said, "A pity you won't have the chance to know my identity." Having dealt with the two, she turned back to Matsushita and said, "I almost forgot there's still you, bound up." Matsushita screamed in terror. "Nefertari, you're a mechanical monster that sneaked in. You're not a candidate at all." She didn't deny the conclusion at all, and continued, "It's truly a shame to let a guy like you hear things you shouldn't have." She added, "To ensure safety, I can only clean you out." Hearing her say this, Matsushita yelled, "Come on then, I'm not afraid of you at all." "Come on," he said, "I'm not afraid of death at all. Kill me if you've got the guts." Nefertari's arm elongated, and she smiled as she gripped his neck. "You're not afraid of death?" Then she snapped his neck. Having dealt with everyone, she smiled and said, "All the obstacles are dead. Now there will be a good show once the others return." Suddenly, Matsushita's body was enveloped in a layer of red flames. He stood up under Nefertari's startled gaze. His skill was the SSS grade talent, Nirvana. She thought in shock, "What's going on? How is this guy's corpse moving?" Matsushita smiled and said, "Finally a strong person appeared who was willing to kill me. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time." A viewer commented on the talent's effect. Passive talent grants one chance at resurrection while simultaneously acquiring the strength of the killer. Another viewer also said, "Holy crap, so his talent is Nirvana. No wonder he always wanted Big Boss Su Xiao and Andy to kill him." Another viewer added, "He's finally caught an opening this time. I wonder what he'll do next." Nefertari said, "Your talent indeed surprises me, but even if you've become like me now, killing me won't be that easy." He glanced sideways and said, "Kill you? Why would I kill you? I didn't get such a powerful skill just to waste time here with you." With that, he walked toward the door and added, "I'm going out to show off. I'm going to prove my abilities are no weaker than Su Xiao's." Seeing this, Nefertari stood in place and watched him leave, saying with a smile, "That guy actually just ran away." She then added sinisterly, "But it's fine to let him escape. After all, the more desperately the prey runs, the more interest the hunter feels." At that moment, Obama stuck his head out and whispered, "Look, there's electricity. That building ahead actually has power." Eshet also remarked, "My God, what kind of place is that? How can such a place exist among the ruins?" Su Xiao turned to Andy beside him and said, "Andy, do you remember what Wandering Planet said before he died? He said the experiments might still be continuing. This electrified building ahead is likely the laboratory." Andy replied, "I agree with your view. Let me deduce the layout and manpower inside." With that, his body radiated light as he activated his deduction skill. In the deduced vision, a robot was on patrol. Andy turned back and told Su Xiao in a serious tone, "It really is an experimental base inside, and there are a large number of robots patrolling." Su Xiao followed up, "Robots?" Andy added, "Yes, their appearance is similar to Wandering Planet, but they are smaller in size." Finally, Su Xiao walked forward and said, "I'll take White Cat inside to search. You guys stay here with Black Cat." Worried, Andy said, "Let me go with you." Su Xiao refused. "No, it's more convenient for me to move alone. And Wen Ji and the others need your protection." Andy finally agreed. "Fine, then be careful." After making their plans, Su Xiao gestured to White Cat. Using its teleportation ability, White Cat brought him into the lab. White Cat responded with a meow. Once they vanished, Andy turned to those behind him and said, "We stay here. We must remain alert at all times. If Su Xiao runs into trouble, we must support him immediately." Wen Ji and Yin Taida nodded in agreement. Not long after Su Xiao left, Obama looked in one direction and suddenly screamed, "My God, everyone look! Everyone look!" A squad of robots appeared before them. He added, "It seems these robots have discovered us. They're all coming our way." Andy pulled Wen Ji along to flee, shouting, "Get out of here!" The others followed closely behind as they ran. They found another squad of robot skirmishers appearing ahead. Obama cried out in surprise, "Oh no, we're surrounded." Yin Taida also cursed, "Damn it, when did these guys surround us? Why didn't we sense them at all?" At that moment, Wen Jie also appeared behind Wen Ji. Standing aside, Andy said anxiously, "Crap, they must have discovered us long ago. With so many robots, even with Black Cat, we can't kill them all. And it's impossible to even retreat unscathed. What do we do? What do we do now?" Yin Data and the others looked at them with determined gazes and said, "Big Boss Andy, let Black Cat take you and Wen Ji away first, we'll stay to cover the rear." Obama also said, "Exactly, we're just newcomers, we never expected to make it out alive anyway. Being able to get this far is already enough," Ishet added. "Black Cat and Wen Ji can only rescue 2 of you. You and Wen Ji are the best choices, Big Boss Andy, go quickly." Hearing them say this, Andy firmly refused, responding, "No, I will absolutely not abandon everyone. If Su Xiao were here, he would never do that either." Wen Ji also said with a tearful face, "Wen Ji isn't leaving either." Wen Ji didn't want to leave her friends behind to escape alone. Just then the robot legion closed in, emitting mechanical voices, within attack range. Target locked. Open fire. Yin Teda and the other 2 stood side by side, blocking Andy and Wen Ji. They shielded the 2 from the robot's incoming fire. Andy was stunned, shouting, "Yin Teda!" Finally, he threw the reward obtained from the previous round behind them. The system also popped up an announcement, "You have used the reward obtained from the previous round, Source of Flesh Monsters." Effect introduction. It possesses ultra-strong self-healing capabilities. In the Strange Tale world, every time you are injured, it will absorb the damage for you. However, bullets still pierced through the body of the flesh monster and embedded themselves in Yin Teda and the others. Bloody flowers blossomed across Yin Teda's body. With tears streaming down his face, he said weakly to Andy, "Go, these 2 flesh monsters won't hold out for long." Obama also said feebly, "We're beyond saving, go. At least don't let our sacrifice be in vain." Andy watched them with tears in his eyes, feeling powerless as he said, "I will remember everyone." He then turned around and shouted, "Black Cat, Wen Ji, take me and Wen Ji and go." Finally, Black Cat used its tail to scoop up Andy and run off while Wen Ji carried Wen Ji and strode away. The mechanical voice rang out again, "Fleeing targets detected. Tracking fire initiated." No sooner had the words been spoken than a flash of fire shot out from the robot, and bullets continuously closed in on them. Andy glanced back, crying out in his heart, "It's over, these bullets have a tracking function. Black Cat has no displacement ability. No matter how fast it is, it can't dodge them." In that pessimistic moment he thought, "Am I going to die here? Is everything going to end here?" Just as he was falling into despair, a man with platinum hair appeared and shouted at them, "Keep running, don't stop." Andy looked over in surprise and saw the object in the man's hand flash. A dart-like object directly intercepted the tracking bullet. Instantly, flames shot into the sky. The robot's mechanical voice rang out again, "Target lost, target lost." This time, Andy was comforting Wen Ji, who was crying like a rain-drenched pear blossom. He said, "Don't be afraid, Wen Ji, we're out of danger. It's okay now, it's okay." Su Xiao had already returned and was standing before them. He crouched down and asked, "What's wrong? What happened?" Andy lowered his head and said, "Yin Teda, Obama, and Ishet sacrificed themselves to save me and Wen Ji." Wen Ji also cried and said, "I'm sorry, brother Su Xiao. If it weren't for Wen Ji, they might not have died." After understanding the situation, Su Xiao stroked her head and said, "Don't cry, Wen Ji. This is just a game. Those who lose will just go home, so you don't need to be sad, okay?" The girl, her face covered in tear stains, looked up and asked him, "Really? Really?" He answered, "Really." After a period of grieving, Andy pulled himself together and said to Su Xiao, "Su Xiao, by the way, do you know who saved us before we escaped?" He asked back, "Who?" Andy continued, "That lucky survivor." Hearing this, Su Xiao asked in confusion, "The lucky survivor? Wasn't he killed last time? How did he appear again?" Andy began stroking his chin in analysis. "I think there's something suspicious about this. Either the lucky survivor is the key, or he is the breakthrough point for this cycle. Only by solving the mystery of why he can be resurrected can we find a way to leave this place." Su Xiao also agreed, "Your analysis makes a lot of sense. I agree with your view." With that, he stood up, took Wen Ji's hand and continued, "However, the urgent matter is to go home first. We left Nefertari and Matsushita there, and I'm afraid some strange things have already happened by now." When Su Xiao, Wen Ji, and Andy returned to the safe house, they happened to see Lucas, but Ivan, who had been by his side, was gone. Clearly having met with an accident, Lucas was carrying a heavy backpack. Judging by how he was covered in wounds, these supplies were definitely not easy to come by. Everyone remained silent. Lucas went straight to knocking on the door. He shouted while knocking, "Open the door, Nefertari. Let that killer out. We've finished looking for supplies and are back. Open up." He knocked for a long time, but there was no response. Diop said in confusion, "Why is there no movement in the room? The rules mentioned it. Rule 7, one person must always remain stationed in the safe house. Otherwise, the safe house will no longer be safe." At that moment, Su Xiao said calmly, "I'm afraid this door will never be opened again because we violated Rule 7. Rule 7 is true." Hearing him say this, Diop asked in bewilderment, "What do you mean? Rule 7 says one person must remain stationed in the safe house. We left 2 people. Isn't that so we wouldn't violate the rule?" Su Xiao explained his doubt. My point is, the person staying in the safe house must be one of our people. Diop seemed to understand his meaning and cried out in surprise. Our people? You mean, of the two we left behind, one was an imposter. He also said that if the imposter killed the other person, that would mean there was no one left in the safe house. Su Xiao didn't deny it, saying, exactly. I deliberately left Nefertari and Matsushita in the safe house because I suspected they were imposters and wanted them to expose their own identities. Diop was confused again. But if that's the case and we've found them out, haven't we also lost a safe house? Su Xiao replied, no, the safe house in Wenji's space hasn't been merged yet. Now it was Lucas's turn to be confused, but there's no one in her safe house either, it can't be opened from the inside. Su Xiao didn't answer Lucas. Instead he handed the key to Wenji and said, Wenji, show them your talent. The girl smiled at him and said, okay, I understand. I'll open the door and show you in a moment. With that she suddenly disappeared under Diop's astonished gaze. He turned his head and asked, how did she disappear? Su Xiao explained. Her talent is consciousness manifestation. She can traverse space, therefore she can choose to pass through her own safe house, then use the found key to open the safe house wall. Come to this room we're in front of and open the door, Diop asked worriedly. But if that imposter is still inside, won't she be in danger? Beside him, Andy said mysteriously. Don't worry, her sister is not to be trifled with. Inside the safe house, Wenji inserted the key into the lock. Nefertari, waiting inside, said, it's quite unexpected that you were able to enter here. She then closed in and said, a pity, you must die here too. Wenji shouted, sister, instantly. Wenjie appeared and grabbed her hand, saying, I won't let you hurt Wenji. With her hand gripped tight, Nefertari screamed, what kind of thing are you, Eerie? She roared, you annoying brat, I'll finish you off first, then deal with this little girl. Don't even think about escaping, don't dream you can stop me from eliminating all of you. Wenjie shouted while resisting, Wenji, ignore me, open the door quickly. The girl ran quickly to open the door and said to everyone, Brother Su Xiao, everyone come in quickly. Diop appeared exceptionally surprised and said exaggeratedly, my God, she really did it, this is simply an unbelievable miracle. Su Xiao suddenly said, let's go, get in there and help Wenji's sister. Nefertari sent Wenjie flying and said smugly, how dare you let that little girl open the door? She added, but it doesn't matter, you will all die even if you return to the safe house. At this moment, Su Xiao walked in from outside and said, you surely don't think you're invincible, do you? White Cat, show her what you've got. No sooner had he spoken than White Cat received the order and charged forward. Countless lights shot toward her, forcing her to scream repeatedly. Subsequently, she gritted her teeth and growled in a low voice, damn it, he has eerie objects too, he ordered again. White Cat, end the battle. White Cat took the order and charged again. Suddenly, a girl appeared out of thin air and grabbed Nefertari's hand. Andy looked at the two of them and said, another one. Su Xiao also felt it was strange. This was clearly the first time he had met this girl, but why did she feel so familiar? It was like, then a figure emerged in his mind. This made him cry out in terror. It's Hajime, the one I saw before. Seeing Su Xiao, Hajime said unhappily, damn it, it's you annoying human again. Nefertari turned and asked, you know this group of Su Xiaos? Hajime replied, cut the crap, let's retreat first. This guy isn't easy to deal with for now. How could Su Xiao let them escape so easily? So he ordered, you want to run? Black Cat and White Cat grabbed them. Receiving the order, the two cats pounced together, but the two women vanished on the spot, causing the cats to miss. They were gone, but their voices still echoed. Su Xiao, don't get too ahead of yourself, we will meet again. The time will eventually come for your despair. Seeing this, Su Xiao waved his hand and said, oh, what a pity they got away. Next time we meet, I'll definitely give her a good spanking. Diop stood aside, lost in thought. No wonder that person ran so fast just now. It turns out she had met Su Xiao before and had been spanked by him. Andy also thought seriously, can Su Xiao's spanking really leave people speechless? Since they had escaped, Su Xiao ignored them, turning back to take out a scroll of paper and saying, come, ignore them. Look at the experimental scroll we found, this is definitely a new clue. Diop asked again. Since you say that, the killer Matsushita is also missing. Don't we need to look for him? Andy replied. No need, if he could escape from Nefertari's hands he must possess some unknown talent, and he wants to hide his talent and acts very strangely, so I guess his talent definitely won't benefit us. Su Xiao also added, Andy is quite right, that kid is up to no good, no need to worry about him. Look at this scroll. On the scroll it was written, Rule 12, the ruins in the mist are completely real. There is no doubt about this. Rule 13, all members of the previous Ghost Squad have sacrificed themselves. There are no survivors in the misty ruins. Rule 14, be alert for anyone who fits the description of a survivor. He may pull you into the abyss. Rule 15, there is no need to waste energy running. Otherwise you will find it is simply in vain. Rule 16, there are no speaking eerie creatures in the misty ruins. Regardless of its appearance, if you see any eerie creature possessing consciousness, please kill it immediately. Rule 17, please do your utmost to escape from here. The anomalies here cannot be completely eliminated. Everything here is despair. Rule 18, the distant eerie creatures. Stop the beating heart. When the mist clears, everything here will cease to exist. Rule 19, truth is always hidden in the mist. Only those who pass through the mist can see the true face of the truth and recognize themselves. Rule 20, believe in your teammates. Fight to the final second. No need for worry, no need for retreat. If you cannot escape, please complete the final command of the Ghost Squad. Perish together with it. Andy spoke first. Has everyone finished reading this scroll? I'll share my thoughts first. Rule 12 is definitely wrong. He analyzed that the safe house was unscathed after the explosion. The survivor had been resurrected. These things defied common sense and could not be real, therefore Rule 12 must be false. Rules 13 and 14 both say the survivor is dangerous, but every time he appears he hasn't harmed us. So I think these two are also false, or at least not entirely accurate. Finally, he summarized, of course, the survivor himself has many suspicious points and should be the key to clearing the stage. We must pay more attention. Now it was Su Xiao's turn to express his views. I agree with Andy's analysis. Furthermore, I think Rule 15 is also correct. This kind of eerie phenomenon is certainly not the type that seeks you out, but rather one that requires defeating the final boss or solving a major problem to clear the stage. Lucas also chimed in. Rule 18 goes without saying. We've all seen those monsters in the ruins. Rule 17 should be 50-50. The things here are definitely sourceless, but they can be killed off. After all, we've killed quite a few monsters ourselves, Andy said. Rule 18 is a code. Those monsters' mechanical hearts are actually bombs. He then explained the meaning behind his words, because what Wandering Planet had wanted to say earlier was the core secret of the experiment. Its heart self-destructed. From now on, when we act, we must be careful of the hearts of those monsters and robots. If we get caught in a blast, the consequences will be unthinkable. Andy added that Rule 19 didn't require much explanation. It could be seen as a word of encouragement or a warning. As for Rule 20, he hoped they would never have to resort to a final stand of mutual destruction. After hearing Andy's words, Su Xiao asked, Andy, in your opinion, what should we do? Andy activated his deduction talent once more and said, let me see. I suspect the key to this whole story still lies in that experimental base that's still running. Everyone held their breath and waited. In his deduction, Andy saw a parrot fly to his side shouting, Master, Master. It then flew toward Hajime, screaming, Don't hurt Master, don't hurt Master. At the same time, a hail of bullets whistled toward them. After finishing the deduction, Andy spotted a mechanical parrot in the center of the experimental base. It recognizes me as its master. We need to find a time to go to the experimental base. We need that parrot's help. Hearing this, Su Xiao agreed decisively. All right, tonight we eat, drink, and get a good night's sleep. Tomorrow we'll try to sneak in and take a look. On the 6th day, they drew lots and Lucas was chosen to stay behind and guard the safe house. Su Xiao set out with the others once again, heading toward the experimental base that was still in operation. As they walked, Diop suddenly let out a cry of surprise, catching everyone's attention. Wait a second, there seems to be something ahead. The Robot Legion appeared once more, their mechanical voices ringing out. Target search initiated. Eliminate target. Andy said in shock. They're the robots from the experimental base. How did they get all the way out here? We're still quite far from the base. Su Xiao replied, It's likely because we were exposed last time, and they've begun searching for the surrounding safe houses. The mechanical voice rang out again. Target detected. Commencing elimination, Diop said in a panic. What do? We can't beat them. My talent tells me we have no way to escape. In contrast to their fear, Su Xiao smiled calmly and said, Don't be afraid, I still have a treasure. With that, he rolled up his sleeve, revealing a red object on his wrist. Seeing this, Diop exclaimed, What is that? Relying on the Black Sheep Emperor totem, Su Xiao issued a command to the Robot Legion. Hand over your weapons, Diop shouted in astonishment. How can he just walk straight over there? Isn't that just walking into a trap? Andy stood by Diop's side and said calmly, I believe Su Xiao isn't the type to be reckless. He must have a plan already. Let's stay here and observe for a moment. On the other side, the Robot Legion was indeed obedient to Su Xiao. Shouting in unison at his every command, Su Xiao thought to himself, Holy crap, can I really control these eerie creatures? This Black Sheep Emperor totem is truly powerful. It's just that the trigger time for the effect is a bit long. If it took effect instantly upon use, I'd be absolutely invincible. Wen Ji was full of praise for him. Brother Su Xiao is so amazing. They were chasing us before, and now they've become so friendly. Diop couldn't understand at all what means Su Xiao had used to subdue the Robot Legion. He could only stare wide-eyed and exclaim, My God, what's going on? Why are those robots and monsters all listening to Su Xiao? Andy explained gently from the side, Totems usually represent faith and a call to arms. I suspect the totem on his wrist is what's at work. Su Xiao continued to calmly command the Robot Legion to move aside. "Everyone, you may proceed." The Robot Legion immediately did as he said, standing in 2 neat rows and responding loudly. Subsequently, Su Xiao ordered the robot closest to him, "Now let us to the most important laboratory in the experimental base." The robot answered respectfully, "At your service." Su Xiao walked to Wen Ji's side and took her hand, saying gently, "Let's go. This time we can stroll right into the experimental base with our heads held high." Wen Ji cheered excitedly. "Brother Su Xiao is the best, off to the experimental base we go." When Hajime saw the robots actually leading Su Xiao's group to find the core base, he cursed in a rage. "Damn it, where are they taking those humans?" Hajime turned to complain to Nefertari. "I'm the chief researcher of these eerie creatures. The control technology is in my hands. How could anyone else possibly control those blockheads? No, no, no. That group of stupid experimental subjects actually took them to the base. Damn it, there are very important secrets hidden in the laboratory. They are my life's work. I will never allow it. Absolutely never." Nefertari, standing aside, asked, "What do we do now?" Su Xiao only had 2 eerie creatures at first, but now he can even control those experimental subjects. "With just the power of the 2 of us, we simply can't defeat them." Hajime suddenly smiled sinisterly. "We'll undergo a fusion upgrade, then notify the other 2 stupid robots so they can join us in attacking these humans," Hajime asserted confidently. "Those 2 robots oppose us to control this experimental base and seize the results, now that those humans want to steal the research results. It's only natural they will cooperate with us." Nefertari felt Hajime had a point and nodded in agreement with his plan. "All right, then let's merge and upgrade immediately, then signal the other 2. After gaining Nefertari's approval, Hajime immediately activated the fusion mode. The bodies of Hajime and Nefertari instantly merged into one, both letting out a scream at the same time. Before long, the fusion was complete. Hajime and Nefertari now appeared as a hideous robotic form. It gave a cold, sinister laugh. "Hee hee, you damn humans, your end is near." A moment later, a bizarre red light appeared on the horizon. This red light caught the attention of the other 2 robots. One was green, and the other was red. The red robot asked curiously, "What's happened? That damn woman actually dared to send us a danger alert." The green robot understood the meaning of the signal and cursed. "Damn it, it looks like those wretched humans have broken into the experimental base." A murderous intent instantly flared in the red robot's eyes as it shouted, "Go back and finish them off immediately. We absolutely cannot let them take our experimental results." Meanwhile, inside the lab, the robot turned and said politely to Su Xiao, "Master, we have reached the main laboratory." Su Xiao was satisfied. He nodded and said, You may leave." The robot retreated accordingly. Su Xiao said to White Cat, "White Cat, go open the door." White Cat immediately extended its claws and swiped at the security lock, and the heavy door swung open. With a slight curl of his lips, Su Xiao said to White Cat, "Let's go, let's take a look inside." Suddenly, a mechanical parrot flew out from within, shouting, "Visionary, warning, visionary, warning, storm, storm, master, master." Su Xiao looked at this mechanical parrot with curiosity. The mechanical parrot quickly flew toward Andy and landed obediently on his shoulder. Su Xiao turned and asked Andy, "Andy, is this the mechanical parrot you mentioned before?" Andy nodded. "Yes, this parrot will be a great help when I'm performing deductions." Speaking to this point, Andy added with some concern, "Furthermore, now that we have it, we will soon have to face the final battle of this strange tale world." Hearing Andy mention the final battle, Diop asked back in terror, "Are we about to enter the final battle right here?" Andy confirmed seriously, "That's right, right here. Those people lurking in the shadows are likely already on their way by now." The more Diop heard, the more he panicked. He turned to ask Su Xiao, "Should we call Lucas over then? His combat strength is very high, and the safe house no longer needs a guard. It would be better if he came to fight alongside us." Andy disagreed with Diop's suggestion, explaining, "Actually, we intentionally let him stay there because in my deduction he will be resolving an extremely important issue." Su Xiao also agreed with Andy's thinking. He reassured Diop to put his mind at ease. Once Lucas resolved the issue, he would arrive on time to support them. Meanwhile, back at the safe house, the Shadow of Destruction gestured to Lucas, provocatively saying, "Lucas, I told you next time I saw you, I'd fight you to the death, so are you ready?" Lucas replied flatly, "I'm ready." Lucas frowned, saying seriously to the Shadow of Destruction, "Although I haven't completed the task for the Scarlet mental rules yet, nor found a way to suppress you, but since you've come out, let the battle begin. This is your last chance. If you can't kill me this time, you'll never have another chance again," the Shadow of Destruction asserted with extreme confidence. "I think my chances are higher, don't you? I was originally you, but now you've learned mercy. Mercy is a fatal weakness. You are no longer a match for me. Come, Lucas, darkness will eventually shroud everything again." and you and I are just creatures struggling within it." No sooner had the words been spoken than the shadow of destruction launched a blast of purple energy at Lucas, but he dodged it quickly. Lucas's extremely fast reaction surprised the shadow of destruction. In a flash, Lucas was standing right in front of the shadow. He laughed loudly. "Haha, I've got you." Lucas suddenly grabbed the shadow of destruction's hand, causing it to blurt out in shock. "How could you possibly be this much faster and stronger than me?" Lucas said nothing, swinging the scalpel in his hand and stabbing directly toward the shadow of destruction. Viewers above the screen commented, "I feel like destruction is done for. Even if this stab doesn't kill it, it'll leave it severely wounded." Viewers below replied, "Once it's severely wounded, it's very likely to be suppressed by relief again, losing the chance to ever reappear." Just then, the shadow of destruction suddenly dissipated, and it gave a cold laugh. "No, I won't let you kill me that easily." Lucas didn't understand the meaning behind the shadow's words for a moment. While Lucas was still standing where he had been, the shadow of destruction had already moved behind him. It laughed triumphantly. "Haha, the white coat you used to block the growth of black hair has turned so red it seems you're reaching your limit," Lucas said flatly. "Don't worry, I'll definitely resolve you before I reach my limit," the shadow of destruction said flippantly. "Then let me pull you back into the abyss again. That is where we belong. That is where you and I should go." With that, it swung its scalpel and charged at Lucas. Lucas still stood his ground, bravely meeting the shadow of destruction's attack. As the scalpels of Lucas and the shadow of destruction crossed, a fierce battle officially commenced. Viewers above lamented, "This day has finally come. I suspected Lucas and destruction would have a fierce battle sooner or later. I just didn't expect it to happen so suddenly." Another viewer spoke up. "Destruction is Lucas's past. As long as destruction exists, Lucas cannot complete his transformation. Only by completely bidding farewell to his past self can Lucas gain a new life." Viewers below commented, "But in a fight between two people, someone always loses. I really hope destruction can coexist peacefully with Lucas. You don't necessarily have to completely erase the past. Even if the past was terrifying, it's still the motivation that pushed you to become better." Meanwhile, the shadow of destruction showed no mercy to Lucas. It swung its scalpel, nearly striking Lucas, but he retreated just in time. Viewers above commented that, to be honest, whether destruction or Lucas wins, they wouldn't be happy. One viewer agreed. Indeed, in the Scarlet Hotel stage, destruction also fought side by side with Lucas. Destruction could actually become an aid to Lucas rather than an enemy. Suddenly, in just a single instant, the scalpel in the shadow of destruction's hand was knocked away. Viewers below sighed, "Sigh, we can't change anything. I believe Lucas will have his own choice." After being defeated by Lucas, the shadow of destruction asked in disbelief, "How is it possible? How could you have become this strong in such a short amount of time?" Lucas announced in a low voice. "Because you lost. Mercy is not a weakness of cowardice but a great strength. Mercy won't make me soft-hearted. Instead, it will make me even more decisive for the sake of a better outcome." Lucas's answer seemed to satisfy the shadow of destruction. It admitted defeat wholeheartedly. "Ha ha ha, fine, 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 I admit defeat. You indirectly created me. But as an independent individual, I also wanted to be remembered. I wanted to show off. I wanted to squander this power at will. I naively thought I could replace you, but it turns out the naive one all along wasn't you, but me." Speaking to this point, the shadow of destruction opened its arms and laughed candidly. It said with some nobility to Lucas, "Lucas, if only by me falling into eternal sleep can you become a better version of yourself, then I am willing to help you." After a few seconds of silence, Lucas made a proposal to the shadow of destruction. "Let's make peace. Perhaps by doing so, I won't be able to change completely, but I cannot kill my past with my own hands." This result was very unexpected for the shadow of destruction. It asked back in confusion, "You want to make peace with me?" Lucas extended his hand to the shadow of destruction as a sign of sincerity. He spoke as if making a confession. "I once thought death was the ultimate art, but now it seems that killing is just a form of escape and cowardice. Only those who live can manifest value. Once dead, time and life will erase all of that person's existence. What is forgotten is not just the traces, but also the hope entrusted." The shadow of destruction took Lucas's hand. It understood what Lucas had shared, so it said to him sincerely, "Is this what John left for you? I understand everything now. Let's make peace, Lucas. From now on I wish to be your loyal shadow, fighting side by side." Just then, John's voice suddenly rang out. "Lucas, I will be happy for your change." Lucas cried out in surprise and joy. "John, so relief has been you all along? You've been by my side, helping me change step by step to become who I am today." John smiled and waved farewell to Lucas. "It was me, my old friend. Now I have completed my final mission. Goodbye, my friend. I hope you can successfully escape this strange tale world and continue to help America avoid disaster." Lucas said happily, I will. I'm going over to Su Xiao's side now to work with them and escape from here. At the entrance of the ultimate experimental base, Andy was very happy to see Lucas. He spoke to greet him. Lucas, congratulations on successfully resolving the shadow issue. Can we put aside our prejudices now and get to know each other again? With that, Andy stepped forward, extending his hand, intending to shake Lucas's S. Lucas still maintained that icy expression, seemingly having no intention of shaking Andy's hand. Facing this awkward situation, Andy thought between laughter and tears. Based on the deduction, hasn't Lucas already made peace with his shadow? Why is he still so cold? Su Xiao stepped forward at the right moment, pulling Andy's and Lucas's hands together, mimicking Lucas's tone to break the awkward atmosphere. Hello Andy, nice to meet you. With Su Xiao's mediation, Andy cooperated by giving Lucas a friendly smile. Haha, hello Lucas. At this point, Lucas also softened a lot. He showed a smile and greeted, Grizzly Bear Nations Andy? Su Xiao nodded happily in confirmation. Friends. Diop and Wenji stood aside, and seeing Su Xiao, Andy and Lucas getting along harmoniously, they also felt very happy. Diop said with a smile, It's great that Lucas is willing to cooperate with us. With this top-tier absolute strength, we won't easily lose to those eerie entities. Wenji also cried out excitedly, Brother Su Xiao and Uncle Andy have become friends with that cold-faced uncle. Suddenly, an icy voice rang out, causing Su Xiao to immediately heighten his vigilance. Interesting humans. It truly surprises us that you were able to make it here. It was two robots speaking just now, and one of them continued to sneer, A pity, your lives end here. The other followed up with mockery, We were just starting to feel bored. I intended to let you live a little longer for our amusement, but you actually dared to sabotage the experimental base. Damn you, absolutely damn you. Seeing the appearance of the two eerie robots, Diop asked worriedly, What are those things? Isn't this the strange tale world? How can there be robots? Andy stood by to reassure him, Don't be afraid. They are indeed strong, but we must not lose our composure. The shadow of destruction gripped his scalpel tightly, speaking to Lucas with excitement. Lucas, come on. Just say the word and I'll go take that guy's head off for you. Lucas also picked up his scalpel, a slight curve at the corner of his mouth. I'm glad to be fighting alongside you to eliminate them. Su Xiao issued orders to the white and black cats. Black cat, white cat, you go too. Assist Lucas in the shadow of destruction. Both cats let out a meow simultaneously, signaling their obedience to Su Xiao's command. Seeing this, the robot on the other side laughed loudly. Haha. I admit your lineup is indeed strong, but unfortunately we aren't fighting alone either. These experimental subjects belong to us. All of you return to me. As it spoke, the robot sent a control signal to the dense robot legion in the rear. Upon receiving the signal, the robot legion fell into chaos, some shouting, obeying Master's command, while others emitted intermittent beeps. Master's instructions received. Seeing the robot legion's erratic operation, Diop stammered, Wow, what's going on? Su Xiao immediately explained, The instructions from the Black Sheep Emperor Totem are conflicting with their control signals. These eerie creatures are in a state of confusion, not knowing whose orders to follow. After a struggle, the robot's instructions seemed to gradually suppress the Black Sheep Emperor Totem, and the robot legion was brought under full control. Their target shifted to attacking Su Xiao's group. They roared as they accepted the orders to slaughter the humans. Tear them apart, tear them all apart. Su Xiao saw the situation turn dire. He frowned and urged Diop, It seems I must put all my effort into reclaiming control while fighting them. You and Wenji protect Wenji and find a safe place to hide. Diop immediately responded, Got it, Big Boss Su Xiao, don't you worry. As soon as he finished speaking, Diop hurriedly grabbed Wenji's hand and ran off. Wenji looked back at Su Xiao's silhouette with worry, saying somewhat stubbornly, No, I want to stay by Big Brother Su Xiao's side. Diop gently coaxed her, Be good, Wenji. Ensuring our safety is the biggest help we can give them right now. Meanwhile, Su Xiao was concentrating his mind on seizing control of the robot legion. He raised the Black Sheep Emperor Totem and commanded the legion, Pick up your weapons and eliminate those two robots. After Su Xiao gave the order, a portion of the robots received his signal and shouted back loudly, Understood, eliminating the robots. The remaining robots, still under the enemy's control, continued to close in on Su Xiao's group. They chanted in unison as they accepted their instructions. Eliminate the humans, the viewers above commented excitedly. Incredible, Big Boss Su Xiao's mental strength is so powerful, he's already controlled half of them. The viewers below responded one after another, This is literally a robot war, so cool. Seeing that Su Xiao could control half of the robots, the enemy robot roared in fury, Damn humans, do you think you can steal our experimental results? I'll burn you to a crisp. Lucas and the Shadow of Destruction charged forward simultaneously. Lucas taunted the robot, Where are you looking? Your opponents are right here. The Shadow of Destruction echoed him from the side. The robot grew increasingly enraged, shrieking, "Bastards, bastards, I'll deal with you first." The white and black cats also coordinated with Lucas's team, lunging at the robot and letting out meows that signaled, "Don't forget about us." The shadow of destruction spoke happily to Lucas. "Lucas, we're finally fighting side by side again. Ah, what a nostalgic feeling." As expected, only slaughter is enough to make my blood boil. Just then, Hakami and Nepth merged within the robot shell, observing the situation from the shadows. The two discussed, "They've started fighting. Now only the weakest one, Andy, is left. We must take back experimental subject 0. Seeing Hakami approach, the mechanical parrot immediately alerted Andy. Hakami. By now, Hakami was already standing behind Andy. She spoke venomously, "Damn human. Experimental subject 0 is our research result. Give it back." Seeing her arrival, a slight curve appeared at the corner of Andy's mouth. "You're finally here. I've been waiting for you for a long time." With that, Andy commanded the mechanical parrot, "Parrot, do it." The mechanical parrot immediately took to the sky. It flapped its wings, and its feathers instantly transformed into darts, shooting straight at Hakami. The mechanical parrot cursed, experiment, hate it." Hakami was wounded by the feather darts, but she remained standing where she was as if nothing had happened, sneering, "Hey, I didn't expect you to be able to tame experimental subject 0. You have some skill after all." Before long, the wounds on Hakami's body healed completely. She looked at Andy with pity and said, "Unfortunately, things like this alone cannot hurt me." Seeing that the mechanical parrot could not cause any damage to Hakami, the viewers above cried out in surprise. "My God, her self-healing ability is too strong. Is this Hakami's perfect form?" Another viewer spoke up. "If Matsushita knew that the power he obtained was only a fraction, he'd probably cry himself to sleep in the bathroom." The viewers below also agreed. True, if he could have endured a bit longer and waited to be killed by Hakami's perfect form, he would have been invincible. Seeing that Hakami could recover so quickly, the murderous intent in the mechanical parrot's eyes grew even stronger. It cursed angrily, "Hakami, damn you, I'll shoot you dead." While cursing, 2 scorching red beams shot from the mechanical parrot's eyes, aiming directly at Hakami. The viewers above shared their opinions. Did everyone notice? This mechanical parrot seems to have some deep-seated grudge against Hakami. It wants her dead from the very start. Another viewer speculated, "The parrot keeps mentioning experiments. I feel like Hakami might very well be the one who created it." The female team leader mentioned in the survivor's notebook. The viewers below asked in confusion, "My God, your analysis makes so much sense, but didn't the notebook say she fled? What happened later to make her turn into this?" The viewers above advised, "Just focus on watching. Big Boss Su Xiao will definitely reveal the rest of the story later." Facing the mechanical parrot's fierce assault, Hakami dodged with practiced ease. She warned the parrot, "Subject 0, you traitor. I'll give you one last chance. Return to my side and I will forgive you." Seeing Hakami easily evade all the feather darts, the viewers above said in shock, "Holy crap, not a single one hit." Another viewer analyzed, "But Hakami chose not to take the attack head-on this time, which means the red lasers are a threat to her." The viewers below proposed a hypothesis: if she can be hit with that laser, there's still a chance to win. A viewer above suddenly spoke to alert everyone. "Everyone, look over there." Andy had picked up a gun from one of the robots and was quietly flanking her from behind. The viewers below said skeptically, "But can a regular gun like that even hurt Hakami? I highly doubt it." Caught in a surprise attack from behind, Hakami said angrily, "You dare ambush me?" With that, Hakami turned and reached out to grab Andy's throat. She lifted his entire body off the ground. Andy let out a groan. "Ugh," the viewers worriedly commented. Oh no, Andy's in big trouble now. This might be the end for him." Hakami cursed Andy with contempt. "What a foolish and arrogant fellow. Since you're in such a hurry to die, I'll send you on your way first, to keep you from being a nuisance here." Just as Andy's life hung by a thread, a precise laser beam shot directly into the center of Hakami's body. She groaned in pain, "HMPH." Immediately after, Hakami collapsed. She asked through gritted teeth, Weren't you trying to ambush me? You were," Andy said calmly. "That's right, I only wanted to use my own body to pin you down. Only then could the mechanical parrot hit you. Eerie entities can never understand human unity, cooperation, and trust." The viewers above praised him. "Cool, so cool. Andy is incredible, using his IQ to slap Hakami's face." The viewers below said, "Everyone, look at Big Boss Su Xiao's side. The battle there is also extremely fierce." Su Xiao was currently concentrating his mind, using the Black Sheep Emperor totem to command the Robot Legion. "Robots, form up." The robots followed his lead, arranging themselves in a neat, compact formation and opening fire with full power. In contrast to the Legion Su Xiao was commanding, the Legion led by the opposing robot was a mess. The viewers above praised him. So impressive, I didn't expect Big Boss Su Xiao to know battle formations too, the viewers below said proudly. This is the brilliance of us humans. Even without absolute overwhelming power, we have brains and conviction. These things help us cross through difficulties time and again. The robot was now exhausted. Its mechanical parts began to short-circuit, and its voice became intermittent, laced with static. Processing, humans. Failure, failure. The viewers cheered happily. We won, Big Boss Su Xiao won, a total victory. Su Xiao commanded the remaining robots. Remaining robots, I want you to initiate your self-destruct sequence. The robot legion responded in unison. In an instant, a staggering explosion occurred as every single robot detonated completely. The viewers above asked in confusion, whoa, why did Big Boss Su Xiao have those robots self-destruct? He could have kept them to fight the Big Boss. Another viewer explained, did everyone see the totem in Su Xiao's hand? It's turned so red it's likely reached its limit. The viewers below concluded, in that case, it's better to destroy them. If the totem fails later, leaving them behind would only turn them into a liability. Over on Lucas's side, he and the Shadow of Destruction were coordinating with perfect chemistry. Both threw a stack of cards at the remaining robot simultaneously. The robot showed a look of contempt and said, hey, foolish humans, you think playing cards imbued with a bit of eerie power can hurt me? As it spoke, it opened every gun and cannon equipped on its body. The robot suddenly raised its foot, preparing to crush the Shadow of Destruction. It shouted with disdain, Ant, die! Boom, the robot's foot slammed down hard where the Shadow of Destruction had been standing. Lucas cried out in pain, Destruction! The viewers above also shouted with heartbreak. Oh no, is Destruction going to die? The viewers below wept, wow, he just made peace with Lucas, I don't want to see him die. After crushing the Shadow of Destruction, the robot felt something was strange. It muttered to itself, why does the feeling under my foot feel so weird? Just then a dark shadow suddenly appeared, followed by the familiar laughter of the Shadow of Destruction. Hee hee, I am a shadow. Did you think you could kill me this way? Isn't that a bit naive? But I should thank you anyway. That stomp helped me complete my evolution and upgrade. Now I can control my form at will. Seeing that the Shadow of Destruction was completely unharmed, the robot was momentarily speechless. Before the robot could finish, the Shadow of Destruction had already charged at it with his scalpel. Less talk, come on, are you ready? I'm sending you on your way. The robot felt the Shadow of Destruction's words were far too belittling, so it roared in rage, Ant, don't think you can beat me. I am the culmination of countless researchers' efforts. I will be the one to win. The robot suddenly stopped, followed by a piteous scream. Oh no, don't cut my power supply, don't. The viewers above praised him. My God, that move was brilliant. I never would have thought of that method. The viewers below also agreed. Incredible, robots are indeed much stronger than humans, but they also have a fatal weakness. Once they lose their power source, they're no different from a pile of scrap metal. Lucas thought to himself, now's the time. He quickly circled behind the robot. By now the robot was already extremely weak, shouting intermittently, no damn humans actually using such despicable means. I won't accept this. I won't accept dying like this. Lucas turned a deaf ear to the robot's complaints. He decisively plunged his scalpel into the center of the robot's chest, causing it to let out a harrowing wail. Lucas quickly pulled out the scalpel and retreated. The robot shrieked in despair. No! Immediately after, a staggering explosion occurred. Smoke filled the air. The Shadow of Destruction rushed over to protect Lucas. Lucas, watch out! The Shadow used his own body to shield Lucas from the shockwave. The explosion passed and the dust settled. The Shadow of Destruction helped Lucas sit up, asking with concern, are you okay? Are you hurt? Lucas shook his head. I'm fine, just some superficial wounds. Lucas gave the Shadow of Destruction a hug. Thank you, Destruction, the Shadow replied happily. Don't mention it. We were always one to begin with. The viewers above sighed with emotion. Wow, this scene is so touching. I never imagined there would be a day when Lucas and Destruction would embrace like this with such chemistry. The viewers below spoke up to remind everyone. Everyone look over there, the black and white cats are about to finish off that blue mecha too. On the other side, the blue mecha was being besieged by the two cats. The blue mecha cursed in a rage. Damn it, you dead cats, you damn eerie entities, stop, all of you stop. The white cat let out a meow, its claws piercing through the blue mecha's armor, causing it to tremble and beg for mercy. No, no. Before long the blue mecha exploded. The white and black cats ran back to Su Xiao together. He gently stroked the heads of the two cats and praised them. Well done. The two cats meowed obediently. Andy walked over to ask Su Xiao for his opinion on how to handle Hakami. Su Xiao, what should we do with Hakami? Kill her outright? Su Xiao stroked his chin and said somewhat deviously, don't act just yet. I have a few things I want to confirm with her. Su Xiao walked to where Hakami was slumped on the ground. He asked her, Hakami, you never actually escaped the experimental base, did you? Hakami felt there was nothing left to hide now. She gave a cold laugh. Hey, you're clever. You even guessed that. Fine, since you know, I'll tell you the truth. I never planned to escape the experimental base, on the contrary. I always wanted to control this place, control those 3 mechas, and become the supreme ruler of this world. It's just a pity that before I could succeed, you arrived. Su Xiao posed a second question to Hakami. Then what's the deal with that lucky survivor? Why is it that he can always return from the dead? Hakami said stubbornly, I won't tell you. If you want to know, go find the answer yourself. Suddenly, Hakami said with a cold laugh, but I must remind you, the time left for you to find the answer is running out. With that, she initiated her self-destruct sequence. Su Xiao and Andy frowned and shouted in unison, she's going to self-destruct. The white cat took Andy while the black cat took Su Xiao, quickly retreating away from Hakami. Before she died, she didn't forget to leave a curse. Haha, you will never know the truth of eternal consciousness. Nor will you have the chance to understand it. Everything in the ruined city will be buried. Everything will begin anew. Death is also a cycle. Don't be afraid, because you will also remain here forever. With those words, Hakami detonated immediately. Su Xiao had to raise his hand to shield his eyes to prevent being burned by the thermal radiation. Andy was momentarily unable to understand Hakami's final words. He turned to ask Su Xiao, everything in the ruined city will be buried. Everything will begin anew. What did Hakami mean by those words? Su Xiao speculated. I guess it has something to do with that lucky survivor. His resurrection definitely hides a massive secret. A secret concerning the very survival of this entire ruined world. At that moment, Matsushita Taisha's voice rang out. Your deductions sound very logical indeed, but unfortunately, you won't have the chance to verify them. Su Xiao turned around to see Matsushita Taisha standing there clutching a red detonator in his hand. He laughed triumphantly. I've been lying low until now just to reap the rewards of this battle. Countless bombs are buried here. With one simple click, all of you will be blown to smithereens. Matsushita continued smugly. Goodbye, Su Xiao of the Dragon Kingdom, Andy of the Grizzly Bear Nation, and Lucas of the United States. In the end, I will be the only one to clear this dungeon. With that, he flipped the switch. However, after several minutes of deathly silence, nothing happened. Su Xiao, Lucas, and Andy stared intently at Matsushita, who asked in utter confusion, How can this be? I clearly planted the bombs. Why was there no reaction? You were all busy dealing with those 2 mechas and Hakami. There's no way you could have found and dismantled my explosives. Unbeknownst to him, the lucky survivor had appeared behind Matsushita, pointing a gun at his head. The survivor provided the answer. The bombs you planted were dismantled by me a long time ago. Hearing the lucky survivor's voice, Matsushita thought to himself, that's not a contestant's voice. Could it be the lucky survivor? He spun around and snarled at the survivor. Why are you helping them? We're all contestants. Why side with them instead of me, you damn bastard? The lucky survivor replied flatly, because your body has already become just like those cruel experimental subjects. With that, he decisively pulled the trigger, killing Matsushita. After dealing with him, the lucky survivor turned to Su Xiao and said, Su Xiao of the Dragon Kingdom, congratulations. You have succeeded. You will be able to leave this world safely very soon. Su Xiao, however, did not look particularly pleased. He frowned and said, No, we still have one piece of unfinished business, so we can't clear the stage just yet. Diop, standing beside Su Xiao, asked in confusion, Is there still something left? The mechas, Hakami, and Matsushita are all dead. Boss, what else is there to do? Su Xiao looked at the lucky survivor with a sincere gaze and smiled. That business is helping the lucky survivor find himself. Hearing this, the survivor asked in surprise, Help me find myself? Su Xiao explained calmly. I just figured everything out. Why do you possess an immortal body? Why did Hakami and the mechas always want to kill you? Why did Hakami say everything would start over? It's because the true experimental carrier of eternal consciousness isn't the machines, it's you. Su Xiao's discovery left the lucky survivor completely stunned. He stammered, What? Su Xiao rubbed his chin and said thoughtfully, It seems you truly remember nothing. In that case, I don't mind helping you recover your consciousness. Su Xiao began piecing together the survivor's memory fragments. The first notebook recorded the truth. Originally, you were indeed a technician for the Eternal Consciousness Project. But unfortunately, by the time the first notebook was discovered, you were already dead. Su Xiao analyzed. Afterward, you became one of the experimental subjects. And ultimately, you were the one who succeeded. This means your brain has been transformed into a computer-like carrier. They constructed a new world internally, and then implanted your consciousness into it. Su Xiao speculated that everyone in this world existed only within the survivor's mind, achieving the goal of immortality through this method. Su Xiao believed that all the eerie entities, robots, and the Ghost Squad were trapped within his consciousness, generated from fabricated memories. Thus, Su Xiao concluded, So, no matter how many times you die, you will be resurrected. and as long as you do not die, they cannot truly perish. The essence of this world is like a video game. As long as the computer isn't broken, the people who die can be revived unconditionally. Su Xiao asserted, the only way to end this game is for you to remember everything, allowing this conscious world to return to nothingness. After hearing Su Xiao's explanation, the survivor clutched his head, trembling in agony. Is it fake? Is everything fake? My teammates, my obsessive revenge. Is it all a lie? No, impossible. It can't be fake. The effort I've put into my revenge all this time can't be for nothing. Su Xiao took off the jellyfish necklace, walked toward the lucky survivor, and said sympathetically, I know remembering the cruel truth is painful, but it is better to remain awake in pain than to be used as a puppet. He placed the jellyfish necklace around the lucky survivor's neck, expressing his hope that it would help him recall the truth and find himself. The necklace glowed immediately, flooding the survivor's mind with all his memories. Finally, a satisfied smile appeared on the survivor's face. I remember everything now. I died a long time ago. My body is nothing but a brain kept in a nutrient solution in a laboratory. The moment he remembered everything, the lucky survivor's body began to gradually dissipate. Before vanishing, he expressed his gratitude to Su Xiao and the others. Su Xiao, thank you for waking me up. I would rather die than live like this. The system simultaneously announced, the acid rain has stopped, but it will return. As long as desire is not extinguished and humanity plants the seeds of evil, they will eventually reap the consequences. Dear contestants, congratulations on clearing the City of Mists and Ruins stage. Stage evaluation. Unity, mutual aid, trust, mercy, devotion, sacrifice, and protection. You have perfectly demonstrated the finest qualities of humanity. Where light touches, darkness will eventually be dispelled. You need not look up at the light, for in this moment you are the light. Collective evaluation of the Ruins and Mist World, 7 stars. Note, each person will receive different rewards based on their level of contribution. Su Xiao watched the lucky survivor's figure vanish completely and whispered a farewell, goodbye. Though we do not know your name, we will remember you forever. Back in the real world at a mental hospital in the United States, several days passed without the strange tale world reappearing. Andy and Su Xiao had arranged to meet at the psychiatric hospital where Lucas was receiving treatment. Su Xiao was the first to ask Lucas, how have you been lately? Is there any improvement in your condition? Andy, standing to the side, said excitedly, the strange tale world might have lost heart after we beat it. It hasn't shown up lately. After pausing for a few seconds, Andy speculated, but it's also very likely they are brewing some kind of conspiracy. Regardless, the three of us need to stay healthy and be prepared for the strange tale world to reappear at any time. Lucas smiled and said, my condition has improved significantly. Don't worry, if the strange tale world appears, I can continue to participate. As he spoke, he reached out his hand, wanting to shake hands with Su Xiao and Andy. They clasped Lucas's hand firmly. Andy said to Lucas in agreement, good, it's a deal. Su Xiao also spoke, it's a deal. What an absolutely insane and satisfying journey, right guys? From a rookie stepping into the deadly world of strange tales, Su Xiao used his pure arrogance, op talents, and legendary face-slapping skills to crush every single rule. The game didn't play him. He played the game. And with the destruction of that final dungeon, our video officially comes to a close right here, which matches chapter 205 of the original comic. This also marks the complete end of the current season for the series. Thank you all so much for sticking with BALA Manhua Recaps through this massive runtime. If you enjoyed this video, don't hesitate to smash that like button, hit subscribe, and turn on the notification bell. Your support is the absolute biggest motivation for the BALA Manhua Recaps team to keep hunting down and producing epic recaps of brand new, badass, and mind-blowing series in the future. For now, take care and we'll see you guys in the next masterpiece.